Hey, my sound is working. Been on a streak of working properly recently, which is really nice. Really nice. And unexpected. But anyway, thank you, Quabena, um, for being here. Okay. And answering. Excuse me. Please excuse me. Answering that question there in the chat. Hope you guys are all having a great day. When you all like everything and just like, oh wow, holy shit, people are here. What? This must be a Christmas miracle. Okay. But okay, sorry.
I've been to school in cold, so I don't know why is that. I don't know.
Hey, bro, your face. Then put a jacket on. You don't need to cover up your face while you're in school, dog.
Hold on.
You're in school.
Hold on. So my face is cold. It's like I've never actually lived in a prolonged period of time where anywhere is cold.
It seems like you're taking up a bad faith argument with this because you know what the shiesty is tied to when it comes to gang stuff, and especially in Philadelphia,
hey,
where
guys,
that is what it's used
for. Let's pull it back. We'll
let's wait to start arguments before we get on the show.
Yeah, we'll do that later. But I'm glad, and shout out to Bam because he came up with obviously a divisive topic. I'm gonna sneeze.
Shit.
All right, sorry. Nice to see you, Machin, here looking beautiful.
Hey, what's up? I know. Just try to keep it right for the camera. You know what I'm saying?
And
I didn't comb it. I just put it up in a
messy bun or something.
Yeah.
And of course, Dream looking handsome too as well.
Yes.
And on time, I'm looking handsome and on time.
I know. I overestimated the amount of people who were, because I saw a lot more people in the waiting room, but they weren't all participants. And
no, Zonia. I was talking to Zonia about it in her channel. She's going through it right now because her kitty cat died.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah. So me and her have just been bullshitting. So she was trying to prep me for the discussion today.
Okay.
Well, I hope your coach can be in the comments and watch as I'm about to hand you a ass whooping of your life.
Hey, listen, I've only got one ass whooping in my life, and it was from the doctor.
Your dad?
From the doctor, and I'm looking for him. I'm still looking for him. You know what I'm saying?
Catch that man on
That's
the
a good
streets.
question. I gotta ask my mom. Did she let another man hit my back? Like, I gotta ask my mom. Did she let that happen?
I think that only needs to happen if like you aren't crying, though.
Yeah,
right?
If you're not crying, yeah.
Oh, you're not crying. Let me give you something to cry.
That's exactly.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Like if the baby doesn't come out crying, I'm like,
That's so crazy.
Let us give you the first lesson in this world.
Yeah, pretty much.
Nothing comes free. The world is not fair.
No. Yeah, pretty much.
You're gonna come in here crying, and you're gonna come in here leaving crying too. God damn it.
Hey Zonia, I hope you're listening, and say your prayers for Majin. He's gonna need it.
Oh man.
Hey, hold on. I just want to say, stream Prime, everybody. I'm gonna be peaceful, calm, and nice today. That's my intention. I'm putting it in the air, so please don't get frustrated and don't call people. Don't yell. Please, have team, control yourself. All right, let's go. I'm ready. I'm right mentality.
Okay. We'll see. That seems, yeah, that definitely seems more like a prayer rather than like a proclamation from Dream.
Hey, could be either or both.
A mantra. He's reading it from his glass mirror or his mirror.
Prime, do you play on a Nintendo Switch at all?
No, I don't. In fact, I was just thinking about this today. But
wow, what a coincidence!
I don't have a Nintendo Switch. I really wanted one. You know what I was waiting
for Christmas?
No, I'm not gonna. I gotta save my money.
No.
He's saying he's gonna get you one for Christmas.
Oh,
yeah.
would I want it for Christmas? Oh yeah, I love it for Christmas.
That's real G activity.
Would you love me forever if I gave you?
I already love you forever. I already love you.
Oh, okay, this is no reason to give you. Okay.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't. Yeah, what's your birthday?
Birthday?
You don't gotta give me a year.
I have,
okay, just give me the month if you don't want to say it publicly.
I've always been. I've
just say your sign. Just say your sign.
Yeah,
just say your sign. Do you know your sign?
I've always been. All right. I didn't know I was the presence of God. My bad, God.
Your sign will have 2 months.
My sign?
Yeah,
you mean this one?
What we going up?
What's up?
We throwing up the prime Kai.
Yeah.
And that's all prime, nigga.
Yeah.
That's on prime. Yo, that's on prime.
I thought we
honestly,
doing fireball juice.
That's on prime.
Yeah, it would honestly be like this. I was just about to say, Bam, because they asked me like what my birthday sign is. Like, it's probably gonna be like like this actually.
Man, I'm trying to give this nigga a birthday present, and I asked for his birthday. These niggas like, I've always been.
I forever will be.
Yes, exactly.
I'm an entity.
like I'd love to know the date.
You know what?
It's lost to history.
We should have a prime Kai pot, like a pot of money that we collectively put for prime Kai let's get him a collective gift from the community for Christmas.
That'd be dope.
Wait, what are we making? I'm about to say, if he's not gonna say it, we should just make his birthday. What day is it gonna be? Like, hey, honestly, after this, like, we should give him a whole backstory. Like, I'm about to say, this nigga gets no say.
No. I got it. Because his name is Prime, and Prime is like 1. His birthday should be January 1st.
January 1st. January 1st. He's not nigga enough to get because this is like a nigga power day. Like, so he's not nigga enough to get the day. But yeah,
January 100,001. 0,001.
Prime, understand though.
This nigga's 2023 years old.
There are more
Prime. If you end up getting a Switch, bro, because like I don't know, like the new Pokemon expansion came out, and I got it right here.
Wait, there's a Pokemon expansion?
Yeah, there's been 2. Yeah, they've been releasing DLC for their games for the last
Holy
2
shit.
ones. Yeah, they add whole new zones. They add more of the Pokemon decks and everything. I can't help to say, Prime, that I might not turn this bitch on. I
just want to play Prime and Mario Kart, bro. I want to whoop some Mario Kart ass, bro. Because I haven't played anyone that's better than me in Mario Kart, bro. I want to.
You should play my brother.
I want to. If you guys know what Baki is, I want to taste the feat.
Baki, yeah.
I haven't played Mario Kart since Double Dash, but I was like unstoppable.
They need to release a new Double Dash, bro. Yeah. I would love a new Double Dash, bro.
It was really good.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was unstoppable.
I just saw someone in here. What's his name? Leafy.
I forgot we use the StreamYard here.
He's back. He's risen from the dead.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Leafy. The Asian black man.
I just fixed it right now.
I mean, that's Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ is an Asian black man.
I guess probably
Jesus Christ. Well, according to how people want to interpret it, wasn't a very sexual person, right? He was kind of he was chill. I mean, you had Mary Magdalene.
You're right
there.
You're right. Leafy is Jesus Christ, an Asian asexual black man. Oh my God!
I don't do miracles.
Yeah, you do. The fact that you're alive.
Good to see y'all.
Yeah, nice.
How you been?
Tired. I just got back from Florida on Monday.
Oh, okay.
You got back from the depths of hell? You really are Jesus Christ, dude.
I'm saying. And I was there for 3 days.
Bro, how long has it been since we see DeAndre, bro? Holy shit.
Yeah, and this is
another one.
We bringing back people from a while. Yeah, this
is like the Celebrity Family Feud.
That dog looks stuffed. Not even moving.
It's
Oh,
like
I saw an ear
a
wiggle.
taxidermy. It's like a taxidermy.
I saw his ear wiggle, so it's alive. But I was like, but it wouldn't shock me a pace like, oh yeah, I keep my dog stuffed in the house, like because I loved him so much. Like he would say that, and I would be like, okay, like
Okay.
I believe that's weird enough.
That's
Um,
that's one hell of a tone of voice right there.
I forgot. Oh
okay.
yeah. While we're waiting, we can talk about Jonathan Majors, right?
Yeah,
Ooh.
that shit is crazy. I can't believe that went down like that.
I
was watching your stream on Monday, Prime, while y'all was talking that, and then got the notification that he was found guilty on those charges while y'all was debating that. I didn't catch if y'all switched over to talking about he was found guilty, but I think that whole situation is fucked. And the fact that one of these laws, because I talked to my cop buddy, and I think it was aggravated harassment in the 3rd degree. This is a law that they can tag most like stalkers or internet stalkers and shit like that too, right? This is just showing that they were just out to get him.
I mean, yeah, it's really a misdemeanor.
Yeah, most cases, right? That where there's a stalker or somebody that's getting a fucking what's that?
What charge are you talking about?
Right? You could charge them with that harassment 3, right? But it never gets charged. It never gets charged to stalkers or anything, and they can guarantee get that on them. But they usually don't charge them with that. They usually go for a bigger charge.
Mike,
for whatever reason, they gave Jonathan Majors that charge.
I thought he was
whatever
when
reason.
the video came out of him shoving her back in the car. I'm like,
yeah, but that's in
he's kinda done.
self-defense. No, that's in self-defense. You can shove somebody back in a car so you can get away from them, right? Like if an attacker was after me, and I know that I'm strong enough to restrain them, push them back, and put them in a space where I can then run away from them. If that's the case, I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, but I don't think he could justify the threat.
Threat of what? What did he threat?
I'm saying just because you can I know you in philosophy mode, but like legally, I don't think he could justify that like she was a threat, like that he can prevent her from going where she wants to go.
Listen,
I mean, he could.
Hold on. Yes,
that man was running a track meet after that.
He absolutely. You don't need a threat. You just need a
legally.
Hold on, I'm about to explain it. What you would need is a first response of a violent action, and she did commit assault and battery or theft, assault and battery, when she forcefully took something of his from his own person. And his property from his own person is a form of assault and battery. That in itself, if you want to define that as a threat, you can. But that happened first, and so whatever happens after, can be reasonably seen as self-defense. Even let's say he was guilty, right? Of whatever they're trying.
Yeah, I think he's guilty.
Let's say he's guilty.
He is guilty.
Hold on. Let's just say he was. Hold on. Let's just say he was. How come she wasn't charged with anything?
Because she is.
Did she do nothing wrong? She did nothing illegal.
Nothing that was provable, and he's not the one.
Nothing that was provable. Her taking his phone from his hand. That's not wrong.
It's not really illegal.
Yeah, so
it's not illegal to steal.
Even her claims weren't provable, right? So even after the fact that she said she had a broken finger and the cut, right? There's multiple videos, like live videos showing her finger just fine. She tied the meanest hair bun right after that the incident when she was meeting them in front of their condo. Like really tied that shit up better than I could do mine. She went to the club where she was gripping the bar to go up the thing very well with her right hand, fiddling with her cell phone with her right hand. It didn't seem, and then they even had it where it was zoomed up where you could see the finger. It wasn't red, it wasn't bruised, it didn't look broken, nothing wrong with it. There was no swelling, nothing. Okay, so all those had happened after the fact. When she went after she went out to the club. This right there proves the fact that her whole statement from the beginning is a lie. And usually when in court, when you could suss out the fact that somebody is fucking lying, it throws your whole case out. Your whole premise is a lie, dog. So how can we build the case off of it?
Well, they did that. That's the reason the case related to intent didn't stick. Like, but the video of him shoving her, that's public information.
Yeah.
Like, so the two misdemeanor offenses. But wait, I'm just getting this out. Like the misdemeanors that he was found guilty of, are almost inarguable. Like people are saying that like, oh, like they shouldn't have been, or even when we're talking about like what is it legal case of like, oh, didn't she do something wrong too? Like couples can have disputes and arguments without people can do things without everything becoming like a legal matter where you like nitpick out every individual thing. Like technically two people get into an argument like could be becoming disturbing the peace, but police have a discretion to decide what's considered reasonable.
Exactly.
A girlfriend taking a phone is considered a reasonable thing. A girlfriend,
that's my point.
That's not theft.
The thing you just said is my point. It's like there should have been some discretion either by the police, by the judge, or by the jury to say, listen, on a technicality he broke the law, but he didn't do anything wrong. You understand what I'm saying?
It was a pretty decently large case. Like I said, I understand our concept of like letting it be what it is, but from the scale,
should have lost his job over it though.
From the scale, legally they don't have any impact on that. But I'm saying from the scale of the case, I can understand like the precinct being having to sit down some level of charges.
And in a moral sense,
especially once you have video.
Morally, when you weigh the morality and who did more wrong than the other, it's on her end. She has a heavier burden of doing wrong.
Well, then
I don't know if most people see it that way.
Take her to court. I mean,
no.
Says you can't take her to court for that.
I mean, I'm pretty sure he will.
He's definitely running.
He's gonna file for appeal. He's gonna file for an appeal, if not already, and then he's probably gonna sue her for defamation. Because like there's video evidence that disproves her claim of being, there was bleeding and stuff. That like there was video evidence of her clearly in video, not with any of those marks on her that she claimed were there. So
yeah, he got all that posted, and like this was the crazy part. Like even with the police officer coaching her, which is crazy that they got that on camera. The fact that he called the cops on, and this is one of the big points too, that the fact that the coaching happened, and we don't bring that up enough.
Somewhere that sounds super familiar. I know another incident like that happened.
So when the cops, sorry.
Like what? Can you think of what another example happened where the police officers coached a woman?
It's not supposed to.
I know there was another thing. I know it was something else. I forgot what it was. This is a big case where police officers coached a woman.
Then she did she called the cops earlier before Jonathan did, but nothing came from it. Jonathan then called her, and then after the cop coached her about like the domestic violence thing, she texted her friend in the UK about, hey, Jonathan's been beating my ass this whole fucking time, and then her friend sold her on this.
But that seems to be true.
Her friend was like, "There's no fucking way that there
text messages." Oof.
Yeah, he beats her up. Whether he did it that time or not, he's definitely beat her.
So wait. How do we know he's beating her up?
Yeah, I didn't see nothing.
His text messages.
Yeah, this is exactly. So hold on. This is exactly. So we were having that whole argument in the group DM, and this is exactly what I was talking about. So like, I said that. For this particular incident, it's extremely hard to judge, especially since we don't know what happened inside that car, right? We don't know what that looked like. And then, obviously, there's the footage of like him running full sprint away from this woman, like while she's chasing. Like that's just like crazy. And like looking at it, like, do I think that he should have been charged for this? Actually, no. I think like this, however, right. I switched it to the next part in my message, right. I was saying that it's clear, it seems, from the evidence that was released, that he is an abuser. That like outside of this particular incident, which like just question mark, I still have so many questions about this incident, right. Outside of this incident, the text messages like Bam was alluding to. Can
you send a link to the text messages?
Yeah, if someone can do that, I don't know. Emotionally abusive, and it seems physically abusive from what was the implied, like that she it looks like that he injured her skull at some point, right? And
wait, how do we know that?
Because he talked about it in text messages.
He was talking about going to the hospital, and he was like, "You can't because," and I'm sorry, I did that to you, like I'm a horrible person.
Yeah.
Wait, do we know that was an intentional attack though?
We don't. We don't. No, I guess we
Like
don't.
he could have accidentally hit her, and he said, "Oh my god, I'm such a horrible person for causing damage to you, even though it wasn't intentional." We don't know.
Yeah,
I think we're doing a lot of speculation.
She
here.
was saying she had some issues, like her head was bothering her and she wanted to go to the hospital. He's like, you can't do that. Even if you lie, I don't trust you enough for you to go to the hospital, because he knew he was going to be implicated in something more than likely.
Yeah, because he doesn't trust her because she's been lying on his name previously. Maybe she has a vendetta against him from his perspective. So even though I hit you on purpose, I still don't want you to go talk to the police about it or the doctors about it, because the story you could tell them is a lie, and then that would incriminate me. That is a plausible interpretation about why he did not want her to go, correct?
No, from the
How?
text messages, it's pretty clear. If you read the text messages, I can read them to you right now.
Yeah,
I will
they're
tell
in
the
link.
doctor I bumped my head. If I go, I'm going to give it one more day, but I can't sleep and I need some stronger painkillers. That's all. Why would I want to tell them what really happened when it's clear that I want to be with you? I mean, that's pretty cut and fucking dry.
That is cut and dry. Yep.
Yeah.
That is
What
cut
was
and
the
dry.
date? Hold on. What was the dates of these? Was this prior
It
to
was
the?
2022.
The
This is
22nd of
December.
September.
Okay.
Yeah, September. Yeah.
So this is prior to all the.
Way far,
Yeah.
months before it happened.
But let's just say
and
this.
then afterwards, and then just for the emotional boost, afterwards he talks about like how he's considering killing himself, and like I don't deserve love, and if you go, like I'm gonna have to end myself. Like that's what he was.
What
He
about
said he
mutual,
already said it in motion, which is
What
even
about-
weirder.
what about mutual toxicity? Is that not plausible?
That's fine, but it doesn't change anything.
Yeah, it doesn't change
No,
that
I mean-
the toxicity happened in one way.
What I'm saying is, is it really abusive if both of them are equally abusive to each other? That's what I'm asking.
So this is what I had asked on Monday, right, to the Revelry crew. I asked, like, I put forward that and a lot of abusive relationships, and they agreed that a lot of abusive relationship, it's like it's a both ways type of thing, right? And we look at physical abuse for good reasons as like a serious escalation and something that like definitely shouldn't happen. And I mean, I agree. I mean, I don't put my hands on. I mean, so like I agree on that. However,
Come on, not even a little, care slap.
I don't.
No, never.
Come on, brother.
No,
I
never.
I tickle
Come
my
on.
women, right? Like I tickle their butts. I don't slap them, right?
You
like that's another
tickle?
way. I give a little sparkly fingers right there. That's what I do.
I know DeAndre. He feeling what I'm saying. DeAndre give a little.
Nah, how I
give a
feel
little
about the
reality
situation
check.
with
Sometimes
that
they need
is,
a
like,
little reality check.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
What? So, do you feel that way when it's somebody like me
I'm
who's 6 foot?
sarcastic.
I know, but like this
Yeah.
is the thing. Like,
Well,
I know
hold
you're
on.
joking.
Let me finish.
Go ahead,
Let me finish
yeah.
my argument. Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's simply the case. Like I brought up how like I've had friends who've admitted to me that they've hit their partner, right? And as they've described it, like their partner was being like incredibly abusive to them, and then they snapped, and then they hit them. Not that I'm getting any excuse, right? So in this case, I'm talking about a male
Yeah.
individual who talked about that with me. And I believe other people have said similar things, but also there's sorry, what the fuck? Also, I have a female friend, and this female friend told me about like how she was really toxic previously in her relationships, and she would hit men all the time. She would do that, right? And then she got a boyfriend who would like hit her back. Now, looking on the outside in, with a boyfriend hitting her back, you could say like, oh my god, like what a horrible individual this is. But this guy, like this guy's suffering abuse himself. And so like my point is that physical abuse in relationships or physical altercations, I should say, I want to put it that way, physical altercations do happen. They shouldn't happen, but they do happen. And I think maybe society needs to try to recognize that like we obviously discourage this thing, but it's a thing that does happen, and it doesn't necessarily mean like this is abuse, right? And the idea of like a guy coming home and like beating the crap out of his wife because he just feels like it that time, you know? Like, what do you guys think about that?
No, I
I
get
think
that.
no
But
man-
I've been in a similar situation where I was in a relationship. and she felt it okay to slap me across the face over something I said to her.
Oh, yeah, I ain't gonna
And
like my response.
I got the fuck out of the car. She tried to get out of the car too.
Mm.
She starts chasing me around the car. Eventually, I get
Wow.
back in the
So
car
you
and
were
drive off
Jonathan
without her.
Majors.
Sorry.
Yep.
You were Jonathan
But I
Majors.
Sorry,
I
what
didn't
was the-
shove her or do anything.
What was that
But
last
you
part?
should have.
Sorry, what was that
No.
last part? She chased you around the car and then.
Yeah, she chased me around the car, and I was able to get in the car before she could do anything. And then I just drove off and left her ass.
I
there.
see. Yeah. Okay.
So,
yeah.
like in my situation, I don't think ever in any kind of status a man should lay their hands on a woman. I'm a big guy. I'm 6 foot. I'm 350 pounds. I deadlift 500 pounds. I've been bench pressing more than 300 since I was 18 years old. Right? I boxed for from literally 12 to 20. Right? Big ass men had punched me in the face, and I did that for fun. Right? There is no woman on the street that is going to hit me hard enough where they could do damage. Right?
Mhm.
So why
That's not true.
my ex-wife used to she bloodied my nose, busted my lips straight on, hit me, right? And I would let that happen because man, it didn't hurt. I've been hit harder, you know what I'm saying? I could take it. I took it. I've done it for fun, right? It wasn't right for her to do that type of shit. By no means do I cross that fucking line because A, I'm a black man in the United States. She is a white woman.
Oh, that's a different
that would have been. I would have been packed up. I'd have been packed up super quick. And on that, I can make most big men crumble. You know what I'm saying? I can hurt men, and I can say that with confidence. Why would I ever want to do that to a woman who's distinctly smaller than me? Unless, no.
I love how Majin established dominance in this group, right?
But my
Simultaneously,
thing
what's
is
on that story?
Majin, what you're saying isn't wrong. What I'm saying is that if people are mutually abusive to each other, mutually the victim of the other, I don't think it's fair to punish one and not the other. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
If we either punish both or we punish neither.
Well,
I
that's
agree with
that's
you.
not. I don't think that's useful. I don't think it's a useful thing because it's almost where you're always going to be able to find to apply some fault in domestic violence.
That's why I said mutually. That's why I said mutually abusive.
But that's what I'm saying.
Meaning equally. Not they have abused me once and I beat her 10,000 times, but she abused me once, so no, that's not what I'm saying. If there's evidence to suggest,
there's no evidence to think that this is equal.
Well,
He's
that's
never
why I said
he's never had to go to the hospital.
Well, that's why I said if.
But I'm assuming you're saying that because you would apply it to this case.
I'm thinking the Johnny Depp
Anything you
situation.
said that she would be more liable in this.
Well,
situation.
so I think if I did something very severe once, right? But then you did a lot of things that were low on the severity scale, way more frequent, right? Wouldn't the many things very frequently, even though it's low severity, add up to the one severe thing eventually?
So. I think there's a threshold that you don't cross. I think sending somebody to the hospital, but they said a bunch of mean things to me. I don't think you'll ever tally up.
So let me give you an example, right? So we would all say in a relationship, having sex with somebody is the ultimate form of cheating, right?
Sure, maybe.
Right.
I mean, for some people, emotions mean more, but
sure. But let's say there's an agreement. Let's say, generally speaking, and within an agreement of two people, they say no cheating, and the worst form of cheating is.
I understand. I agree.
Right, and the worst form of cheating is sex. Somebody cheated using sex once, and they're like, "Oh my god, that's so horrible." He's like, "I'm sorry. Oh my god, I'm so horrible." Right? He's like, "How dare you abusing me, emotionally abusing? How dare you cheat on me sexually?" And then the other person who cheated comes to find out they've been flirting and DMing other guys, a bunch of guys. It's 100 dudes in her DMs, just talking, flirting back and forth, but no sexual act has ever occurred. Mm-hmm. I think it's reasonable and fair, and it's valid for me to look on both perspectives, and I say, there's no real way to really objectively find out yours is worse than the other. I think 100 niggas being in your DM and you entertaining them all, flirting with them, kissy face, can't wait to see you, versus him physically cheating on somebody sexually. I think those are from their own perspective. I think it's valid to be like, you know what, I understand both of your views. I can't really say one side is right over the other.
I think legally they would make that decision though, and I think him actually doing it is gonna be the.
What do you mean legally? I'm talking about morally. I don't care
Well,
about the law right
I'm
now.
just thinking about VD. Like, if you physically did something and gave her VD, whereas her flirting with other people isn't really going to affect you except for emotionally.
Well, I'm saying morality is really subjective. We could have that conversation.
But that's
all
the
day,
point.
but I'm just saying that the only thing that matters to me is I love having moral conversations. When we're talking about domestic violence or things like that,
let's talk
the only thing
about the
matters is
law. Let's talk about the law. Would you agree with me that an unjust law is no law at all?
No, I'm
So
an
you disagree?
institutionalist.
Hold on.
believe I'm an institutionalist. I believe in the validity of laws. Like
No,
without
that's not what
laws,
I
we
said.
don't have a society.
But
I'm saying that if it's a
was
law,
that-
you should change the law. Like you
that's the
don't.
point I'm saying. That's the point I'm saying. So,
But I'm saying that while the law is maintained, that's more important than whatever else you want.
what about protesting the law by actively, peacefully breaking the law, such as when the civil rights movement had marches and people try to, vote even though they weren't allowed to, and then you had like white only restaurants being invaded by black people at the lunch counter. Like that was breaking the law.
For sure, but I'm saying that they were justifiably arrested. I don't think the law was just, but I'm an institutionalist.
Okay, so you agree
the
with me.
law is fine.
You
I'm
agree
like,
with
the consequences are fine.
But I asked you a question that you said no to, that you just
I didn't contradict anything. I'm saying I'm an institution.
Hold on, because what I asked was, okay, let me reframe. You just stated that there are laws that could be unjust, correct? You just stated that. Okay, so we're in agreement with that. So given that a law is unjust, you care more about the unjust law. You being that you understand that laws can be unjust, you don't only care about laws just existing.
It's not the only thing I consider. But I'm saying that
right.
But I'm saying that that's going to take priority over whatever moral feeling you have on the law. The law is the law. Like if there's going to be consequences for that law, like we can make efforts to change it. But if someone's breaking something that I consider to be a law, like them suffering the consequences is just like, oh, okay, it's par for the course. Like until that law is changed. Like if I was in the civil rights movement, like everyone would understand when they went to the lunch counter. We think this is effed up, but you need to be prepared to go to jail for this. There's an understanding that no one's
disagreeing with that. That's not no one's making that claim. I don't think anyone's saying
you're arguing that he shouldn't face the consequences because you think it's a bad law.
No. I mean, technically, yes. What I'm saying is there are some instances which is allowed within the law, where even if somebody technically broke the law, for example, every time somebody speeds and a cop witnesses it, they don't get a speeding ticket, right? Even though they broke the law. That's called discretion. So it's within the law that judges and police officers and the jury, all three of these entities, and the prosecution,
but that's
all four
discretion.
of these entities.
It's their discretion, though.
Discretion is different from like
right.
Unjust.
So I'm saying them not executing and performing this discretion is unjust. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, you're saying the discretion in this case?
Them not practicing discretion and not pursuing prosecution. That's what they should have done. They should have not pursued prosecution in this scenario. Them not pursuing that is unjust on their end. The jury not finding him guilty is unjust. The judge not dismissing the case is unjust. The prosecution just telling the bitch, hey, I don't want to do this, that's unjust.
I don't know. If I was the judge, I wouldn't have dismissed the case. I think you had enough evidence to have a trial.
What I'm saying
at
is,
the very least,
what I'm saying is, even though something happened, given the scenario, like you've already stated in your opening, Prime, like I don't believe that he should have been punished for what happened. So even though something happened and he technically broke the law, whatever, like the very minute detail of a very small minor misdemeanor, he was still in a moral right of what he did.
And to add to Dream's point, even when they came to reading, even to the point when they came to
he was morally what he was doing was morally permissible.
Even when they came to reading the oh God, why can't I think of this word? The verdict, right? The fact that there was people giggling, and then that one girl spoke up before the verdict. Yes, they were giggling. And then that girl spoke up even before the verdict was read, like, you're guilty. And then she was like, oh, my bad. That all right there just lets me know, like, it makes me think like y'all weren't giving this man a fair shake.
Was that a jury member who did that?
Yeah.
Wait.
Guilty.
I didn't see that video, but I'm just saying that, like,
thrown out.
Yeah, I want to see the video of that one. But
That'd be a biased jury.
Yeah, the only thing I would say is again, like because of the gravity of the case, I understand, and the like information that unfolded. Like, I don't think that he got like I personally, I think it was a weird charge, but I understand that, like, oh yeah, like by definition of what these charges fall under, he did those things. Now that like and like okay, he's gonna have a misdemeanor. They're saying like up to a year in jail. Realistically, he's gonna get a fine. He's not actually gonna like do jail time over this. He's
Yeah,
gonna
but,
get.
but his record is blemished, right? Like they
But
should have
he,
settled this
that
out of
was
court or something.
But that his record has nothing to do with the legality of it. People don't care that this is a misdemeanor. The fact that TMZ posted it was his record being blemished. He lost like 80% of his roles in his management company before they said guilty or not guilty.
But wait. So
before the
correct me
trial
if I'm
started,
wrong.
before
But
charges
him
were even
but
given
they
out.
knew he was going to trial even before the trial was started. Correct?
I don't know if they. I don't know
It
when
being
when it was
announced
set.
that he was going to trial. That is probably one of the most harmful things.
But he honestly, a lot of the consequences came almost immediately after the story broke. Like it was like within like a 48-hour, 72-hour period. We saw like him getting dropped for movies. His man, like all of it happened really fast.
When did Disney officially drop them?
Well, Disney did like I guess 2 hours post.
Yeah,
exactly.
But I think they already had that decision made.
Yeah, that was long ago.
Yeah, I don't think
2
they
hours
like
post what?
Post the verdict. They announced the information, but I don't think an exec made that information that added
But they
the drop
probably
of a hat.
had 2 different announcements at the ready to have. So they were like, "Hey, listen, if the verdict is no, then I think it's pretty."
Think so.
Because they've had yes, because they've had so much backlash with the Johnny Depp situation that they didn't want to repeat the mistake and preemptively remove themselves from an innocent person. Right? So because this happened before, Disney's like, let's say something after he's convicted.
So he was found not guilty of like the most important offense. He was found not guilty of.
Yeah,
like
but
that's the reason. That's why I feel like they didn't need much. I feel like this decision was already made.
Even if they didn't need much, it still met their minimum requirement. And what I'm saying is, if he was found guilty of no charges, right? They wouldn't have announced that they're letting him go because he's innocent of everything.
I still think he was blemished.
Okay.
I don't think they wanted.
Well, we could just speculate all day.
Yeah.
There's no way for us to confirm.
No, we're not going to know.
Yeah,
but still, after when they announced he was going to be arrested, I'm like, oh, he's cooked. Like whatever happens after this,
because
he's already cooked.
But I think reasonably, if I'm Disney, I wouldn't just because somebody got arrested, like kick them off because of the whole Johnny Depp scenario.
Sorry,
like,
hold on. It's literally the opposite of the Johnny Depp situation. Let's be clear, right? Like, with Johnny Depp, they fired him immediately. Like the moment there was some sort
of. That's literally what I said. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, hold on. They fired him immediately, and then they regretted it. Right? They're like, "Wow, that was an embarrassing situation. So let's not do that again." The only reason Jonathan Majors wasn't fired immediately was because of one, because he was so deeply embedded into like future upcoming projects, and then two. He they didn't want like a repeat of the Johnny Depp situation. So I'm telling you, the executives were looking at
just
that,
repeating what I'm saying.
You said okay.
You literally repeated what I'm saying, acted like it was different.
It seems different.
It seemed different.
Like
it's pretty similar though. I agree. It sounds similar, close enough to what Dream said about the idea of like they didn't want to do it immediately. They were waiting for the verdict because they didn't want to repeat the Johnny Depp situation. That's what Dream's argument was, and it feels like that's where you were headed.
But the portion that Dream didn't mention was how deeply embedded he was in the storyline for them to not want to lose their investment.
And honestly, I don't understand. Like when people say that, like, "Ooh, Johnny Depp was a big mistake." I don't know if like maybe publicly people might feel like, oh, like messed up with Johnny Depp. I don't know if Hollywood feels that way. Is Johnny Depp getting work? Like it doesn't matter like what legally came from the case. Like these big execs I feel really don't want to deal with the idea of like women abusing is worse. Like honestly, murder is a better charge than like he hit women. I'm not even joking.
I'm actually.
No, you're right. I agree
There's
with
NFL
you.
players that have like killed people. There's been like Ray Lewis played in the NFL after like going through a murder trial. Kobe Bryant went through a rape charge, and Ray Rice's elevator video kicked him out the league forever. Like
But they
domestic
weren't
violence
convicted.
is
I think
something
that's
that
the key difference. No.
I mean, I don't know. Like I just think the concept of
Like
domestic.
if I'm Kobe, of course I still have a career. Like Kobe's career will be way different if he was actually convicted and found guilty. Right? He's out.
Well, he probably would have did some prison time. But I mean, well, Michael Vick with the dogs, etc. Like convictions aside, like domestic violence, it seems to be the one thing that the entertainment industry, like, it's probably the biggest no. They're like, don't touch it, because there's a significant group of women that are never coming back from like domestic violence, and honestly, there's a significant group of men who feel like, oh, you put your hand on a woman, you pussy, like f you forever. It's just kind of keep your hands off of it. There's no point in dealing with that.
Yeah, like this specific type of charge was, it's just fucking disaster. I mean, I remember like when the charges broke, I'm like, if this wasn't the case, I remember, and this is when we didn't have any real details. It's just like, hey, this has happened, or there was an incident and police were called, and we're still like in that limbo. I'm like, yo, if this, if this happened, like, how could it have happened? How could he have been so stupid to lay his hands on a white woman like that, right?
Mm.
Like, or to even allow the appearance of something like that, right? Like, you can't even have the appearance of laying your hands on a woman, but specifically, or at least
white
a white
woman.
presenting
If you're a black man.
especially a black, exactly.
Yeah.
Like that, like
Especially
that's
if you're a
crazy
tall,
talk.
buff black man.
I'm saying,
if it was Prime or
I-
Steven Urkel, I think it's different.
Okay. But anyway, like, I was saying that like it would be better if he like let her stab him, right?
Mm.
Like, and then he can push her back, right? Like, that's what you need. You need like physical evidence. You need to be fucked up, and to say, all right, I had to defend myself. Like, if it's short of that, no, I'm not saying that's right. I'm saying that
I know, I
if
agree.
it's if it's short of that, then you're fucked. You're fucked. But the more I've learned about this case, one, again, this specific incident is where that's what's really like unfortunate. This incident is the thing that's taken him down when, like, seemingly from those text messages, and if the implication there is correct, that he was actually abusing her previously, right? That she was actually a battered woman previously, but none of that made it had any effect. And because it was this case that brought him down, then he's always going to be in like the red pill community as like the guy, the tragic man taken down by a woman. But he might have actually been an abuser. Just not on this time, not just this one time. Yeah.
It seemed like he was aware of optics when he's talking about, I'm looking for someone like Coretta Scott King or Michelle Obama. Like, he understood optics and he just screwed himself.
I think he's on the spectrum a little bit. Unironically.
Really? He seems unhinged. But like I said, I think that was steroids talking. I don't know if like in his day-to-day life. I think like joke.
Like
this is
on the low end.
This is like 90% a joke, but like 10% maybe. I like the conspiracy theories about him being a time traveler. I could almost buy, like, the way this man dresses, the way this man like acts like he's never been like at places before. Like, he just feels like, I'm like, did they find this nigga in like 1897? Just like bring him to the future.
He doesn't have he doesn't have social media. Like, I've met the person that worked with him. I don't know if you know about the movie The Last Black Man in San Francisco, but his co-star, I met him at the movie screening here in San Francisco, and he just told me all about him. He's like a savant in acting, right? That's essentially what he is. He can literally act as anything. So like, and if you just look at everything he does, it's like a little tism in there every role. Personally, that's what I'm seeing.
Oh my god!
Like in the smallest way, like
makes you beat women.
No, did I say that?
I was just wondering.
No, I didn't say that. What I'm saying is, he might have hard understanding social cues. That's all.
I think there's a lot that y'all have just been missing in general because y'all just, yeah.
Go ahead.
Fill us in, Queen.
Listen.
Y'all aren't still understanding the main point of this, which is that we need to talk about the signs and the red flags of DV on both sides. I think our society has like I think y'all have all said basically how society feels, but I think that we need to change that culture around that and around DV in general. Because this is just going to continue and continue, but we're not like teaching our like children and like our people of like what we should do, you know, like to recognize the signs so that we don't go into those relationships or into those types of environments, because you have to think about it too, is that like a lot of domestic violence also happens around kids and stuff, and kids also learn that, and then because they see that it's okay, and it's just a perpetual cycle of DV that keeps going around.
Ooh, I disagree with that strongly. Not do it the like heart of it, but like the idea of like seeing the signs, at least applying to this case. I don't think Jonathan Majors
No,
displays any
I'm
of the
not.
signs
No,
of an
no,
abuser.
no, 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 no. I'm just saying in general, not just into this case specifically, but
Mm.
in general. Because yeah, there can be sly moves, right? But we have to talk about that too. Because
In
it
general,
doesn't
what?
like it can always seem like, you know, there's two faces. There's going to be the face that's in public that's going to show the perfection, and then we're going to see the second face that they don't get to see behind the closed doors.
I'm
Mhm.
trying to figure out like personally, I feel
I think
like
he's a pacifist.
yeah, I was gonna say I think as men in general that we're more trying to solve the problem than complain about it, as just as a societal norm for men, is that like if we are being if we are being domestically violent, if we are being DV'd against, then we would try to solve the problem rather than go and report it, like
Mhm.
somehow.
No, I feel like he fits like the category. If like even when they was talking about Creed and it was like, oh, box and all these things, like he fits the category of what women like the type of men women would want a man to be. Like, cause he was super like, oh yeah, like honestly, like this is cool for the movie and stuff. He said he appreciates the sport of it and the work that we put in, but he's like super like, oh yeah, you shouldn't solve problems with violence. He was like, you should, unpack your toxic masculinity. Like, it doesn't, you don't have to be these things to be a man. Like, he's on favor very, like,
Yeah,
seems
but
like,
but we know that it doesn't matter, and I think you understand this as well, right? Like women will talk about being very liberal-minded men, like pushing those type of messages, very male feminist types, right? That's like it's a big trope that the male feminist is oftentimes awful, awful to women. Like that. I mean, it's a long time thing. Hell, it even goes back like
The
in
nice guy.
the 60s and the 70s when they were doing those communes, right? Like when they were like, we're gonna get off the grid and we're going to like start like a new society, right? I mean, they were just gonna go to some like fucking rural area, like to a shack and just like, I don't know, like grow their own food or some shit, right? But like
Have a
we're
sex
gonna
cult.
start a new society here, and it's very liberal, lefty type of talk. But like there was constant abuse in those things, right? Like a lot of sexual assaults, and they ended up recreating like the most traditional roles for women. It's like, okay, you all are gonna be the gatherers and we'll be the hunters and whatever that fucking meant there, but it was awful. But you hear that like that happens in lefty circles. So if just a man saying that you shouldn't solve uh like Harvey Weinstein was another one. Harvey Weinstein was like a big liberal in Hollywood, and like he became like one of the most prolific rapists. So
but I
like
was just
yeah.
speaking to the idea of like paying, like, I think the domestic, like, it's it's a hard job for people out there saying like the idea of paying attention to the signs
Oh,
or if there's
okay.
a stereotype. I'm like, honestly, like it just seems like
how do you
some
tell?
people will do it. Some people don't. Like, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with that. Like, I think most times
I mean, there,
that
like I said, there's multiple signs on different fronts and stuff like that. You know,
I,
it's not just one set guideline of like, hey, this is what DV looks like. There are multiple versions that we can still talk about that will like cover that or
I
can cover that.
but the thing is, because abuse is going to be really specific to the person and their boundaries, and like a consistent violation of such boundaries, like we can just talk broadly about like the lack of acknowledgement, the lack of validation, the constant gaslighting. Like, I think when people are experiencing that, they are saying something is wrong here, something wrong is going on, I don't feel seen. There is some type of, like, they acknowledge it's abuse, but I think,
And it's narcissism.
what are you talking about?
A lot of the time it's narcissism, right?
Okay.
And that's also a sign we got to recognize too, because narcissism is bad, and
Okay.
can be a part of like the DV as well.
Is it
Okay.
narcissism also really hard to identify in people?
I
No.
think I think um what I'm trying to say is that I think most people that have been abused recognize that it is abuse, right? The vast majority of times you've been abused, you probably knew it was abuse.
Ooh, I disagree with that.
Okay.
I feel like you people gaslight themselves out of it all the time. Like I
It's
don't.
like, oh,
But
I think it's really hard.
hold on. You can lie to yourself that it's not abuse. But in order for you to lie to yourself, you would always also have to internally understand that what you're doing, what you already acknowledged to someone, or something's up.
I don't think so. That's what I'm saying. I disagree.
How
with
do you
that.
lie? How do you lie to yourself then? Then you're not lying to yourself then.
So obviously I'm late.
In order for you to
where are we?
In order
Oh,
for
we
you to
just talking
lie
about
to
Jonathan
yourself,
Majors.
in order for you to lie to yourself, you would have to know what the truth is.
I don't
not
think so.
necessarily.
Like
Then
it sounds
then it wouldn't be
counterintuitive.
it did
Oh, man.
it wouldn't
I thought
be
we
a
were
lie.
Then you
It
couldn't
wouldn't
lie
be
to
a
yourself
lie.
if you believed it.
It
Like
wouldn't.
you,
No.
And what I'm saying is they do believe
Lying
it.
to
They
your-
believe they deserve it.
No. There's something called cognitive dissonance, correct?
Right.
Sure.
So cognitive dissonance is when you believe something is true, even though you know the opposite isn't. Is even though you know the opposite is true.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I don't think that
So that's what
that's
cognitive
necessary.
dissonance is. What do you mean necessary? I didn't say anything is necessary.
I'm saying I don't believe that that's the case. Like you're saying that, like, oh, people recognize when they're being abused. I don't think that that's true. I think more often than not, it's the opposite. I think
You
more
think
often than not,
most
people
abuse?
don't recognize that they're being abused.
Well, we're talking about adults, right? Like,
Yes, adults.
and able-bodied adults.
Yes, I don't
Yeah.
think most.
You
people
think the
able-bodied
you
people-
think
You can
most
still be disabled and fucking get DV too. Let's be
Sure,
That's
real.
why
but he's just holding
I'm
it
talking
to
about-
like the high like standard.
I'm talking about like understanding you're being abused.
Yeah.
Because if you're not able-bodied or not like you're not logical in your
Mentally.
mind, like
Teenagers
you're
get
mentally.
DV all the time in
No,
high
no, no.
school. I've
What do you
He's
think I'm
not-
saying, Quinn?
He's not
saying-
disagreeing with you.
Yeah, he's not disagreeing with
Okay.
that. Yeah.
Okay.
So, but
I'm talking about having the ability
So,
to understand that you're being
yeah,
abused, right?
I don't know about most. I think anyone like trying to give a percentage here really is gonna be pulling out of our ass, right? Like, we have a feeling
That's why I
about
said it's
these
how I
things,
feel.
right?
I don't
Yeah.
really have a stat.
But you
but,
think
like,
that most people are like,
Brian, can you
I'm
hear
getting
me?
abused, like, but it's okay. Like, I don't think that I think
No,
that
no.
recognizing it is like one of the last steps.
Not,
Yeah, I
I
think
didn't,
a lot
hold on. You went a step too far. You went a step too far in saying, and it's okay. I think people are like, I'm getting abused and I have to endure it. Having to endure it is recognizing it's not okay, but I'm just gonna, what do you call it? Embrace it anyways. Like, to endure something doesn't mean you think it's okay.
Yeah.
So I think that's a lot of abuse is endured. It's not thought as if.
I mean, he's not wrong. That's what I did. I was like, well, fuck it. You know what I'm saying?
Like, even when I was a kid, at the littlest age of 3 or whatever, when my mom hit me, I knew it was wrong. I never
I don't
thought,
think so.
and it was never
a lot of time for abuse victims, that they've been.
I mean, I never. Hold on, my bad. I never thought it was
This is the
right.
best I'm gonna get, kind of thing.
I never thought it was right. That's my bad. I misspoke. I was never an instance in my life where I look back and I was like, that's just me personally. I mean, that's all I can speak for is myself. Like, I can't imagine any time where I've been hit, and I was like, oh, that's really good for me. By
Real quick,
anybody.
hey, Sharp, are you doomsday prepping over there? What's with all the canned food in the background, King? It's like it's supposed
Oh,
to
shit, yeah, that's
It's like he didn't
oh
know it was
no,
there.
my girlfriend always makes
got
always
ADHD
makes
over there.
little
I feel
snack
like this
packs.
is
Like I
some
have a little
Fallout shit right now.
I have a little container that my girlfriend brought over when she visited one day that was just filled with snack packs that she made for when I go to work. And when I was sick, she bought me like 10 cans of chicken noodle soup. So I still have leftover soup.
I thought you were hyped as or you knew the world was gonna end and you wasn't telling us. You was getting ready and we was all about to be fucked. But yeah, no, I agree
Oh
with
no, that's gonna happen anyway. But
I agree with to a certain point with D10 Dream. A lot of people do just deal with it, right? I tell my story now, but did I act upon that? No, I just like fuck it. My wife hit me. I'm gonna keep thugging it out, right? Because I love this woman. I
Can
don't
you
want this to end.
can you
hear me,
like
Prime, or is my microphone still not working?
we hear
We
you
can
now,
hear you.
DeAndre?
perfect.
Okay, that's
Have you
awful.
been able to hear us the whole time?
Yeah, I've been able to hear you guys the whole time. As you know what, and I was agreeing with you on some points, Dream, but then you went off the rails as usual.
Well, go ahead. Which part did you disagree with?
Well,
How great he
I was
is.
agreeing with you on the part where
Oh,
where
kidding.
where there is a time and a place for when a man has to defend himself against any person, woman or not. But in situations, which is probably one of the easiest things that we talk about in the world of martial arts, is when you have an opportunity to diffuse a situation, when you have an opportunity to flee a situation, you should always
De-escalation.
take that opportunity. You shouldn't jump to fighting immediately. If you have the opportunity to get out of it, get out of it. But if you have no other choice but to defend yourself, then gender shouldn't matter at all. Be a feminist at that point.
I agree with you, but I think the act of restraining somebody in order for you to efficiently
feminist.
flee is reasonable. Like,
No,
okay,
because if you already have a path to escape, there's no reason to
we
restrain.
don't know if that path
If he was out of the car, and
But
he's
but
got
you
he's got a
but
lot of money, he can just call an Uber.
but my thing is this: if I have a path to escape, a so-called path, but this path is dangerous from the threat of a pursuit, I would rather have a path in the same path without that threat of pursuit, and the way I can uh, increase the likelihood or decrease the danger of the threat of pursuit is by restraining the person before I flee. I
Yeah,
would
but
always
threat,
pick. I
threat
would
of pursuit,
always. I
threat of
would
pursuit
always.
is
I
is
would
is
always. I would always try to maximize my safety, and I don't think any. I don't think
yeah, but
anyone's.
how are you
I don't.
maximizing your safety by
I
trying
just.
to go and restrain somebody that you already have the opportunity to flee from? If
Because
you're
if I.
going,
You gotta think out bigger than you. She has a
if
right. She has a right to not get in the
if
car if she doesn't want to get in the car.
let's assume that you are
What are you
saying that
talking about, bro? She
the threat
assaulted
of
me. She has.
Oh,
pursuit.
She.
let pace go.
Well, I mean, I was interrupted, Prime, but go ahead.
Let's assume that the threat of pursuit is a logical thing here. Well, while you're pursuing somebody, you can be while somebody's pursuing you, if you got a considerable distance between them, you can be calling the police, doing your diligence to bring safety upon yourself, rather than going back and getting involved in a situation that can cause you to come out the bad guy.
But
Because the
but
fact of the
but
matter
that.
is
But you
is
calling the
in
police.
Well, let
You
pace
calling the
finish.
police as you run.
Let pace finish.
Oh, okay, I'm not allowed to finish, but okay, go
Yeah,
ahead.
hold on, come on. You've
You've been talking this whole
entire
time.
No, I
This is
time.
the
wasn't.
first
But
time
I didn't
speaking.
finish. But
Yeah,
you're right.
yeah.
But this is his first time speaking.
Yeah, yeah. Let pace get a
No,
chance here. Then you
Pace
can
is right.
respond to him.
what I'm saying is in this situation, even if you're going and you're calling the police and you're getting ready to be involved in this, you have an opportunity to diffuse the situation right there. And if they're still pursuing you while you're calling the police, if you have a considerable amount of distance between them, the only time that restraining them or going after them becomes an issue is if they have a weapon. And in this situation, that wasn't there. So there was nothing there to happen because, number one, in the legal system, regardless of whether we think it's fair or not about how equality is considered in the court of law, when it comes to physicality, a man versus a woman is always going to be charged as the aggressor, regardless of whether or not there's evidence in the opposite. And so when you are going to engage in that type of stuff, you have to be cognizant of where you are in a public setting where people can be there, so that there is more evidence than just hearsay evidence. And any evidence that is not captured on camera is hearsay. And the court cannot use it as something admissible to protect his character. So if you have an opportunity to diffuse, you have an opportunity to flee from the situation, take it.
Okay, so you think take opportunity, even if it's not the safest possible route. If it's a route for flee, take it.
What makes it not the safest possible route?
Because if you can do additional act preemptively before taking that same route, that would increase the likelihood of safety.
Isn't that more chance for your harm? If you're trying to restrain them, isn't that more chance that you're going to get hurt versus you running away?
That is more chance, and also that's not
you're right.
preemptively.
Brian, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say let Dream go.
Oh, but you didn't. You didn't have no bass in your voice that time, Brian. What's going on? Anyways, you saw he was waiting for y'all to finish before you.
I was pointing at you.
Yeah, pointing versus. I think let me finish.
Okay.
Make your point.
I'm giving Prime a hard time, but as I was saying, I think it's reasonable, and I think it's morally right. You're talking legally. I don't really care for the law if it's.
Well, even morally, a man.
Okay. I think it's
under the morals of Christianity.
Wait a minute.
Supposed to do it.
Let Dream finish, please.
So as I was saying, I think morally, personally, that you're allowed to restrain somebody if you believe and you're within reasonable reason, and it's reasonable that you have good evidence to suggest that you wouldn't necessarily increase the likelihood, you wouldn't necessarily increase harm being put onto you at a significantly more level. Maybe it's a 1% more, but then like if you take a 1% chance to increase your safety by 10%, I think it's reasonable to take the 1% more chance. So even though you are increasing the likelihood of being harmed, you are actually overall on net increasing your quality of life because of you taking that risk initially as an extra step. Gives more of a guarantee of a later safer route for a safety.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is, I think it's reasonable for you as a strong black man, knowing that you can restrain somebody who is much smaller than you, put it in their car because you don't want them chasing after you and doing God knows what behind your back, and you want to be able to have enough time and create enough distance versus if you just ran away, there wouldn't be enough distance because there is no lag time before somebody running behind you. So if you just restrain them, there's going to be a huge lag time from them collecting themselves from the restrainment towards chasing you. So I think it's reasonable.
She's not a threat of violence. Tim.
I want it. So I'm gonna allow Pace to respond, but I want to move past this topic. I feel like we've run this thing.
Please,
and I'd like to move on to our prepared topic. So go ahead, Pace. You can get the last word on this, and we're gonna move on.
Yeah, I was just going to wrap it up with. I mean, again, if you're talking about preeminently avoiding a situation by restraining somebody, that's not preemptively, because that would assume that they've already tried to strike you. So
that's literally what happened. Literally what happened.
Let him go.
When you have the opportunity to diffuse the situation, even if you're going to say that them pursuing you and you can't get enough distance and time between the two parties to never to do something, well, eventually one of you is going to tire out from running, unless she's trying to mow you down with the car, which apparently wouldn't have been this case because they're pursuing on foot. I don't see what advantage you have by trying to restrain somebody that's smaller than you, and then they wind up calling in the police and saying that you assaulted them, and now the police come with guns pointed at you. You've now put yourself in further harm's way.
Okay, so we'll move past.
But that's
we're moving past.
Ad hoc rationality.
We'll come back to it.
Well, that's some other time. Okay. So hello everyone. This is All Black Everything, which we
We
have
should skip
Thursdays
intros.
Post talk, my bad.
Sorry.
On 8 p.m. Eastern. Thanks all for coming through. Really appreciate it. You said you wanted to skip the intros, Bam? Is that what you
Just because
said?
of the time that we've had,
Yeah.
like going, I'm about to say we
Yeah.
have less than an hour on this first topic.
Okay, well here's the thing about that first topic. It was Solus's idea, and Solus was unable to join us. So
I
like,
still want to talk about it because I actually have an idea on that one.
Yeah, I got an opinion about it too. I actually thought this was going to be something me and Solus disagree on it. I'm sad that he didn't show up. Go
okay,
at him
well,
head to head with something.
okay, so well, why don't we put up to a vote then? Because and to the audience members, because I know a lot of you guys came for the ski mask discussion, and that is our topic. That's our second topic. So if you would have some patience with us, but uh, I'll so that's three. Was it three? It was
I'm
Charles
gonna bully Solus to get him on
and
here.
Majin. You guys want
No.
to?
I'd also want to. I think, like I said, I picked the. I mean, I brought up the second topic, but I don't know if it's 2.5 hours of content there.
Hold on,
Okay.
Solus,
Knowing you
get
all,
your
I'm pretty
ass on
sure.
here so I can whoop your ass in this debate.
Yeah,
And then Mario Kart.
Okay.
What if he might be getting some pussy, bro? Relax.
This first
Well,
one
let's
should
go.
be good. Oh, we are
I'm
doing cake.
how much of a degenerate bro are you if you don't give up sex? It's y'all, it's strangers on the internet. Honestly, but okay, all right. So you guys, I didn't consider to be that level of excitement for this topic. Okay, so you
Yeah,
guys
I'm really excited about this one.
feel strongly about this, and it really sucks that Solus wasn't here then, because I'm sure he.
Hold
really
on, hold
wanted
on. He's like, what they talking about? I was like, yo, subject the ski mask.
his
His
No,
subject
no,
wasn't
no.
his
the
subject
ski
not
No,
the
mask.
ski
it's
mask.
not
Sorry.
true.
This was
No,
the first one.
the
Oh,
first topic.
Yeah, it says on the thing. Credit Solus.
Yeah, Majin just he's might be
my bad,
dyslexic,
my
so give him
bad.
a break.
Yeah, a little dyslexic moment there, a little bit.
Okay, all right. So then that's what we'll do. If you guys really want to talk about the first subject, then we'll do that first. And for everyone who came for the ski mask topic, because that one's super interesting. Stick around. It'll be like in less than an hour. We'll be discussing that. Okay. So stick around for that discussion. We haven't forgotten about that. All right. So topic one. If you were a black person in the heart of segregated America, would you choose to do what your forefathers did and seek integration? Or would you take a black nationalist approach, try to build your own parallel black economy, black Wall Street, grocery stores, etc.? What course of action do you think is the most fruitful and why? Again, our friend Solus came up with this. So what he's asking is, eh, it's a big discussion within like the Black liberation movement. Is that like is it better to integrate with the larger society, and integrate both politically and economically with that larger society that has had so much hate like directed at you, as well as like physical violence and all that? Is that the best course of action for black people, or to form our own thing, right? Basically create our own sub economy, as some other ethnicities have done, right? To strengthen ourselves, like only go to black businesses, only um I guess I don't know what else. Black business is really the heart of it, but like live in like black enclaves and all that, like purposely that we built, not like
Like reservations.
they aren't foisted on us like the ghetto is, right? So anyway, that's kind of the two different paths, and in this timeline, we went down more the integration path, but there were a lot of people like Marcus Garvey who are encouraging the other path, the keep us segregated path, like voluntarily segregated path. So let's go to our friend Bam to start off with, and
Yeah, I'm gonna give sort of a cop out answer. To some degree, like integration is a necessary thing. I don't think you can have two separate yet actually equal classes in society. Like, especially being a minority, more than likely you'll be considered.
Can Bam
somewhat
go last? I don't want people to copy his answer.
Okay, all right. No, we'll do that. We'll start with our friend.
Can I go first? Because I've been talking about this with Solus the last couple of days, and I have an
No,
interesting take.
I actually want our friend Razor to go first, and then
Okay.
we'll next.
Okay, because based on I'll go first. Based on James, based on what Ben was just starting to say, it already sounded like he was had the same idea that I was already talking about with
I bet he did.
talking about with my girlfriend yesterday. Like when I read their question, my first thought was, why can't we do both? Like let's first start first, of course, get our black communities stronger, better, like do the Black Wall Street and everything, sure, but don't have to segregate. Just make sure that everyone knows that this is built, made by blacks for blacks, but we're more than willing to integrate with the great society and let everyone in. Just know that it's black owned. um it can it can easily be done, and it would make it to where the economy could thrive in general for all of America, not just for one part. uh that was my initial thought on it, and
That's a
I'm
good
willing
answer.
to hear what else is going on from that front.
Okay. Now I'll throw it over to Machin.
So ultimately, if you look at how things have been going, right? We've been at this for a long time trying to figure out how to make like, us black folks accepted in this society, and we've been failing hundreds of years, right? Even to the point where, like, if you bring up things from the 1940s, like general population of the United States, like if you talk about like when Oregon was founded or the Oregon Constitution and stuff in the 1940s, that's so long ago. And you'd be like, yo, people's grandparents are still alive that went through this, you know? Um, we've been beating our heads over these laws and everything for a fair shake, even with the Jonathan Majors thing, the Tamar Rice, the kid that got shot, all this stuff, and we can't seem to get a fair shake, right? We've been trying this way for hundreds of years, and it's just not, we're making small progress, but nothing I would say in a while substantial. We have made substantial growth, but nothing in a long time. Why wouldn't we try another option, right? We can go, if we did do, like, everybody's like afraid of when you talk reservations, because what we've seen as the definition for a lot of Native American reservations, where there's alcoholism, disability, stuff like that. But there are also, like here in the Pacific Northwest, the reservations that are tied to Chinookwans or Alani casinos and stuff like that are thriving. Um, or even out in Madras, Oregon, which is a reservation city for the most part, thriving. They do have their problems, but just like everywhere else, we can't seem to get things focused on when it comes to our education, what we need for our people, and all this. I mean, I'm going on 38. This has been a problem since I am 30. I'm going on 39. This has been a
Damn.
problem we've been talking about since I was a kid. If we keep beating our head against the same wall, why don't we just try other options? Why don't we try to set up? We need reparations for slavery. We had a wartime promise, which is just as good as the law. We had a 40 acres and a mule. Let's do stuff like we've already seen in Germany with like Bavaria and stuff like that. Carve up a little piece of this land, have the United States give us an umbilical cord so we can set up our own government and stuff like that. We will say we're not kicking people out either. It's just under new management, right? We establish our own laws, our own, even the same curriculum to the United States, but we teach our kids in the way we need to teach them, because obviously the system right now isn't working for them. I see a lot of potential benefit good if we do go back with the separatist movement.
Okay. Pace.
I think it's ludicrous to think that you can have two concurring civilizations being in the same space, taking up the same period of time, and have them both be equally represented and equally successful, especially if one society is has more power, more economic might and more political might, they're going to always be superior to the other side, and the other side is going to always falter, and it's going to cause infighting, and then it's going to lead to civil war on that territory to try to take over more space. We've seen this type of stuff in every other region of the world where they have tried to have two separate societies taking up the exact same space. It always leads to the same conclusion. The easiest method to go about doing this is better education on what it means to be financially literate in the United States for blacks and for other poor people of different colors, but mostly for blacks for the topic of this panel. We have so many black people that are financially unaware, financially illiterate, and when presented with the education or presented with the options, um, because of the nature of the people that are bringing it to them, they reject it. And it's a big problem that I've seen for a number of years when I started in the financial sector and started teaching on how to be financially independent and investments and stuff. They come and they tell you that you're one of my favorite lines I've ever been called was that I'm a class trader because I learned how to invest in the stock market and use that to increase my own personal wealth and the wealth of my family so that if I die tragically, somebody will inherit a lot of money. But because of that, even though I'm not making more money than anybody else, I've been casted into the worst regions of people. And that's not something that needs to happen because it's so easy, especially right now in this America right now, to take advantage of all of these things. My grandmother is 63 years old, and I just started a business for her 2 weeks ago.
Damn, she's young,
Uh,
bro.
and went and actually I started the business in October. But we finished finalizing everything a couple of weeks ago. I went and paid for all the LLCs, set up everything. So now she has her own business. I created job application forms. I printed out over there. I got all of these
Sure. Could we
paperworks
just move it
and
on?
stuff. And these are the things that we need to be doing. We need to be trying to teach young people, young black people, how to make an advantage in business in America today because they have all of the ability to do it.
Thanks so much, DQ.
Yeah, I think that there's a way that we can do a FUBU, for us, by us, approach, right? And like we could start our own businesses, we could start our own grocery stores, we could, like crowd fund all of this, right? um and
Yeah.
also keep like our money in the black community. It may be difficult, but like there are ways we can create our own like green books again, okay, which would tell you all the safe places that you could go traveling through America that weren't racist or things of that sort. We can like do that stuff on the internet now, right? We have the power to connect each other throughout the world to like help each other, right? So I think that we can like just do that and still like, yeah, I also feel conflicted because like the Black Panthers also started like tried doing that stuff, and then we know how they that ended, right? So I think, like I said, if we can do like grocery stores or things where we all like own the business together, like it's not just like sold off to Wall Street, it's us, the people, the workers who own the businesses. Um, I think that we could like do a FUBU.
Okay. Water Kai.
Well, Queen kind of touched on it, but in a different way I was going to. A lot of people like people like Thomas Howell like to say that black people were doing better during segregation than we're doing right now. This is mostly because the money that black people spent stayed within their own communities because we weren't allowed to spend money elsewhere. But that also cut off our heads in the ability to make more money. So I definitely believe we should act more like our minority counterparts, especially like how Jewish people do it. They will support a business if it's run by their people. And if there are businesses struggling within their community, they will put more money into that business to help it stay afloat. So definitely nationalism is not the best way to do things, because you're going to cut yourself off from revenue streams. Historically, when we tried like the Negro, well, we didn't do it because we wanted to, but we had the Negro Leagues. uh, when they saw the Negro Leagues were making money, they started poaching athletes from the Negro Leagues. So these things are not going to be sustainable over time. So ultimately, we need to, yes, start our own businesses. I don't know about co-ops or anything on that order, but we like what Pace was saying, we need to become financially stable and being able to start our own businesses, and we also need to patronize each other. But that doesn't mean we need to cut ourselves off from the rest of society in doing so.
Dream is
Where'd
away.
Dream go?
Why don't we go to Bam?
Yeah. So I'm not gonna repeat. I agree with a lot of the things that Kai said as far as establishing communities. And funding the community and not cutting ourselves off from revenue streams. I also think that they're like the idea that we tried this for hundreds of years. It also isn't true. Ruby Bridges, the first girl to integrate into to go to an integrated school, was is 69. She's still alive. So Segregation is actually very new in our in our history, and I think that it has had positive impacts on the community. The bigger grasp is just having black enclaves or black neighborhoods that we do like make an active pursuit of make an active effort of supporting. But yeah, we you do want to take in outside dollars. Like if all the black people just funding, black capitalism alone doesn't solve any of these issues. Like it does have to be like an intracommunal thing. And if you're going to be subject to the same government, you probably don't want to shut yourselves off as far as like political engagement. So yeah.
All right. Well,
Right on
I
time.
mean,
I
we
think
we
I
wouldn't.
think Dream
Hello,
completely
excuse me.
timed that, but okay. Dream, go ahead. It's your turn.
Dream pulled a Kramer.
So you're right about that. So I think
Hey guys.
when I was reading this, I was like, we could, but like I was actually shocked at what Razor said, because literally what I want to say as well. So what Razor was saying is absolutely true. Like we can say both, we can do both of these things. Seeking integration, meaning that we would seek equality under the law, because that's what integration means. Because before integration, it was pretty much South African apartheid. There's this black neighborhood, and we have separate laws for black people. That's literally apartheid, just the same way that South Africa had it. So I do believe that I don't know who said it. Maybe it was Lethe, but like the black community can gather around and organize themselves, like the Jewish community, and like the Chinese community, like the Latino community, and like congregate for the most part amongst each other and elevate each other's businesses, and have like maybe like credit unions, black owned credit unions. I know of this guy who's like the CEO of this like black bank organization, where he's like doing stuff with like collectively amongst black banks, where they're eventually gonna be doing great things. So I do think there's a false dichotomy of, we've tried it so many years, why not try something new? It's working what we're trying. Like there is nothing else that works except incrementalism. Like incrementalism is over time, that's how change works. Like slowly over time, right? Like, it used to be the vast majority of the people used to like don't accept gay people, and now gay marriage is legal, and that didn't happen overnight. That happened over hundreds, if not decades, right? So the point about black people being equal, it fully equal, we have yet to really see that. Besides, like obviously legally we're fully equal now, but in terms of societally, socially equal, we have yet to see that. But we have been slowly getting there. So, each year we're closer than the previous one. So
I think we've kind of regressed, to be honest with you. I'll use something. Maybe all of us had shared this moment. When Donald Trump and all his lead to his first presidency. And when we were, especially, I live in Portland, right? We had those riots was crazy up here. Um, I remember my grandmother coming to me and my little brother. My little brother isn't young; he's mid-20s, right? And she was crying. She was afraid for us. She was like, "Hey, you guys are big black guys, and stuff like that. And we are active in our community. Like, we go to the marches and stuff like that. We're very active when it comes to the black community." um she was crying because she was afraid that we're gonna have to go through the things that she went through back in the 60s and 50s and shit like that. She was actually like fear in her eyes. I never thought I would such a strong woman, never thought I would see that. You know what I'm saying? And then even with the Jonathan Majors case, right, where we have these people that were, I don't know if that guy got a fair shake, man. I don't think he got a fair shake from the jury of his peers. I think people just packed him up by the color of his skin. Um,
Okay.
I
when we
think part of
when we
this,
see almost done, when we see these things impacting our culture, and it feels like we're having things like our voice, like even our story taken away from us. Y'all don't feel discouraged off of that? Y'all don't feel that?
I
no,
feel
not
hope.
necessarily. I feel like the narrative is messed up for Black people to where all around the world we're viewed as violent, horrible people that do crime, so on and so forth, because we perpetuate those ideas within our own media, within other people's media, and this is shopped around the entire world. So, of course, this narrative that's already out there allows the cops, the legal system, and everyone else to go ahead and treat us that way. And until we can change that perception about ourselves, not much is going to change. So when a young kid of whatever race says, "I want to be something great. I want to be Bill Gates. I want to be Donald Trump. I want to be, Jackie Chan," something like that. Who do Black people have to look up to in that way beyond just sports stars?
Robert F. Smith.
Well, a lot of people don't know who he is, but I think that narrative is getting old. I think that the framing of Black people in media has changed dramatically, even in the last decade. Like,
Obama.
yeah, I don't like. I think we see Black people playing all types of different roles, all types of different, getting all types of different opportunities. I also think the narrative that things are getting worse for people. It's something people say, but it doesn't seem to be something that I'm seeing in my day to
Demonstrated.
day life. Like they say, like people make the argument like what the black net worth is dropping to zero by 2040 or something like that.
2050.
Yeah, 20, and I'm like, I'm seeing more black people in medicine. I'm seeing more black people in, more black lawyers. I'm seeing more black nurses, more like people who are entering into in tech. Like I'm like in my real life, and I'm not saying that's everybody. Like I can't, like I not that I haven't seen the data on it, but it
No,
seems that black people are finding more positions in society. Black men are having rates of college graduation issues, but that's a men issue in general. Black women are getting their degrees, and degrees don't necessarily mean work, but there's a correlation there. Like
but even so, Bam, like to add on, like even though Black men are seeing less rates of college degrees, there are seeing still a high
they're still
rate.
higher than the 60s. Yeah,
No. They're still even sure here, but even more than that, just because you're not getting a college degree doesn't mean you're not getting a trade, right? Like you're not getting certified in trade, which is a lot of Black men. They are like doing construction, they are doing plumbing, they're doing gig work, right? Like the vast
barbers.
stuff like that. So like you're getting a trade versus going to college. So if there's and Black men are overrepresented in trade businesses compared to Black
Yeah,
women.
and that's another one too. People don't give that the credit that it's due. Like
Exactly.
the
And there's not,
trade is arguably, or not even arguably, the trade is just
it's
in
just
many
more
cases
consistent
just
and
better
getting
than
more
getting a
money.
degree.
Yeah. And
We
because
still
you
forget that Black people still have the highest unemployment rate in this country, though.
at a all-time low, even
Is it
though they're
higher than
the
Native Americans and
No, the people on the reserve have a higher poverty rate than
The
anyone else in the
poverty
country.
rate, but I'm saying
The
jobs
unemployment.
rate.
I
I
We
mean, they
will
probably
still
just give them
always
like
have the highest jobs rate
they probably
where
giving
we
any
don't
job
get
at.
jobs. Black people don't get jobs. Like
But
let's be
listen,
real.
you don't necessarily want zero employment rate. Like that's just not equally. It's just not financially sound. You
Well,
don't want.
Sure,
yeah.
but there's also the rate of like people pursuing jobs. Like it's hard to actually calculate the unemployment rate because there's like the unemployment rate accounts for like people who have put in an application like within the last like
Yeah.
30 days.
And,
Like
You have
there's
two
there's
numbers
people who
to
like
look at. Two
don't
numbers
just
to look at.
aren't
You
trying to
have to
work.
look at you have to look at the natural unemployment rate, and then you also have to look at that versus the labor participation rate. And what we saw at the end of the Obama years going into the Trump years, we saw a massive shift of people that dropped out of the labor participation rate. Towards the end of the Trump years before COVID happened, we saw a spike of people re-entering the participation rate. After COVID, people jumped out of it again because things dropped down, and we're finally starting to see those participation numbers come back. And even then, black numbers for unemployment is relatively close to the natural rate of unemployment, if not beneath it, because natural rate of unemployment, if I remember correctly, is 5.5%, and black unemployment rates right now,
it's
I
like
think,
4.
is teetering at 4.8. So we're overperforming in expectations. The problem is right now is that um, the market is oversaturated with too many workers that are applying for the same job and not applying for other jobs that black, for example, a real dream hit on a big one. Trades are so important, particularly for black people, because white people are taking those advantage, and traders where the money at. There's too many. We've had the media lying to people for generations, telling them to go get a college degree and we'll get you a better job, when instead they should have told you that you should go get certified in something and then pursue higher education after you've already got a license to work in your field.
I'm not necessarily sure about that, right? Because at least in my state, like especially if you're a minor and you commit a crime, right? Instead of sending you to juvie or stuff like that, you can be assigned to go to Job Corps, which Job Corps has been around forever. It's not as publicized as it used to be, but this is for kids who didn't do as well as high. You could go get your GED or high school diploma and learn a trade through this program. It is low key like a prison, but it's a prison school.
So
I
I want
mean,
Um,
to.
you can go to Job Corps without
Can we
also
yeah, you
reset
like
don't
this
you don't have
having.
to.
conversation?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Can
yeah,
we reset this conversation on?
Yeah, let's reset.
yeah.
Well, I
Like
wanted to talk about the trades.
what?
I
Oh
don't
well,
think
we're
I
done
don't
with
think it's
segregation.
relevant right now. Yeah, no, let's just talk about what really matters, which is like progress has been made. Progress is going to continue to be made, and just because there's a step back and a few years span doesn't mean that progress isn't going to continue to be made. Like we are still like, and you're. I just think you're actually objectively wrong in terms of progress taking a being a step back, because we are further today on the conversation of reparations than we ever have been in the history of this
Are
nation.
we? I don't think we moved anywhere on that.
Do you?
I think
think
we're
so.
still in the
we
same
being
spot that we
hold on,
discussed.
were
hold
20
on.
years ago.
We literally have an a state
Reparations
council
task
for
force?
reparations. Yeah, state reparations task force in the state of California, and there have been there have already been implemented local city reparations in certain, like there's one city in Illinois, I forgot the name, but yeah, there's multiple city localities where they've already implemented reparations for Black folks for those specific
Yeah,
cities where
I
that
live in
city.
one of those states with during COVID. It's one of my arguments that I use against lactoid. During COVID, that only black people got through Oregon got a like $5,000, like two payments. One was like 5,000, the other one was like 3 grand, and I think it did fluctuate on like your income, right? But yeah,
Okay.
and it was called the Oregon Cares Act. It was only for black people during COVID.
Plus, I
Oh
don't know
yeah,
if that's a good argument because
absolutely not.
but
Absolutely.
arguably reparations would be easier if we were like still segregated. If black people lived in in enclaves, like
How?
all the people were still in one city, it's easier to like justify the direct descendants of like, oh, okay, the people like when you do policy for this town or this city, like they benefit. It's the reason why we're able to fund reservations in the way that we do.
That's not what I'm
Like
talking
and
about.
reservations, first of all, we suck at funding reservations, but like it's easy to
Yeah.
perform the policy of it because there's a direct community that you're filing to versus like some people argue like, what does it mean to be black? You know, blah blah blah. You don't have to draw these lines if you
Brother,
just give the money to the black
brother,
territory.
Native Americans having land is one way that they receive reparations. Like if we didn't
He's
want to
not
give
disagreeing with you.
no, I'm saying that the whole reason that they can even have an enclave of only Native American things is because of the reparations that they were given.
I'm not
No,
sure.
No,
that's
it's
not.
because we
That's not
made
actually.
treaties with them and we had to
The
hold
treat
to their
I
treaties.
don't know the
the treat,
reservations
like
or
did we
reparations.
were we obligated to give them a treaty?
Yes, because
Yeah,
we
we signed
we
the
signed that
treaty.
into our constitution. That's in
Hold on, hold
that's
on.
in
I'm
the
sorry.
constitution. The
We were
treaties we have with them
What if we
are in
just
the
said F
constitution.
Native Americans? We took your land.
Then
Fuck
they
you.
could have
Like,
went to war on us, and we could have
we
killed them
won the
all.
war. There's 3%
Oh
of
my
them
God,
left.
you do not understand Native American history, it seems
No,
like.
I'm saying there was no obligation because we had the power in the situation. Sure, we could have won a war, but it would have been like swatting a
Yeah,
fly.
but if we're
I
the
don't
we're
know
the
about
ones
that.
we're the ones
Native
that
Americans killed a
instituted
lot
the
of fucking
treaty.
people.
They
So
had
they knew the
swatting a
land
fly.
way better,
wait, Prime. What
should-
did you just say?
They there were massive losses,
especially at the time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
at the time there were massive losses.
97% of their
Where we get guerrilla warfare
This is
tactics.
now-
97% of
This is
them
where we
died.
get guerrilla warfare tactics from.
Yeah,
That doesn't
We
mean we
had to
won't
like
win.
how
We-
they did things
we-
is
just
because they
because-
was whooping our ass.
They were getting rocked.
Even
Yeah, they were whooping our ass.
even
Yeah,
if
they partnered up
if
with
Native Americans
different nations as
invented
well.
even if Native American invented a way, we had more power and more people, and over time, even though we would on per capita probably lose more lives, sure,
You might
but
want to
we
go
would have
back
won
in
the
that.
war.
They had
Dream.
they had the land. They
Let's
knew how to
reel
use
that
the
back
land
in.
better than
Yeah.
us. They would
and
drive.
even
They
the
had better
population
vehicles.
wasn't that
And
big at
just
the
It
time.
was
because you
whooping our
won-
ass, man.
and just because you will win a war doesn't mean you don't want a treaty, right? Like
Yeah.
That's
you
not what I
can't-
said.
Like Dream,
But,
it's
huh,
your
but
your
that's
argu- it's
that's the
your
basis
argument.
of your argument. You're like, hey, well, like
Yeah.
eventually we're going to win any which way because we had a technological advantage over them. So
No,
I'm
I
saying
said-
that like
This is really
so what
frustrating.
I'm saying is that like to save lives, right, of your own side, you'd want a treaty.
I
Like,
don't
yeah.
disagree with that. You're acting
Oh.
like you're contradicting me when I'm literally saying exactly what you're saying, Prime.
No,
But you're
you
acting like
didn't say exactly
you're acting
what
like
he
the
said.
United States like bestowed
You-
like,
you
oh,
said-
you Native Americans, you're so lucky we decided to give you a treaty. I'm like, there was a serious conflict. They were like taking
Like,
out
You
cities.
stop killing us. Let us give you this, and maybe you guys can calm down and stop
I'm
killing us. and we'll stop killing
obviously
you.
the treaty was in what had mutual interest, right? They
Of
prevented
course,
law.
that's what the treaty's for. But what you're
okay.
saying,
Oh
what
my
you're saying
gosh.
makes it seem like, well,
You're
Yes,
so
the-
benevolent.
we're stronger than you, so
Yes.
we don't have to honor the
You're
treaty
making
that we
us-
asked you
you're
to
making it
sign.
seem like
that's not what I
we're
said. I'm saying
benevolent to not honor the
this is what
treaties.
I'm saying. You
what it sounds
guys
Just let him
keep
say it.
you guys keep extrapolating implications for what I'm saying that's not there necessarily. Please just take what I'm saying.
What you saying?
let him
Nope.
let him go. Let him finish.
Please just
Go ahead.
understand what I'm
My
saying directly, because what I'm saying directly is that the United States has leverage in the treaty. They didn't have to make the treaty. There was a mutual interest in doing the treaty, but they could have just taken the loss, the short-term loss for the longer-term gain of not having to answer or give money to anyone, and just say, "Listen, we won the war, but you know what? We also want the short-term gain of not being killed right away. So we don't want to deal with that. So we'll do the mutual interest of having a treaty." That's all I'm saying.
There's every treaty ever.
And
Somebody always has leverage.
and we're still like killing Native Americans slowly. But this is besides the point. The point is that like honestly, we'll never be as equal on the terms of Native Americans doing their own. This really just sounds like what I was talking about last week, which is the Move to South documentary. Then we should all just move to the motherfucking South again and build our motherfucking political power, build our own cities or what like we want to envision them, or we should buy back fucking blocks and like give it to like the people who need it. We can like rebuild like the houses. Like if they're there, we can refurnish them. Like there's all things that we can essentially do.
I think the
Overall,
best thing that happened from
I would
think the
want more than thing I would want is I would want it to be based off. I would want it more often to be based off class. Thanks to the years of segregation and everything, it's still going to hit majority Black communities with when we do this buying out blocks and helping the people who need it, it will hit majority of Black people. But because I'm very much for like I said, I'm for the integration and the intersectionality.
You wouldn't be born without it, right?
Yeah.
Ha. Okay. Ha. But yeah, like I would just doing like this plan that you're saying, Queen, of like buying out blocks and everything and helping everything. It just would be better if we did it based off class instead of race nowadays, because it's so integrated at this point.
But this is
I
why I
disagree
was
with that.
talking.
I
This is why I was
disagree with that
talking
too.
about earlier. Is that if we could within our own communities crowdfund like a grocery store that's owned for us, by us, it's owned
No,
by the
that's not gonna work.
community. That stuff it can and does work. That's basic
It's
socialism.
Yeah,
not going.
this is
That's
kind of the
not
That
going to
cooperative.
work.
doesn't
It's
work.
Hold
It's
on,
it's
socialism.
not
DeAndre.
going to work because
It can't work
we've
fully.
seen
We
things
can
like that
because
You need the
we
before.
government
don't.
on.
Okay,
You need the
because
government on our
really,
side.
and
They,
honestly,
No,
because
it does
We
not
honestly,
already
work.
we
Wait a
already
minute.
see.
Like,
honestly,
one person.
can I get
No.
out? Because if honestly, if we're going to depend on quote unquote the stock market, which is some fucked up fake shit, it's fake
oh my,
fucking money.
everything's
It's
fake.
fake money that doesn't
Money's
really
fake.
exist. But if something that we can stay in our own communities by supporting Black businesses, whether that be a grocery store, whether that be a barber shop, whether that be like whatever it is, like we should be able to do it within our own communities
But the
for
Well,
us,
let's
problem,
by
Or
us.
well
adding or
let's
adding
say
getting more people, hold on, or adding getting more people, because we already have this, right? Getting white people to buy our products. We have this in music, we have this in sports. We don't turn away the money, but we make sure they exclusively buy our shit outside of just music and fucking entertainment, but our products. To speak
Yeah.
towards what Razor, where oh God, I lost my little bit of my train of thought.
Yeah.
You said something, Razor, that I wanted to chime up because I disagreed with that
Making
point.
it be class
Well,
focused on class.
I wouldn't want to be like
Oh yeah,
class
class.
based because
We live.
since the ways the segregation
Yeah,
works
yeah,
and
yeah.
everything, yeah.
We already have this problem right now when it comes to like Black issues, when it comes into the LGBT and when it comes into feminism, that grossly, like a lot of these conversations when it's with the LGBT parties or the feminism parties do talk to women as whole, or people a part of the LGBT crew, does talk to their problems as a whole, but there are exclusive problems that come to when you are a Black member, a part of the LGBT, or a Black member, a part of feminism, especially when it comes to the feminism things, because rights between Black women and white women are entirely different. They move entirely different because the world is entirely different for these two people. So with that thought, when you see these things and these type of things, you would have to innately think that this is going to be an issue when it comes to money and classing. We have unique problems that isn't going to be, some of our biggest problems are unique to being Black and poor, right? Doesn't
that's what
encompass some of
reparations are
these
for.
Yeah,
issues.
I was about to say it's weird having intersectionality and class blind in the same sentence. Like I feel like you can't be both. Like intersectionality literally is a term that exists like for the purpose of saying that like, oh, okay, we can't be just focused on class or just focus on like we have to focus on these things simultaneously.
No. That's not
Yeah.
necessarily what intersectionality is. In terms of what intersectionality is, it was created because there was a Black woman that couldn't get a job at a factory, and even though there was a white woman working there and Black man, and then she was like complaining, it's like I think they're being discriminated against. She was like, no, there's Black people working there. No, I really do think no, but there's women working there. And no, but I'm a Black woman. I think that there's a specific prejudice against me, not just being Black, not just being white, not just being a woman, but being specifically a Black woman. And so what Majin's trying to say to Razor is that sure, we could focus on class, and generally that would like disproportionately affect Black people, but there are specific issues specifically for Black people of all classes that we're trying to focus on.
That's not who
I don't disagree.
and
I
what
don't disagree with
like
that.
intersectionality is. and it was coined in 1989 by
The
a
creep
Black
show.
woman. And so
Yes.
honestly, like
That's what I just said.
intersection entered, no, because you're talking about it was because of these workers or whatever. No, Kimberly
those are not
Crenshaw
mutually
was the
exclusive.
was the one. No, and she was specifically talking about our intersectionality. We can be Black and there's our intersectionality. We can be Black and LGBTQ. We can be
Those are not
Black
mutual.
and that is the intersectionality.
But that,
Yeah, I mean,
that
it was like
that
a
literally didn't
doesn't
contradict
involve
anything I said.
well, I mean, it was just it was a college theory more so like than like
And
implemented in some workplace.
Yeah.
it's
Yes.
nonsense.
I could see how you could
I don't-
implement it, but it was
I
like
don't
a
think
university
I
thing.
don't think that it's important to even discuss things like that, because what the greater focus is if we are talking about making an ideal society where the qualities for all peoples are the same, you don't have to focus on those things. You just have to focus on making everything better for the whole. And if you are able to succeed in that forum, then you will succeed. If you're unable to succeed, then you won't succeed. I think what needs to be focused on more is what Kai said at the very beginning, is focus on educating young Black people to eliminate this stereotype that Black people can't do certain things, or that Black people are portrayed as a certain way because we keep feeding into the narrative and giving them ammunition, when it's very easy. All of this stuff has starts at home, but it also starts at the local elections, to elect people that that run our schools, that will do that are from our communities, that know how to treat our kids, that know what their needs are, that can get them the help that they need, that can get them the discipline that they need, and the opportunities that they need, so that they can be successful. As it is right now, you take a look at the schools where many of these young Black people are. These staffers are wholly disinterested in the education of these people at these schools, and it shows when they can't do basic math. 8% don't even graduate being able to read in their grade. It's horrible, and we have to be able to correct this, but that can't happen if we aren't addressing it at home. And unfortunately, that the problem with that is a problem that it was perpetuated in the 60s by LBJ. It's eliminating Black fathers from the household, uh, perpetuating this idea that that you need to have an entire culture to raise a kid, rather than the two-parent household to raise a kid, where they actually
Takes a
have the
village.
structure. And not only that, but when you have that type of structure at home, a mother and a father at home, that's less opportunity for that child to go out there after hours and go act a fool when their parents are working and there's nobody there to watch them and keep an eye on them. So we have to be able to focus on those types of things, because when you take a look at the numbers, Black married families are doing better than white married families on average. They're making more money on average than white married families of similar job descriptions, and they're doing better. And if we can continue to bring that back up within our society, I mean, Obama said it when he first got elected, that we can increase the numbers of Black excellency by about 70%, just by focusing on making sure they get a good education, making sure that they have a understanding of finances, and that they're waiting to get married to have children, and that they stay together. And if we can do that, we can fix a lot of the problems with our children, a lot of problems in our community right now. But it starts with getting rid of this notion that gives people a reason to look at Black people with a side eye.
I think
So
that like every time Pace says something, like I know,
So-
even if it makes sense to me, like all in my head that plays on repeat is like, this nigga let his white friend call him nigga, and like, and that like blocks out like 80% of what I say. Like even you make one like, but this nigga just saying it, let your white friend call him nigga.
I agree with a lot of
No,
what he said.
it's-
I don't think the
I'll
father
ask-
thing
no,
is
yeah,
the
no,
root of
yeah,
the issue,
okay.
but getting
So-
education is straight up. Oh, go ahead, Razor. Sorry.
I thought
Yeah.
Razor lets his
Yeah,
white
say-
friends
you
call
know-
him nigga.
Not that I heard.
I don't even use the. I rarely use the word.
So they couldn't.
No.
They haven't.
No, I make the joke. I make the joke like, here, let me give you a name card. Like I make the joke. That's about
Oh,
it.
okay.
I don't.
They don't joke back and say, "Hey."
No.
Okay,
Well,
thanks.
they'll do that. They'll do that thing, and then they'll stop. Yeah, they'll do that joke.
All right,
It's
then
not the
say
point.
it. Say
back to what I
it.
was-
I'm bad.
back so back to the main point. A lot of what Pace said definitely is definitely true. We do when it comes to kids kids needing better education and everything. I have to slightly disagree when it comes to the you absolutely need a mother and father all the time kind of thing. And this notion that the phrase "it takes a village" is newer. It's always been that way. It
True.
takes a village to raise a
It's
kid.
always been that way
Um,
since, yeah.
yeah,
Beginning
Yeah.
of time.
and
And especially in the black
and
family.
exactly, yes,
Absolutely.
and a good way like that, especially if you have if you're in a single parent household, like obviously I was raised. Um, the ways that kids can be kept out of doing mischievous shit or whatever, after school programs. So funding to schools for the education it also adds on to that too, makes it to where they have more extracurriculars, so they're getting their energy out easier. Um, while their parents, while they're either their mom or dad, whoever is taking care of them, especially if it's again a single parent household. Uh, Oh god. Being able to, socialize with more kids around their age so that they're not antisocial, so they're not needing to do these dumb things or anything like that. G it's I just have my so basically the only thing I have a biggest issue with is that you said it has to be a married family.
I didn't
That's
say it
like my
has to.
biggest
I didn't say it
Yeah,
has to
that's
be,
where I
but
was at with it.
it increases everything just
Yeah,
significantly. If you take a look
exactly.
at Black culture right now, I think the numbers right now show that 90% of black families are raised by a single parent, usually a single mother.
Mm.
And black people outside of Native Americans in
Wait,
this
is that like
country
on the
have
is that
Pace,
that
like
is
on the
you're
books
still
by hold on,
perpetuating
hold
all
on.
the
that is
negative stereotypes.
Hold on, hold
that
on,
is
hold
on
on.
the
I
whole.
just
No,
hold
no,
on
no,
real
no, no.
fast. Hold on, just clarification pace real quick. When you say the raised in the single parent household, is that like on books like they're just not married, or like are we talking like they just say that they're single parents but can't
They report on their taxes that they are single, that they are a single parent.
okay,
Right,
And
but the
that's
so
father
a
can
so
still
there's a
be there.
the dad can still
that's
be
true.
there, they're not married.
I
That's
think what
true.
So
However, what
We
I'm
have a
saying
high rate
is
of men
when we take a
and
look at
fathers in the
the
community.
actual data statistically, is the likelihood of a black person being risen to middle class and upper class is increased by over 70% just by having those things. It doesn't mean
is
that
guaranteed.
there aren't exceptions to the rules. It doesn't mean that it's guaranteed. It means that these are things that we have control over, that we have the opportunity to do in our own society that nobody else can do except for us to increase our odds. And it seems like because nobody wants the to address this, or like, oh, it's a negative thing. No, it's not a negative thing. But the fact is, the fact that we have 90% of our people that are out of wedlock that aren't have, and we're talking about, well, the people don't have they're taking care of their responsibilities, and we have all these child support arguments and reparations arguments and whatnot, but we're not talking about the most important thing, which is taking care of the kids at home. And we can do this without having anybody else get involved in it, just by doing it ourselves.
Sure, but
So,
outside of that, does integrate. Oh, my bad, bro.
oh no, I was gonna thank you. Thank you, Frozen Knight, for resubbing, and thank you, Bam, for gifting 5 subs. Really kind of you.
Sure.
And Public, Paul Limited. Thank you for gifting us up to Digital Bean. Really kind of everyone who supported. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. So like it seems that your argument Pace, even though you said something early, like the thing you said like in your opening, I agree with. What you're arguing now really has little to do with the idea of segregation versus integration. If anything, you could argue like if we were subject to different laws, if you're saying that like, oh, LBJ threw black men in jail, if you like, regardless of like the historical accuracy of all these things,
Well, no,
like
You know,
what I'm
can I?
saying absolutely has everything to do with it, because remember, in my opening, I have no issue with how we are today.
Right. I
my
understand. I know.
thing is
I'm
that
sure. Wait, that's
we
not my
aren't
point though.
taking advantage
I'm.
of everything that we have today, and this
Uh,
is one of those things that we can do without having to
I
use anybody else's
I
aid.
know, but
I want to be.
but
Can
I'm
I
just
say?
having the topic about the topic that we're having right now. I
I'm
understand
trying.
you like
No, no,
moving to a
he
different.
is. No, he isn't. He isn't. I know what he's trying to say.
He's saying that
What?
that's not the issue. Something else is the issue, but
No,
that's
no,
not the
no.
topic.
That's not what he's saying. No,
That's
that's
not
not.
what
Okay.
I'm saying. I'm not saying
I
that
know.
that's the
I know what
issue.
he's saying. Hold on, DeAndre. I can explain it really well for you.
Well, I think I could explain myself, but go
Yeah,
ahead.
but he's not
DeAndre was
hearing you. So I
there
think
over here.
I can do something right now. I can bridge the disconnect. So what Pace is saying is he would prefer a world of integration, and the reason why he would prefer a world because he sees a path towards advancing the group of Black people forward through this thing that he's talking about, which is getting married and having a job together and
Well,
advancing
that's
through
not what
marriage.
I was talking about at all.
So you're not
Hold on.
saying that. Hold on. So then I've
Okay.
been mistaken. So you haven't been saying that Black people's lives are improved if they are married. You haven't been saying that.
What I'm saying, what I
No,
use
wait.
that as
Answer
a
that question, please.
Wait, just let him
what
make his
I
point. You just now
what
you
I'm
trying to steal my position,
what
my
I'm
point. You
saying
supposed to be clearing something up.
is
We both need to
that
clear it in.
is that this is an option that we have that is shown provable through other cultures, through our culture in 50 years prior to today, that is provable to help advance our society. However, if we are in my ideal world, which is as it is right now, where we're integrated, because I don't think that you can uh, build business by being strictly homogenous unless 90% of the entire culture is of the same race as you, like China, for example. We don't have that luxury over here. And even if we were to create our own ethos within this country, would be surrounded by a greater society of white people surrounding us. And we would not be able to create a economically stable or superior culture or advanced culture by targeting at within ourselves when we have competition outside of us that outnumbers us by about 3 to 1. It's just not physically possible.
I'm waiting for the part for you to
But
say that this
what
isn't what you said.
but what I am
Wait a minute.
saying,
It doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Like I said, because this is still both.
I just don't understand why people was like, "Oh, that's not what I said," and he says literally exactly what I said.
He said
Okay.
he wanted to explain it himself, though. You know
Sure.
what I'm
but
saying?
But what
what
I asked if what I said was accurate. He's
what
like, no, that's not what I'm saying.
because what you're saying that the problem that you're saying that the problem that I'm having is that this is the way that we fix it. No, it's not the way that we fix this issue. This is just one
I
of the
didn't. What
avenues.
issue did I? What
we
issue
have.
did I say that existed that we needed to fix?
You're talking about whether or
Black
not that
prosperity?
in my ideal integrated America that we all get married. You don't have to get married.
No, I didn't say
It's
that.
just
This is
something
really
that
annoying. Why do people do that?
that is beneficial.
Okay. So
That's what I said.
statistically.
wait a minute. It's not your point. It doesn't matter. You are
But
only
why
there
do
to
you-
clear up a
Yeah.
point.
But
It
why
doesn't
does
matter
he
what
do
you say.
that?
It doesn't matter
That's
what you're
literally
clearing
what I
up.
said, Paige.
Okay, but it
let's
doesn't matter,
move
Brian.
past
That
Yeah.
wasn't your point. You were there to clear
I
something
literally
up.
said what he
felt like
said.
it
And he's
was.
like, that's not what I
Sure.
said.
Okay,
This is what I said.
you
It
didn't
was
like it.
literally what I
It
said.
I
doesn't
still
You didn't like it
agree
though.
with
So
Pace
it's not
to
your
a very
point.
strong degree. I just think that we need to
What Pace said is
possibly
literally what I
own-
said,
It doesn't
bro.
matter
Oh,
what
oh my
either you were
God.
saying.
Yeah, it's
It's
legit.
my point.
Whoa, pull it back. Waterkai, go ahead, please.
We need to own our own thing. So, like even Kanye with his shoes, he does not own his own shoes. Adidas owns his shoes, and if they decide to screw him out of it once it's over and done with, that money's gone. So
Yeah,
we
that was what
need
they're
to
doing.
perpetuate the money staying within our own pockets. So, like one of the main things I see, like if you see two beauty shops, one of them's black owned, the other one's Asian owned or white owned. If a product that you want is $1 more at the black beauty shop, we're not going to shop at the black beauty shop because we want to save that dollar. Because ultimately, like if we have the grocery stores or whatever it was, like Queen was talking about, they're still going to go to Walmart instead of going to our grocery store. So we need
Yeah.
to create incentives among ourselves to better ourselves and entice other people to come and patronize us as well.
Yeah, and
But it ha-
we've done
It's not
that
about getting
historically
our
before.
own.
Wait a minute, Price. You just went. I'm just still trying to
It's
get back
not-
to my original point.
It's not
Is it-
about hold on, real. It's not
Oh,
about
okay, I'll
getting
hold on
our
again.
own money. It's about just 10 seconds. It's about getting other people to invest in us too, the rest of the nation. If we could do it with our music and our sports and other stuff like that, we need to get it to where our clothing, produce that we create, so on and so forth.
Go ahead.
It does.
Okay.
So yeah, it doesn't matter who it like. Well, it does matter where we put our money, but it immediately doesn't matter after that if the people we're putting our money into aren't putting that money back. Like
Also true.
like
Used to be
we've
cyclical.
made lots of black millionaires, but those black millionaires go and spend their money on white businesses and white patrons. They go shop white designer. They go buy houses in white neighborhoods. Which, and the thing, to some degree, I can understand like your family's immediate safety, but like there's probably like conditions and schooling like that. I'm not going to necessarily say that. I think even Dr. Umar could agree with that. But like past that point, if a community has made you, if a black community has made you some wealth, you should probably find a way to not just like give like a donation back to the community, but also like create more stability, create more jobs back into that community. Because it just like 20 people giving all of their money to one black person just makes one rich black person. You'll never stabilize a community like that.
I feel you on that, but how do we not create another Nipsey Hussle?
That's where I was going because we do have a few of these outliers where it's the Ndamukong Suhs, the Kendrick Lamars, the Nipsey Hussles that do reinvest or don't. Like Kendrick Lamar is still like, from my understanding, live in Cali, pushing white tees and doesn't even own a fancy car with the same woman he's been with since high school. Like there are these levels that we do see, but they're so rare. How do we get more of that?
I mean,
Yeah, get
Kendrick's
more of
not
that and
spending
not
money
God.
isn't necessarily Kendrick not spending money isn't the same thing as
He
him being a big
reinvested back
investor.
into his like a couple of high schools down in California when off of which one is a Pimp a Butterfly. He got a
Okay.
huge. He did a lot of stuff with the community with that stuff.
For
And
sure.
Well,
Okay.
this is why I'm
recently I've
saying back,
seen
we should buy back the block and then invest in having those local businesses into those spots.
And I don't even honestly like for what it's worth. We're at the end of this topic, but I'll see. But like for what I think that niggas like drag like Nipsey too much. I don't think that Nipsey was doing anything that unique. Nipsey had like 2 or 3 t-shirt shops that like he profited all of the money from in his neighborhood in the block. Like I don't consider Nipsey as like a person that, like maybe he was teaching a few people how to make money, but realistically he was someone that sold
yeah, but
drugs, figured out how to.
you
He
can't
stayed in the hood,
downplay
is what I'm saying.
you
I'm not
can't downplay
downing him.
somebody's ability. I mean,
No, he did good for himself, but I'm saying people are acting like that he's the model, he's the black savior.
Oh,
This
I
is
wouldn't
how
say- I wouldn't say he's
That wasn't my
it's
point.
definitely a step in the right direction, but we cannot kid us. Everybody's seen Friday After Next. He's no different than the shady strip mall owner that was
yeah.
putting the pliers to people in this strip mall. He is a business owner. He was probably doing a lot of the same thing, but it was the step in the right direction. We shouldn't tear down things that we haven't seen in a long time, or if ever. You know what
Well,
I'm saying?
again,
Okay.
it goes back to just
I
educating these young people to start taking advantage
yeah.
of it and
Sure,
building their own businesses.
Okay, so I want to get to the next topic. Thanks all for sticking around with us. And if you appreciated this conversation so far, do us a favor, hit the follow button. If you're on YouTube, subscribe button. If you are on Twitter, no, the other way around. Yeah, you guys know the button that allows you to join in.
Hit the buttons.
Hit
All the
all
buttons.
the
All the
buttons.
Kick the
Every
doobly
single
doos.
button. There's no wrong button except for like the
Unfollow
one that
and
the unfollow
unsubscribe.
button. Okay, yeah, those are bad buttons. Don't touch those buttons. In any case, and consider supporting the channel. Sub to us on Twitch. Or use a Olio Waterkai. Thank you for gifting a sub. Really kind of you for always helping us out, man.
Love this place.
Joe Lewis. Oh, hey, Joe Lewis. If you want to, Joe, I wasn't. Joe, I wasn't swiping on Tinder. I can assure you. I'm not sure if Joe is still there. Joe, you didn't get an invite because you motherfucking always. Here he is. I'll just say it to him directly. Hey, Joe. Joe, unmute yourself. Well, whenever Joe manages to unmute himself, I can yell at him directly. I can also give him invite him to the group TM. Anyway, yeah, support the channel. Support the channel. Subs to the channel. Give bits, give subs, resub, or consider a hype chat or super chat if you want to ask a question. Be a part of the panel. Like that's the way to do it. It'll be mighty helpful, so I can keep providing you this content. All right. we are going to go to our next. We're going to go to our next topic. Topic 2. The city of Philadelphia has banned ski masks being worn on public property. The reason stated is that criminals have been using the mask to commit offenses, but police can't differentiate offenders from innocent civilians also wearing the mask. Detractors say that this will be used to criminalize black and brown kids since they often wear the mask. Do you think that it's reasonable to ban the mask for the sake of public security? Is it so important that people be able to wear them? Or is this a government overreach that will only endanger minorities? So I'll let Bam give any further introductions. This is his topic. So Bam, yeah.
For sure. Yeah. Like I think that it's one of it's something that I find like somewhat controversial, like because going back to kind of like the crime bill that people used to reference, like there seems to be some community agreement, like even among like older blacks of like we got to do something about these kids in these ski masks, like robbing us. But so I'm not gonna pretend that there's no violent element involved. Like that's a real thing that we have to address somehow. But I think that the idea of criminalizing clothing, even though it seems like it has passed, isn't the right direction. It feels controversial, especially in a city like Philadelphia, which is typically has colder falls and winters. Like we've went through a pandemic where people for the last few years have come to like some version of normalizing masks. Like in some through that some kids learned that like, oh, these are actually comfortable. Plus you have like rappers and what you call it, rocking the shiesties and different things. So it's like become like a
Explain
cultural
that
thing.
for people.
Well, I'm about to say a ski mask, like
a shiesty makes you
a
look like
shiesty.
Snake Eyes from fucking GI Joe. Okay,
Sure, I'm just
ultimately.
saying it's the same thing. Like basically, like it's just a cultural name for it. They call it shiesties. I'm about to say it's a rapper Pooh Shiesty actually. He does it, but like seeing that like you're seeing people in entertainment wearing them, like you're seeing, and it goes kind of all the way back to like what was his name? Not ASAP Ferg. I can't think of his name. One of the ASAP niggas, or no, one of the TDE niggas. I can't think of it off the top of my head. But yeah, I think we have
Absol?
to. Nah, it's not important. Long story short, we just have to address this issue another way. I think that this is arguably unconstitutional, but at least I think it's just a bad judgment.
Thanks so much. Do you want to dream?
Yeah, I would always defend the right to be warm over the right
It's just-
for. Huh?
Sorry,
Keep
I
going.
saw Joe's
The,
name.
the right to be warm, huh?
The main is present.
Dream.
Okay, so I live in a notoriously cold area such as Philadelphia, Alaska, Antarctica, I would always will fight for the right to be warm, especially in public. Now, if I wear a ski mask in your private business and you don't want me to wear a ski mask in your private business, you have every right to say, we don't want. If in order for you to be served here, we have a rule at our business that says no ski mask, and I would acknowledge, like this is just an absurd precedent to set, saying if an article of clothing is worn enough at enough times during enough instances of crime, then we would outlaw the wearing of such clothing at specific events. Like that's like saying it's reasonable to ban the wearing of hoodies if enough people. Like I'm pretty sure there's been way more crime committed with people with hoodies on than there have been with ski masks. So that doesn't mean, oh, look, you can't wear hoodies in public. Like, I think it's a ridiculous standard to set, a ridiculous precedent to set moving forward, to say the perception of safety is greater than your right to be cold. I mean your right to be warm. So I think there are more everyone is affected by the cold, but not everyone's affected by crime. So I think there's a greater societal benefit, a net positive of allowing ski masks and some crime. There's gonna be like we don't know at what rate. Like we don't know. There's no evidence to suggest banning ski masks would then lead to less crime. We don't know if that's true. So it's absurd to take a gamble on something when we do know guaranteed that more people will be more cold if we ban ski masks. So you always take the guarantee over the gamble in any calculus, moral calculus that you have to outweigh. You always take the guarantee over the gamble. Like you're gambling, hey, maybe it'll decrease crime, so let's try it. You don't do that. What you do is, hey, if we do this action, it is guaranteed more people are going to feel cold, and that is harmful. We know that's a guaranteed harm. So we take the guaranteed prevention of harm over the gamble of a net positive.
Okay. Let's go to Leo Wakai.
So there's so many things to hit on in this, and I'm not going to get it all in my opening statement, but we're living in a post-COVID world. And I proceeded to wear my mask at any given opportunity going into a business just to raise awareness of Black people wearing masks, and we're not all criminals and thugs. This seems to be a way to create probable cause where it does not exist. If we look back before this whole thing went down, Elijah McClain got murdered by cops just for wearing a ski mask because the dude was anemic and was walking around, and somebody said, "Oh no, this Black person is suspicious," and they decided to just kill the dude. Dream was correct in saying that, wearing a hoodie should not be something that's deemed pernicious. So why wouldn't somebody, even with this ordinance coming up, go up to a store that they were going to rob, put on the ski mask right before they run and rob the place, and then dip? That law's not going to change that happening. They've been doing it since been doing it. These masks have existed for a long time. So I just see this as them generating more probable cause where it didn't exist to begin with.
Thank you very much. DQ.
I think this is pretty much going to lead to kind of like a situation of more stopping and frisking. And then I also think back to Elijah McClain and how he was just walking down the street because, his head gets cold. It's winter here in Colorado, right? It's cold. And, he was just wearing a ski mask, walking down the street from the store, no problem, just fine. Just there was nothing wrong with Trayvon wearing his black little hoodie. We need to stop demonizing clothing as as a way to criminalize Black and brown people.
Unless it's kill the kill.
Okay. And the next person is Imagine.
So this is actually Dave Chappelle's a prophet, dog. I can't believe we're actually living this joke right now. If you want any kind of fucking policy change, you just need a bunch of Black people to do it, and it's happening immediately. You want gun reform? Have every Black person buy a gun. We'll get gun reform. All right. This is Man, I thought this was gonna be about passing no shiesties in school, not in public. I said this back when COVID started, the soccer mom special, right? The mask, glasses, the little baseball cap, walking into a Kroger or a Fred Meyer's, right? Me, when I was 13, 16, wearing the COVID special, Karen special, whatever, yeah, I would have been up to no good, right? But that's what I was saying. I was like, y'all really gonna pass these mask mandates and do this? It's kind of weird that we've made this we're not targeting overall just masks, because what if they stop using the shiesty, right? What if they just go back to wearing masks? Or now we're gonna ban mask on masks? This is absolutely a way to target Black people. And again, like Dave Chappelle says, if you want to see any kind of fucking reform in this nation, if you want to see these people move, just get a bunch of Black people to fucking do it, make them scared, and they're immediately gonna pass a policy. This is hilarious.
Okay.
Next, Razor.
So, yeah, this is extremely stupid. I understand people are cold. Some people like the ski mask. They're warm, fuzzy, and real nice to wear. People should be allowed to wear no matter what. And Majin just said, or was it Majin? It was either Majin or Kai. They can just put it on before they run in, rob, and then get out. And it's, but this definitely does show. But when I first read this, it reminded me that we also have been kind of trained through media to have this mindset of ski mask means robber, because like almost every cartoon or show has that whole gag. Like that's an actual gag in some shows where a character in the show will show up wearing a ski mask. Everyone will freak out. It's like, dude, guys, it's just me. What are you doing? Like it's always a constant thing. It's so fucking it's so fucking annoying to see that an actual city is passing passing a law about this basically cartoon gag.
My
And
position is moving in real time.
DQ, I didn't skip you, did I?
Oh,
No.
Okay, sorry. I want to make sure.
it's okay.
Yeah, you know how sexist I am. Let's
Yeah,
go to
absolutely, absolutely the worst.
we go to our friend Pace.
Poyer.
I think it's asinine to talk about this as if this is something that is normal. You're talking about, well, we're living in pre-COVID. These aren't N95s. These are ski masks. When you go to the bank, they don't allow you to wear ski masks.
That's
They don't
a
allow you to wear
private
hoodies.
business.
They don't allow you to wear they don't allow you to wear hats or sunglasses when you go to the bank. You have to take those off. When you take a look at what's happened with these stop and grabs over in Philadelphia, particularly, they've lost billions of dollars in potential profits to that city as a result of these smash and grabs in Philadelphia. Now, to say that this is targeting black people is also asinine, because I can go and show you several videos of these hooded hoodlums, most of them white, going around the entire country just breaking into stuff and stealing stuff and destroying stuff. Now, the only people that are going to be upset about this are the people who are actually intending to break the law, because people weren't walking around wearing hoodies, going in and robbing stores in mobs prior to all of this stuff happening. They weren't doing that then, and they won't do that when there's actual some form of recourse or law enforcement recourse for it. And if this is something that the voters in Philadelphia, which happens to be 40% black, if this is something that the voters there think can stop some of this stuff from happening, then that's up to the voters to make that decision. From what I can see, the only thing on it that I see that could be ruled as unconstitutional is the prevention of it in public parks. But the other things here, recreation centers, daycares, city-owned buildings, schools, public transportation, those things are fine. Public transportation, I think a little bit iffy, depending upon whether some of these public transportation options have been updated to have, you know, reasonable means of heat and things like that, because I know some of these old school buses and stuff don't have those. But outside of the parks, everything in there is completely within the realms of the city of Philadelphia as to provide for the general welfare of the people of that city.
Okay, and finally, our friend Joe Lewis. How are you doing, friend?
I'm doing pretty good. I was supposed to have the phone with Megan Good. Just want to report that she's going to be all right.
Oh, yep,
Hopefully,
I was worried for her.
yeah, because basically she didn't know exactly how she has to navigate as a Coretta Scott King. So I sent her all of Michelle Obama's bibliographies and books that she wrote,
This
and she was
man
going to get
here
on
is
it.
hilarious.
It's very
She's
kind
gonna
of
get
you.
on it right away.
It's very kind of you.
Hilarious.
The
Base,
name gave it away.
Base, the lawyer here.
I know it's gonna be good. She's gonna be all right. Okay. All right. So ski masks and Negroes. I'm not too sure what this is trying to exactly solve. Um, if the problem's crime, you would think they would enhance the mechanisms in the areas that they believe people will be using these things. But based upon the places that they are soft banning them at, it doesn't really seem like they have a really firm grasp of exactly where these things are actually taking place. Because you would think that it just seems like instead of looking to expand the police budget in the areas where you think that
Boom.
these crimes are happening, then it seems like this is the cheapest solution that they could do. But at the same time, the solution can only be enforced by police officers. So I don't know how, like, what exactly we're doing here, because there's no indication that they're going to enhance police force in these areas, but they are saying that, oh, we're going to create another thing that you can bother people about financially, because $250 isn't cheap. So I don't know what they're trying to solve here, except trying to bring up some revenue in places because it's going to get cold outside. That's kind of where I'm at on it.
Let me
I
add
think it has
something.
That's a
constitutional
double
challenges.
entendre there, isn't it?
Let me
I have
add
some.
something
I have
to
some
it.
questions
That's
about.
a-
I have some questions
Awesome.
about. I have some questions about the constitutionality of it in itself, because it does lay out some parameters about where it could be exempt, and the exemptions are in contradiction to the places where it's prohibited. So they're gonna have fun with that. But I mean, if this is a reminder that you should probably pay attention to who you vote for as your council members, I guess this is an opportunity to do so, because it's very clear that the council is not in step with what the community wants. It's just using the fact that they don't know
the
how
community
to.
voted for it.
That's
I-
not how that works. The council
Yeah.
voted for it unanimously.
Quick
So-
thing
Yeah,
before we
but-
start up, Majin was right, because the only time we ever got the NRA to back gun reform was when a bunch of Black Panthers rolled up with heats to a
Yeah,
government.
I was gonna.
Yep.
He
Like,
ain't wrong.
That's what I was
Yep.
saying
What-
in
what
the
I-
last one.
I wanna
yeah,
make-
but the
I want to
double
make a quick
entendre.
point real quick. So, like, I think what matters right now is just because, how do you say? What's the word I'm looking for? Just because a specific action will lead to less harm overall doesn't mean that there's other ways that couldn't be enacted in order to protect the rights that have been removed. So I believe that you have a right to wear whatever article, piece of clothing that you have, especially if it maximizes a good, such as being warm in a notoriously cold area. Like wearing this
Philadelphia is not notoriously cold.
Is it
during the
is?
winter. Yes, it is.
It's
It is.
winter.
During the winter,
No,
yes, it
it's
is.
not
We
notoriously
should ban
cold.
Umbreon ones.
I mean, it's not
This is-
Antarctica, but
Hey.
like,
It's not Antarctica, but they
It's the East Coast.
they've broken their own temperature records every year for the past 7 years.
So is Sweden.
So is
I
everywhere
mean,
else.
like, it's getting the winters are getting colder later,
but you
that's to the
still, I don't
side.
understand. Do you guys not see this double entendre here?
Hold on, brother. I'm
Philadelphia
not
is-
done talking, brother.
I really
We
want to
just-
hear what Pace is going to say, but please, Dream, do your thing.
Yeah, like, hold on. What I'm saying is, if I'm in whatever it is, if it's cold enough, if I want to protect my warmth on my face, I should be able to wear an article of clothing that does that. What article of clothing does it better than a ski mask? And if I'm in public, which I'm allowed to express freely, right? I believe in the Constitution says freedom of expression, which includes article of clothing. So if I'm wearing an article of clothing, that is my freedom to express it that way. And if I want to wear and pursuit of happiness also in the Constitution somewhere, I believe in the Declaration of Happiness. I mean, a Declaration of Independence. So my point is like, it's within the foundation of America that we are allowed to wear a ski mask, especially if it's to pursue happiness and being warm in a cold environment, and to express our just expression, like what we believe, what we want to do. That's one. And two, like I was saying in the beginning, just because removing a certain right, it leads to so-called better outcomes, such as less crime, doesn't mean that you should remove that right. Especially if there are other ways, just as Joe Lewis represented, that you can increase police presence in areas where you expect crime to happen, increase the police budget, and then that could also lead to the decrease of crime in that way, while also protecting the right for people to be warm. So you can have both people wearing ski masks to be warm, and police being better used in areas to prevent crime. So you can also have the crime prevention that you would hope from decreasing the amount of ski masks being worn, but while also allowing for ski masks. Like it's I think DeAndre would actually agree with me. Like banning guns only disproportionately harms good gun owners, like the law-abiding gun owners, right?
That's
So
why I
in the
said there's a
same way, like
constitutionality problem
in
here.
the same way, you like banning ski masks is disproportionately harming the
Good
law-abiding ski mask users.
Oh.
Yeah.
I was gonna say good niggas.
The double
okay.
entendre here is that you want Philadelphia to fund the police. But Philadelphia is one of these people that did the protest that defunded the
Yeah, I was
police.
gonna say, I don't think Philadelphia wants to increase
cut
funding.
Who's they?
their budget.
No, we're not going
So,
there.
so
We're
they
not
cut their
going
budget.
there.
Oh no, you don't want to go there, but that's where it's going to go. They cut their
Brother.
budget to the police, so they can't go out there and do that. And then
Police,
secondly, on top of that,
cutting
First
it
of
from the
all-
police.
First of all, that's
secondly,
not.
Let him go.
But he's wrong. He's literally actually just
No, I'm not
wrong.
wrong.
Let him
But
finish
let
being
him
wrong,
finish.
please.
If
Allow
I
They
do
cut
him.
their
wrong.
budget.
Pace.
They
Go.
cut their budget right there. Philadelphia makes a budget, and
Okay.
they cut their police budget. But also,
Yep.
you have to take a look into the fact Philadelphia is 40% black, and you want to increase police presence when we're trying to eliminate some of these stereotypes that cause police and black people to have more encounters with one another. And we have a 40% black population city, and you want to now increase the police presence there. And if there wasn't an issue with these smash and grabs for the people of Philadelphia to feel that they needed to resolve, this wouldn't be an issue in the first place. Now, I agree that this issue wouldn't be an issue in the first place had Philadelphia not defunded their police and actually went after these people and put them in jail. But now you have put them in a spot where this is pretty much all they can do outside of getting the new DA that will prosecute these people.
Or
Yeah, I don't know if this is
making
all they
their
can
quality
do.
of life
To that
better
crime?
to where they don't feel like they need to go out and rob people. People that have means don't tend to go out and just rob places. So it
They're
might be a
not,
quality of
they're
life
not
thing.
robbing places for food. You have these people that were on video breaking in there, stealing
implied that.
cell phones, stealing televisions.
If
They're
I was
stealing,
poor and needed
they're
to make
stealing
rent, I'm stealing a
everything.
television. I'm stealing an iPhone. I'm
Yeah.
stealing
What is
whatever's
somebody-
not getting
That
me
is
rent.
What is somebody who's going to steal an iPhone for do if they can't afford to pay for service to keep the phone on?
They're
I'm
not
selling the
stealing,
phone,
they're
bruh.
they're
Can I
selling
respond to
it.
that, Prime?
Selling it.
All that is a justification of things. Look, you have these people that are talking about, well, people rob stuff because they're poor and they need food. You can't eat a
That
cell
is an
phone.
actuality,
You can't
though.
eat a
You can eat a
television.
cell phone if you
But you're
sell
not.
it.
You're not. That's the thing. You're not stealing it because why would you steal a cell phone when these are tracked, right? When they can literally come right to you. You steal it to sell it quick, so you could take that money and turn it into something else. You're not
No, you
stealing
steal
these
it
things.
because these
You're
cities
not being
these
fair to
cities
that.
changed the law to where if it's less than $1,000, they can't do jack shit to
You're
you.
not.
A cell
You're
phone
not.
is over
You're
$1,000.
not.
So-
You're not. You're not being fair to the situation. You want to put this idea that they're stealing for nothing, and I get it if that's what you believe, but
That
that's
they're-
not the
what
case.
are they
A
st- what
lot
are
of
they stealing
people in
for?
most situations when they're in crime, I can use myself for example. I used to sell drugs when I was younger, right? I
Damn.
wasn't forced to do that. I started that because my mom was a crackhead, dog. She would disappear for weeks on end. It was me and my brother on our own, right? I knew the people, she sold drugs as well. I knew the people bought the shit in her top drawer. I needed to sell that so me and my brother could get some McDonald's for the evening. It's some
Right.
fucked up situations, but was a skill that I was taught younger to learn how to make money, which I did. And I was responsible till this day for my little brother and stuff. Well, now he's the man of the house. But you know what I'm saying? Up to a certain point, I was.
So
Don't
No,
be
these
trying to
situations
tragic-
aren't
tragic story-
these
tragic
situations
story,
aren't
not
hold on,
justifiable.
hold on. These situations aren't because like, yo, I'm stealing because like I want to do it because I want the new freshest outfit or the freshest like fucking whip or I want to be cool like my buddies. These are usually means to like for an end.
Means
You know
to
what I'm
an
saying? They
end.
need
Yeah.
they need
Survive.
to eat. They need to eat. They got rent.
Mm.
They got
Rent.
more important things. Like nobody
So-
that's stealing is stealing like rich stealing because they want to steal unless they're a klepto.
I'm a little confused here. I never said I wasn't in support of police. I just said
I
there's
didn't
other.
say you weren't in support
Well,
of
let-
police.
let-
I'm
let-
saying that Philadelphia is one of the ones that did back the defund
Okay,
the
but you're
police.
not
movement.
debating
Well,
Philadelphia.
okay,
the
here.
thing that I'm
Joe
confused
Lewis.
about is you said that I had a double entendre. A double entendre in that case would imply that's a position that I
No,
hold.
not you with the double entendre. I'm saying, do you not see
Philadelphia.
the double entendre here?
I don't see the double entendre. Do you want to walk me through it like I'm retarded?
Philadelphia cut their budget, but the solution is to have Philadelphia refund their budget or fund it in specific areas. But they can't do that because of what they
But
did with their
you're.
budget
This
and
is
because
what I'm
what their
saying.
support focus
This is
is.
why I
I
think
want-
he's wrong.
let
Wait a
You're
minute,
Joe
wrong.
address it. Let Joe address it,
Joe
please.
handle it.
I'm kind
Oh,
of
okay, my bad.
still confused. So the thing that I'm not quite connecting here is what do you think is a more beneficial thing when you're like, how would you approach this if you were the police chief and you had the situation that's described in the legislation for their argument?
If I was the police chief and I was in charge of
Yeah,
enforcing
let's
this
say,
new
or
order,
let's say you're the state, in this case, you're the city legislature. Like, do
well,
you
so
agree with the?
am I in charge of enforcing this order, or am I
I mean,
coming up
maybe
with a
No, you're coming up with a
I asked
solution.
I asked this poorly. I'm sorry. My question is, what do you think the response should be in a situation like this? Do you believe the ski masks are the answer? If not, what would you do instead?
I'll
Here
unequivocally
we go.
overwhelming force on the scene to squash these people who are doing this. Other
Well,
people,
That-
I agree with what Dream said earlier. Other people
So
shouldn't
broken
have
door
to.
policing.
Not broken door
His
policing. You
solution is
don't just
put
go into
boots to
people's
these
stuff.
poor people.
But
That sounds
other
like-
people should not have to lose their comforts because some people want to break the law. But
who do you
if
think is mainly uncomfortable with ski masks?
the people who have been subjected to seeing these things happen in Philadelphia,
How
that's
would
the
you?
that's the reason why they brought this up. You have businesses that have lost a lot of stuff. Many of these businesses are black-owned, local businesses, and they're losing profit and are losing things in their society. And you have elderly black people that are making the same comments out, and you can look at a bunch of these public interviews. They're making the same comments about they didn't see this happening before when they were growing up. This isn't something that's normal. They want more police presence there, but they can't get it because of how the legislature's done it. If it was me, I would have had the police on day one, the moment these riots and lootings started happening.
How would
Go
you
in there and knock
measure
them out.
So in the legislation, it says our quality of life suffers when residents feel at greater risk of experiencing crime while during about their daily lives in the city. How would you quantify that greater risk of harm? How would you quantify that discomfort?
You're making this
Quantify it.
difficult, Joe.
Well, I would quantify it by the loss of profit, the loss of a person's ability to feel safe when they go outside. When you take a look at the empirical evidence of what has happened in Philadelphia over the last couple of years and see the damage that has been done, it's evident there.
Well, Elon Musk has been
Why
losing a
did
lot
Elijah
of money.
McClain
No,
die?
hold on, hang on. So Elon Musk has been losing a lot of money from X. A lot of companies, especially in the gaming community, haven't been profitable in the past 5 to 10 years. Meta has been in decline financially. It seems like a lot of people are wasting money, but I see these niggas being really happy and content when they're
Yeah, but
interviews and
those
stuff like
people
that.
weren't losing money because people were stealing and breaking into their
Well,
businesses.
a lot of people
Elon's
steal
losing
iPhones.
money. Well, they can make a lawsuit
The
too.
money
But
'cause he's
Elon's
stupid.
losing money because he's making poor business decisions with X.
Yeah, but do you hear how
These gaming companies are losing money because people aren't. I mean, they rose the price of
Sure,
gaming up
but
so much, and they aren't making games that people want to play for. This isn't the same thing as having a mob of people break into your business and take everything that you have.
well, there wasn't really a
That's
mob
not-
that was coming and taking everything that people
Don't raise
had.
read my message.
Like, this is the thing. I don't
Have
think
you
we
not
can.
seen the videos of those? They
I
recorded
saw-
themselves.
Okay, and that's one incident. Are there others, or
Yes,
is the
there
only
are
one that we can
several.
point? What's several?
I got to find the one with that woman. What was her name? I don't remember what her name.
Can I
is.
go while y'all are like? I think that
No,
there's.
I can help him. He doesn't have an argument. He's just going to keep digging to try to find something.
Okay.
I don't think somebody in your position who uses logic and reason in your arguments. It seems kind of strange that you're using feelings of people to justify the banning of something. If anything, I could feel like these white people in these establishments make me uncomfortable when they drink. So I'll just ban drinks. But I know any logical Negro would look at that and go, that is ridiculous. Why would we ban white people from drinks? We can just ban white people from the establishment. So in a lot of ways, if we look at these crimes are done predominantly by Black Americans. It seems like you'd be in the position of banning Negroes in the city of Philadelphia.
I
Philadelphia
don't.
is 40% black.
Hey.
Okay,
They
can I, wait.
elected the
This
legislature.
can't just be a back and
They
forth.
elected this problem.
Okay,
You
Well,
are
it
sitting
can,
you
here
but it
responded
shouldn't
to
be.
every single
making
person.
something that's not an issue. That's making
It is
a hyperbole that I didn't
okay.
even make
Got
the
you.
claim
Sure.
to begin with.
Okay.
I'm
If
just
these
saying, like, what
people,
do you
You
think is a
can't go on another diatribe because then
Bad
Joe
interruptions,
responds.
not a
okay,
And I
all
problem.
just
right.
need to get
If
a
you
point.
you want
We
to take care
understand
of
your
the problem,
position.
then knock them out. But if you're not going to
Oh
fund the
God.
police,
Okay,
if you're
all
not
right,
going to send the
okay,
police
okay,
in
you got
there,
it.
then you have to find other means
Pace,
to take care of that.
pace,
And this
pace,
is
we
what
got
the
it.
electors
Pace,
that were
pace.
elected by a 40% black city
Pace.
You
decided
don't
to
just
Oh
get to
my
do.
keep
god.
talking. This is
Okay,
prime
we're gonna.
stream.
No, but Pace,
Lex,
no,
No,
it's just
no, and now he's
Pace,
gonna
just
respond again, and then
Hold
Pace
on,
is
hold
no,
gonna
on,
it's,
hold
it's
on,
so
hold
simple.
on,
It's
hold
so
on,
simple.
hold
It's so
on,
simple.
hold on, hold on.
It's a simple question. Simple
and
question.
he's gonna have to answer the
If
question.
I could
Right.
prove to you right now, Pace, that the crimes that these people have done have been predominantly by Black Americans, would you ban Black Americans from public transit in the city of Philadelphia? If I could prove to you that the only people committing these crimes are Black people,
No,
why?
because you don't commit a crime, or you don't enact a policy based off of somebody's skin color. You don't enact a policy that makes somebody second class.
Well,
Oh,
I
you're
can
not talking
prove,
Now he's gonna
but I'm
respond.
saying if I can prove that it's predominant, that it's only
Even
Black people.
if you can prove that it was predominantly black people, the only thing that they can prove to me is that when I send the police out there, I need to be looking for predominantly black people to put in jail.
Okay,
Hold on, I
but
think
then
yeah,
in the
the
let's,
disconnect,
okay,
the
go
let's go
disconnect, the
to.
disconnect, the disconnect
Oh
here
my
is that.
goodness!
Is
I
it?
just
Oh
want
my
to go.
goodness,
I haven't
Let
why?
said
Bam
anything
go.
about this.
Bam's trying to get
We'll
in.
go
Let
Bam,
Bam,
Dream.
talk too.
Bam,
I have
Dream.
not talked. I haven't spoken all
You've
this
never
time.
talked. My
He's
bad.
been
Not
wanting
this,
to.
not this conversation.
Bam's been trying to talk
Oh,
for a minute.
so there, like I think that this issue, while we while we try to make it a issue of race, like, and this is weird because like the reason I want to talk is because I'm like closer to Pace's position. Honestly, I've changed in real time. Like
Pace's position is
there's
literally the same.
no.
oh my goodness, this is probably this seems to be based off of just, and this is just interviews. I'm not from the city of Philadelphia. Just from the people that's interviewing, just from hearing like the legislators talk about it, this seems to be a generational issue, even more so than a racial issue. Like if you poll like elderly or like middle-aged black people on this issue, they also seem to have an issue with like young black kids coming into their establishments with these ski masks. Like and so I'm not going to pretend that there doesn't seem to be a legitimate issue of crime like related to these things in the city of Philadelphia. I'm honestly shocked. Did you reach out to Prime? Did you reach out to Philly?
Really? I hope.
I bet you didn't even think about it.
Philly TV.
I
STV
still ask
Philly?
why
But,
did Elijah McClain die? Is my main question.
I don't. Elijah McClain. Honestly, you could probably argue that's more than him being like on the spectrum than the ski mask itself.
He
Like
never would have
No,
been addressed if he
no.
was not
If
wearing
the
a ski
person
mask.
who called was like, they're just walking in a ski mask, walking down the street.
Mhm.
Done.
I have
Sure,
another
Done.
question
but-
for Pace
but
if
that's-
you have a
police
second.
Yeah, sure,
officers
but that's
called.
like,
What?
but it was like how he ended up dying. Like he like I said, just because he wasn't normal, he didn't behave like people. Like they was like, oh, he must be on drugs or something.
That's the police
He
officers
wasn't
fault
being
for not.
aggressive.
And it was cold. It's cold here in Colorado. It's
And
cold.
he was anemic. No, he's anemic. So he wore the ski mask
That's even
because he was
worse.
anemic.
I just don't
Yeah,
see how
but
this
I'm-
is
that
fair
makes it
when the other side, when we
way,
actually
way
have
worse.
where commonly white ladies would go around. I know y'all can pull this image in y'all can see this clear as day. Blonde hair pulled back, mask,
Thumpy.
glasses, hat.
No?
You know what
No
I'm saying?
So,
We ain't
okay,
going down that.
Yeah, he's
Right?
right. If you
Bam.
want to,
But like, and they're everywhere. They're
Oh,
gonna
it's-
be on
Sorry,
public
sorry, but hold on,
transportation.
hold
They're
on,
gonna
hold
be
on.
in your stores.
You need
So-
fanatic here so
Bam,
bad.
did you finish your point?
yeah, not quite. I was almost done.
Okay,
So-
then we'll go to Dream.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I apologize,
I-
Bam.
He's fine. So I do agree with the idea of like the city. I don't think the city wanted to address this with the overhanded issue like increasing police presence. I like if I and this is gonna come in. I can't demonstrate this via data. This just seems based off of the people that I've seen in interviews. I think that the city is allowed to come to decisions like this, even if I think they're like so even if I find them to be somewhat abhorrent, because this come back to me being institutionalist. If we find like the legal Prosecutor has decided that this is what they want to do, and it seems that the community, like there's some people pushing back against it, but there's a lot of elderly people who are the voters, which the city council is going to appeal to, is like elderly who seem to be in favor of it. So I understand, even if I don't agree, how they came to this conclusion. That's it.
I
Okay,
don't
Dream.
Hold on,
agree with
brother.
the
Dream,
Hold on.
conclusion,
Dream.
but
Hold on, let Dave go.
I think you being an institutionalist, you have to side against the city of Philadelphia because they're breaking the Constitution, violating the right to expression.
So
Arguably.
constitutional is different from institutionalist.
That's literally our institution is based on the Constitution. So
Bam's
necessarily,
the institutionalist. I'm the constitutionalist.
Am I allowed-
I'm the one who
Pace,
said
Pace.
the
Dream.
Constitution's
Pace,
in
stop.
question
Can we
here.
please
Bam's not.
allow me
Dream,
to?
dream.
So I don't understand you, Prime. Like you're not aggressive
said
one day
He's
interrupt me.
checking
I
him.
said dream. I said your name multiple
You don't
times.
do it
Dream,
aggressive
dream,
enough.
dream.
That's the problem that I have. So my point is,
you're saying
Bam.
you're being feminine, Prime.
Tell
is what you're
Prime
trying
who
to
to
say,
be.
but-
if I'm interrupting somebody, it's like, but if please let her teach, like please be match the
Uh-oh.
energy amongst people. So
Uh-oh.
Nothing to add.
Bam. What I'm saying is, as an institutionalist, at least in the United States of America, you necessarily have to appeal to the Constitution because the Constitution informs the institution. You can't have one without the other. You can't have the institution that just goes against the Constitution because it's no longer the institution of the United States of America. It's something else. So you'd have, if you're an institutionalist, you have to go to the highest form of the institution, which is the federal government, and the federal government is the
Arbiter.
what's that J? The J
Why
word.
is it your turn telling me what I have to believe? I feel like you should make your position.
Am I not allowed to rebut you?
You are, but I'm just saying it feels like you a lot of your time's going to like telling me what I have.
My
to
bad
believe,
for going
but I'm
30
still gonna
seconds.
disagree after it.
My bad, bro. Sorry. Okay, so
Oh, so go. Sorry.
Pace. What I was trying to say that you are wrong about, and before I go about what you're wrong about, you are literally saying the same thing I'm saying, and you're literally saying the same thing as Joe Lewis is saying. We're all in agreement here that this shouldn't have happened. We shouldn't minimize people's rights about their expression or what to wear to maximize their warmth in a cold area. And we should try to implement other things to solve crime rather than removing people's rights. We're all saying that. For some reason, you're harped on this devil's advocate against yourself that nobody here has ever
No,
said.
I'm not advocating against myself. I agree 100%.
Did you hear what I
Let
said?
him finish. Let him finish.
It's like you didn't even hear what I said. I said you're doing devil's advocate against yourself, meaning that you're holding the opposing position
I'm doing
against what you.
devil's advocate against the
Wait a
city of
minute.
Philadelphia, not my own argument. I'm saying that Philadelphia.
What do you think devil's advocate is? That's literally not your own argument.
My argument is that if you
That's
want
what a
to take care
devil's
of the
advocate
problem,
is.
send the
This is
police
really-
out there and just fucking arrest all of them. But
Rest those
Philadelphia,
niggas.
What the fuck?
Philadelphia says that we have to defund the police.
I
and
want y'all
this
to
is their
notice
recourse.
that Prime is
I'm
not
dev-
interrupting
Hold
Pace.
on,
You
I thought
literally
you were
engaged
talking.
him, though, like,
You
twice.
You
specifically
engage Pace.
Maybe
asked
Prime,
him.
Prime, this
You
is
kept
big. This is
engaging him.
clearly
I
big.
don't know why. Like I said, you're not making a
Press
point. You're just
Pace.
engaging with people. That's what I'm saying. Like, why aren't you making a point? You're just telling other people what they need to believe.
I'm making
Or telling
I'm
people
making-
what they're saying.
Like you're
I'm
like, no,
making-
this is what you must therefore
Dream,
believe.
the
I'm
people's
allowed-
whisperer.
So Pace, to really pin this
Look
down.
hold on. No.
Because I think-
I'm
Drake.
haven't done.
Uh-oh.
I'm not
Who the
done.
fuck shut up?
Please.
I heard that.
I'm
Discord
making
shut
my points in
Like,
rebuttals.
Dream,
I'm allowed to make points within
Dream,
rebuttals. I don't know
go
why
ahead,
that's
please.
like a foreign concept to you,
Go.
man. That's really weird. So I'm making my points
Go.
within these rebuttals. Razor, please stop. This is really annoying by you.
Someone
As I was
to the
saying-
nigga dome, I don't want to know who it is.
You can't even see his eyes while he's doing it. He's cool.
As I was saying, Pace, that this whole thing is about. Damn, man, I hate when people interrupt me. I lose my train of thought. So I don't think anyone here is actually on the position of the side of Philadelphia. Is there? Like, are people actually making a serious argument that's saying, hey, we should ban ski masks just because people wore ski masks during crime? Like, I agree with Lethy. What if they were wearing a mask, which is allowed? What if they were wearing sunglasses, which is allowed? And what if they were wearing hats, which is allowed? Arguably, they're seeing the same amount of face, and they're having the same amount of problem with identifying people as somebody that wears a ski mask. That's one option. Another option is, let's say that you do have a hoodie with the zip thing and you cover it and you go all the way and it's like the strings are all the way up to here
Kenny
and all you
style.
see is this little hole right here, right? Like you're seeing the same amount of same amount of face as somebody with a hoodie with a zipper. So you're literally banning an article of clothing that you have no evidence that's going to solve the problem that your team is trying to solve. And I was saying DeAndre is wrong just because you've how do you say, divested from police in your city doesn't mean you can't reinvest after the divestment. So, for example, in my own city of San Francisco, we have taken away $120 million, $60 million a year from the police, but now we're reinvesting even more money because of the surge in crime that we're seeing in the city. So just because a city at one point in time divested from the police doesn't mean that they can't reinvest if they see an uptick in crime, as proof and evidence my city did.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to Majin and then Joe.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
sorry,
holding
and
up my
DQ. Sorry.
Leafy Kai has been
Yeah, I was
holding
gonna
up
say
their hand.
Leaf.
Oh,
I
I've
was
been
like
holding
after
up their
Majin, but I'm
hand.
willing to wait
The
for Queen.
midget.
Okay,
But I
okay,
I'm
wanna
all
trying
right.
to
say
hear
So
women's voices again. God damn it.
all right, so we
Hate
got
to see it.
Majin, DQ, Kai, and Jonathan.
Yeah, I
Majors.
mean, we got Razor here. Exactly what I was talking about, and also, that was a little racist DQ. I think you confused me and Lethe right there. That was my
Light skin
point. You said it was.
strays.
I know it's the
Massive
Oriental
racism.
features, dog. It's because we're like, I'm half Pacific Islander, you're half you're Blasian. You know, it's crazy. It's
What?
wild. Anyways,
Think
no,
about the cop,
I'm joking.
Majin, but think about the
I'm not
police.
cool.
Police can't even recognize niggas. So, like, if they ban the
Anyways.
ski mask and release all niggas and niggerdom, they're not gonna be able to find us.
So the biggest thing is like, I don't think ski masks correlate with people stealing. There has always been
Correlates
people
to
that
niggas,
has
though.
been boosting. I mean, I think we all grew up in the hood, maybe, but I grew up having the meat man or the regular booster that would come around and sell all kind of toys or selling meat, you know, so you didn't have to buy the expensive shit at the grocery store. You get a
Out
little
the
bit
trunk.
cheaper. Exactly. You know, I think these things have always happened. I think we see it more nowadays because it is starting to be recorded more instead of just a little slippage here or not even going down in the notebook. They're actually going through it. And we have camera phones, just like how we see more violence against black folks because things are being recorded. I don't think
Or white
ski
folks.
masks are
Allegedly.
I don't think ski masks are making people going up there because guess what? We could do it just like this with Razor right here, who has it on right there. That's the special. And guess what? Then the ski mask doesn't matter anymore because everybody's just gonna do that right there, and they're fine.
Okay.
I'm out here repping for Philly. Don't worry, I got you guys.
Okay,
I
so
love you all.
Let's go to DQ. And then actually before we do that, so it's gonna be DQ, then Waterkai, Joe Lewis, and Dream. I'm not sure if your hand is up or you just mess with your hair.
Yeah, I like this
Okay.
as well.
And then
He's doing the light
okay.
skin thing. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Dream has words.
Before
That's true. Existing.
Damn.
Before we do that, we got some other people who were pulling up because some people were late, and then I replaced some of other people. And now we got way more over than like the limit for StreamYard. So
You just want to hide your face, don't you?
Mooncake showed up.
no, I would love to, but even then, we still won't have enough. So what I'm gonna ask you all to do is to close StreamYards and then go into Discord. Just like just turn on your camera into Discord. And then
Let's
all right,
go.
so we're gonna so you guys gonna stick into this group DM, stay there, and then just go into Discord, okay?
Fuck.
Hey, Mooncake, turn on your camera. Forget StreamYards. Turn on your camera and just. Why is someone starting a call? I don't know why.
Sorry, my bad.
Hey, I like
Yeah.
that Christmas view though. Hey,
Okay.
hey,
Oh, and
hey.
Solar shows up. Gracious.
Yeah.
No, we got
So,
a drag thing.
shit
Shit is
Audience-
hard.
Hey.
Audience, hold on. I know you can't see anything on the screen yet.
Oh shit, it's my nigga Soulless. Oh, we about to
Okay.
get toxic.
Where do people go? There's some people who disappeared. Who left? Okay, I don't know who
I
left.
would
I'll be
never
there, I'll be there,
dare.
I'll
What
be
the
in there.
fuck? I would,
I'll
that's
be
crazy.
there.
left?
Dream accidentally left.
Oh my god. Okay. Oh, Dream.
Pull him back in.
Why did somebody make the Oh, I'm really confused about
Yeah, I think
Huh?
Mooncake
Pace
got
left,
confused.
and then
I don't think Pace understood the stay in the thing.
Here I am.
Mooncake.
Mooncake.
Did they join the call? They probably joined that call.
Yeah, I joined the
I
call.
I ain't gonna hold you,
Pace
Razor.
jumped in
If
the
I
way.
walk,
My
if I saw
bad.
you walk into any retail store with that shit on, you gotta go to jail. That shit can't be legal. That can't be. That cannot be accepted in any of the 50 states I know of, my nigga. There's no fucking
Why is Solus
Are you
so
talking about his
discriminatory?
Umbreon onesie or
all
his
Wait,
of
we
cat
it.
talking
ears?
me? Wait,
All
we
of
talking
it.
about me?
All of it. All of it. All of
Yeah,
it. Clean
this
up
nigga's
fire, my
clearly up to
nigga.
no good. I'm like stereotyping.
Clean it with
Oh
fire. No
no,
way.
that nigga is definitely trying
Hey,
to
get
take all
Mooncake
the
in here.
Skittles in the motherfucking candy aisle, bro. Bro. Nah, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Like that. What the hell?
So who was our
Yeah.
order? It was
Yeah.
on
I
DQ.
was after Queen.
And let you know, it's
Yeah.
always the sour Skittles. Okay, I like the sour Skittles. Thank
Me
you.
Hey,
too,
those are fire
Razor.
though.
Me
Yo,
too.
those be bussin'.
Okay.
Ooh.
All right. So I want everyone to be able to participate. So here we are. We're gonna go to DQ. Mooncake. If you're having, okay, there you go. There you go.
The
All
wrong
right.
Turn
Now
your
it's
camera
good.
on,
And
coward.
she's not gripping her
Okay.
mic. God bless it.
So
There we go. That's what I wanted.
yeah. Your sound is weird. Like it.
You got
try it
earphones?
again.
You need a
She's
headset,
gripping the
bro.
mic
Hold on.
again.
Hold on.
Does it sound weird?
Oh, we're good now.
Okay.
Oh my
You're
god,
good now.
guys, hold on. One second. Go ahead. Test.
Sorry, my room's like a mess.
Okay,
Fix this.
I think you might be fine. All right, let's go to DQ.
So listen, at the heart of the matter, this like bill is going to be hard to enforce by law enforcement because of the simple fact that they give so many exemptions, right? Like the exemption is they define it as a close fitting garment that covers the whole head, face with eyes for mouth and noise, and or any combination of the three. Okay. And then the simple fact that there's are the exceptions of theatrical productions, winter sports, costumes, and quote unquote First Amendment activities. Bitch, everything's going to be a First Amendment activity. And just say that you were motherfucking outside, like parading Black Lives Matter and shit, right? But like, there's also all of the other like cities that have also been like, have turned around on like their anti-ski masks proposals or like laws that they had in place, right? But we should do like what California and Michigan does, which only make it illegal to wear a mask while committing a crime. That's the only thing. If you have an issue with people wearing ski masks committing a crime, then just do it while they're fucking committing a crime. Simply put.
Mooncake, put on headphones because we can some echo through. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
one
we're
second.
It's echoey.
I mean, even DC
Okay.
like repealed their like anti-ski
What
mask
about
law after 30 years. Like, come on, it doesn't mean anything, especially with COVID. Like, just if there's issue with crime, simply put, if people are committing a crime and doing this, make it illegal.
Okay.
Done.
Ali Waterkai.
So I was trying to address Bam a while back. So stating that the people in the area feel unsafe, this is appealing to the popular ideas of the people in the community, which those people could still be harming themselves and their own people. Like I look back to the crack epidemic that went down and people were like, we need to throw these motherfuckers in jail was the only thing they could come up with. Whereas now that we're once we got to the opiate crisis, it became these people need help. So I don't believe that the populace necessarily knows the best remedy for any situation that's going down. And I definitely don't believe that getting rid of ski masks is going to remedy the problem that they're going through. I think that bettering the situations of the people in the community is your better answer for this situation. Because like being able to shake down anybody wearing a ski mask is going to create more poverty because these people can't afford the fines that they're going to get hit with if they happen to break the ordinance. So you may not be a criminal, but you're still going to catch a fine. So if that weren't the case,
Mhm.
if you weren't going to catch a fine and they were just going to tell you to leave the building or whatever the case may be, I could say maybe this could be a remedy, but it's not. It's just going to create revenue and it's not going to go back into the cops. It's going to go into the coffers of the city. And the people in the community are going to have more poverty, which will create more crime. I'm done.
I don't think that, and this
Bam.
is just me. I'm not
Yeah.
breaking the order. I was just responding since he addressed me real quick.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I don't think that. Yeah, I don't think the city, the citizens know what's best. I just think they probably have some legal right to decide what they want to do, even if it's not what's best. Because an example being, I know there were some cities where like that didn't allow a Klan rally to happen in their city, even though like it's a First Amendment right. Like the
They wore their
citizens.
masks.
No, I'm saying like they just didn't say it because I'm not equivocating this to a Klan rally, but I'm just saying that like the city decided like, oh, actually we don't want this to be in our city, and certain cities have like allowed the citizens to approve of that, regardless of the knowing what's best or not. Like citizens have a right to, I guess, dictate what's allowed in their city. That's it.
Lulu Wakai?
Well, I would.
Yeah,
I was
anything else to
basically
say?
saying that they're allowing the city to perpetuate things that are going to harm Black people. So they didn't necessarily want to harm Black people. I'm sure other people, like during the crack epidemic, they wanted Black people to still prosper, but their idea for doing that was saying we need to jail these people, we need to jail them longer, so on and so forth. And it created a further detriment to where
I agree.
Black people are still in jail to this point for those drug related issues.
The thing about like granting clan rally permits is like there's no legal or constitutional obligation for a city to grant permits for protests, but you can have a clan rally on your own, and there is a constitutional protection against your clan rally for free speech. So like there is nothing saying that a city has to give somebody a permit, but there is something that's saying that if you do have a clan rally, the city cannot punish you for having one as long as it's
What I
within
said
you.
hasn't been addressed, but cool.
Well, I was addressing what Bam said. So what did you say that wants to be addressed? Go ahead.
I was saying that listening to the populace and enacting laws doesn't necessarily remedy the issue. It's going to create further disparities among the people that are committing the crimes or that are the issue that people are saying they have.
Right. Right. So that's actually goes along what I'm saying as well, because essentially what I'm saying is that the Constitution has protections for this very reason. Like we are a constitutional republic. We're not a direct democracy for a very good reason, because a lot of people are stupid and they're not going to be making good decisions. And just because the majority population says something, if it's against the Constitution, you shouldn't allow it to be implemented within law. So this is something that falls along those. Like, for example, if somehow white people became super radically racist again and voted for slavery to be in place again, we as a country should still be like, hey, even though the majority population says slavery should come back for everybody, for all Black people, we should, because it's against our Constitution, reject that vote because it's unconstitutional. Just because you're so-called allowed to vote something into to happen doesn't mean that it should be respected or even allowed under the structure that we have in the United States Constitution. Like expression is a protected right, it's a protected constitutional right, and it is including article of clothing. And so just because so-called, as I've said it already, I haven't heard a refutation. This is why I think everyone here is pretty much in agreement. I haven't heard anybody make an argument, hey, it's a good thing with what's going on in Philly. I'm advocating for what's going on in Philly.
Well, I'm
I
saying
haven't
for this
heard
to
that.
be a one-to-one, you would have to say that people that are being racist or are in Klan rallies get 10 years in jail mandatory minimum. Or there's going to be a $5,000 fine if you were doing white nationalist things. That's basically what I'm saying. It's going to create more problems and more resentment in the long run.
What I'm saying is,
That's the one-to-one.
yeah, sure. But here's my point. My point is, just because there's going to be a good outcome from something, and by good, it means this like an outcome that people want, like the majority population want, doesn't mean it should happen. Doesn't mean you should remove freedoms. So let's say that some good outcome for the majority population occurs if you like murder single moms out there. You wouldn't be like, oh, okay, well, it's okay to murder single moms out there because the evidence states that if we get rid of them, many good things will happen to the majority population. Let's vote that in. you as a legislation would be like, hey, even though people voted this in, we shouldn't allow this to happen because it violates people's rights. So that's the analogy that I'm making. We shouldn't allow for ski masks to be banned because it violates people's rights. Now, if
what I'm saying is it perpetuates the
brother, I'm not
problem.
arguing against you. Okay, I'm making a statement on my own right now. So
one of y'all niggas playing soccer, the other one's playing football. It's kind of weird. So
yeah,
trying
so
to sort of
I'm
touchdown
just,
and a goal.
I'm just talking after you. I'm not talking against you. So what I'm trying to say is that the ban of ski masks is unjustified, unconstitutional, and it doesn't make any sense. And there are other ways, alternatives that you can solve crime, can prevent crime. That doesn't include removing people's rights that already are protected under the Constitution. For example, if people were wearing what Queen is wearing right now, and there's like a wave of Muslims in Philly committing a bunch of crimes, you wouldn't then say, well, since we've seen a bunch of people wearing like burqas or niqabs, whatever, since we've seen there's been a crime wave of this happening, we're going to ban this article of clothing. It doesn't make sense because now what? You're violating people's First Amendment right of freedom of religion and expression. So you would have to find an alternative that doesn't violate the Constitution. Because I believe in people's rights. Just because there's I believe in people's rights. Like you can't violate the Constitution.
When I read this shit, it just felt like fan service almost. Like I was like, this shit seems like a Boondocks episode. Like there's y'all banning a shiesty. Like who the fuck? I thought to myself, like, who the fuck would think this is cool? But Ben made a good point about like older folks, but it just seems like lip service. Because what the fuck? That doesn't like Dream said. I don't think anyone can logically come to the conclusion of like, yeah, man, criminals wore this, so no one can wear it, even though in the very name it has nothing to do with criminality. Like I just wonder why this is. The lip service of it what makes it strange. Like, why is this even a thing? Who the fuck is voting for this? Who the fuck is saying this is a good idea?
Bring back the domino mask and the striped shirt.
The shiesty.
That's what this doesn't seem like a Boondocks episode. This is like some bullshit. Like this, the old people want motherfuckers to stop wearing
if I'm a criminal and people banned a shiesty mask, okay, I'm wearing a fucking a K95 with glasses and a hat.
This is the anti-gun control people. Like we can't do anything because people who do illegal things don't pay attention to the law. I don't know if that's
no. Did you hear what I said? I said
you said they're gonna switch to something else.
That's not paying attention. That is paying attention to the law. So you're literally making a statement that doesn't even apply to me.
But I'm saying that like you're arguing that like, oh, okay, like if they do this, they'll just do something else. Like, oh, if we ban machine guns, they'll just get a switch, or they'll just 3D print one. Like arguing that,
no, that's breaking the law. I'm not advocating for breaking the law.
Well, you're still advocating for criminals doing crime. You're saying that people are
no. You're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying
you're saying they're legally
in the example you're giving, they're breaking the law. In the example I'm giving, they're not breaking. No. Because what I'm saying is it's not illegal,
but they're still going to do a crime.
Yes. So they're going to do a crime involving a non-illegal activity. Versus in your scenario, they're going to do a crime involving
the important part. The important
part. What's the important part, brother?
The important part is you're saying the criminals are going to do crime.
So what's the But I'm saying they're going to do crime.
Trying to say something.
What I'm saying is, if the problem isn't going to solve it, tell me how it's going to solve it. Please go ahead. How is it going to solve it?
Again, it doesn't have to solve
How is it going to decrease it?
Arguably, when you see someone wearing one, you would be putting, like I said, in the best case scenario, when you see someone wearing one, you would, and already knowing that it's illegal, you would understand that they're a high risk, that they're probably.
But I've already
activity.
Just because crime occurs, but
you asked how it would decrease it. I didn't ask for a solution. I gave you a thing where it could possibly decrease it.
But rebut.
Just move on.
Hold on, brother. Rebut my core argument of rights. Meaning, just because certain things are going to lead to a certain outcome that people want, doesn't mean that we should remove people's rights from that. Example, we shouldn't ban knives just because some stabbings occurred, because people use knives to cut up carrots and onions and cook for them. Yeah. But should it happen is what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't mean that it doesn't like Logically,
At a certain
wow.
point, yes, they should.
Soulless already.
Okay, so
So
let's,
all
so
knives are banned
I
in UK.
gotta- I
That's what
gotta-
I'm hearing.
I gotta let some other people win because we have a limited amount of time.
Is that a
Let's
lie
go-
I'm hearing?
Let's go to Solus.
In the
He's
UK,
been
all
trying
knives
to-
are banned. That's what I'm
Hold
hearing.
on, hold on. Sorry, you can hear me, right? Yeah. So we got to move on because we have a little amount of time. Let's go to Solus. I think
I was
Mooncake
gonna
wants to
say,
get in, so we'll go up her afterwards.
Okay.
I was
Mooncake's been
gonna
trying to
draw
get in as well.
two things. One, I was gonna draw a distinction with what Bam is saying is like I get what Bam is getting at, but at the same time, like banning the shiesty when there's like it doesn't. If you say no more guns and then have to 3D print their guns, at least in that weird world you've created, it's more difficult to be a gun. You have to know how to 3D print a firearm to get one. You can't just go on a store and get it. If you ban shiesties, bro, again, I could tighten this motherfucker up nuts enough and I still have a mask. Like it doesn't do anything. Like unless like you have to ban all forms of clothing that cover your face. Like it wouldn't do it. Like at least if I say no more guns, you gotta get them 3D printed and you gotta get them from a dude named Steve that knows a guy named Frank in a back alley somewhere. That makes the process harder. But if you say no more shiesties, you're not saying anything about medical masks. You're not saying anything about Shino hoodies. You're not saying anything about normal hoodies. You're not saying anything about whatever the fuck convention Razor got that demonic ass outfit from. You're not saying about any of the other things that are easily clickable, right?
What?
Also, second thing is, I just want to ask Mooncake. Have you ever met a nigga named Alvin? Have you ever met a nigga named Alvin that was in a band with his brothers?
Oh, the Chipmunks.
At least you got the joke. At least you can't see. At least you go over your head.
That was good.
The Chipmunks. Alan and the Chipmunks. I like that
Yeah,
movie.
you got it. At least, yeah, you got it. The movie, god damn it.
There's a movie? Never mind. I'm old.
I prefer the cartoon.
There are multiple movies. What do you mean?
Yeah, there are a few of those.
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about
playing
it.
this
Don't worry
game.
about it.
Mooncake,
Too young
give it
to
a
feel
try.
this old, bro.
Mooncake?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm all for the ban on shiesties or whatever you want to call them. I hope this. Oh, by the way, I hope my sound's better. Let's be honest. Most of the people who wear them in the summer are committing crimes and causing mayhem. And they're terrorizing the city. And I think Philadelphia is sick and tired of it, especially in the summer. Like, why do you do that in the summertime?
Right? Wasn't it recent? Is it not a recent law?
No, I'm saying in general.
It's very recent. No,
so
like
so
the
it's
thing
so
is,
it's,
no,
it's the fall
depending on the
/
city-
winter.
no, Okay,
Your point.
depending
No, but
on
I'm
the
saying
in
depending
general.
on the
Hold
city you live
Hold
in.
on.
Mooncake, please.
Hold on. To be clear, like in the Mooncake, just this is what you were saying, right? You're saying that as an example of reasons why this should be banned is that people will wear these things within the summer, and you're saying the vast majority of them during the summer, which it's not right now, but during the summer, these people are the ones who are going to be doing crime. They're not actually wearing it for a fashion statement,
Yeah.
about the form of crime. All right.
100%.
The
And
vast
like,
majority of
know
ski
that?
mask users commit
yes,
crime.
I would say if you are wearing a face mask in the summertime and it's hot as hell outside, why do you need to cover your face? You would only
The
cover
same
your
reason
face.
niggas was wearing headbands and they
COVID.
never played basketball. What the fuck?
If you're up to no good. No, that's not the same. Let's be honest. That's not the
Wait,
same.
I can
Just let her
literally draw the correlation
roll
between the
for a
two.
They're committing
Mooncake.
crimes.
Mooncake,
No,
if a bunch of
The
if a bunch of
niggas
Muslims
started wearing headbands was
Okay,
because
yeah.
a lot
that
of
puts in their point.
Guys.
wait,
let's-
Mooncake,
No,
you have an
wait,
additional.
wait.
Whoa.
Cut.
All right, we're gonna let Mooncake finish up, and then we're gonna let Solus jump in, and then anyone
I'm gonna go
else
after
wants to jump in.
Solus.
You want to do that? Fine,
Oh.
and then all right, cool. I
Um,
see your hand.
Okay, yeah, just to get my point off. Yeah, if you are wearing it, especially in the summertime, and you're covering your face, yeah, I think you're up to no good. And I think people who do wear these things are committing crimes. We may not like to see it. And yeah, disproportionately, it may be Black or brown people, but that's just is what it is. And I think Philadelphia is heading in the right direction. And I think they're taking the steps they need to curb gun violence, gang violence, anything that they need to do, robberies, I don't care. People are up to no good. They're terrorizing these cities. Get them off the street. So
Okay.
I'm with it. Do what you got to do.
All right,
Can I
so
cook real
Solus,
quick?
that's your
Let
turn.
me,
Alright,
let me cook after him. I got the third course.
I'm gonna toss the shit to you.
It'll be
So there was
Solus.
this-
It'll be
so I
Solus,
just went-
1-0 Dream, Razor, and Joe.
So Mooncake, back in the day, there was this way before any of these old fucks was ever cool. They never were. It was this nigga. His name was Nelly, right? It was this nigga. His name was 50 Cent. And for whatever reason, these motherfuckers didn't have a jump shot. They didn't have a contract. They didn't have a post game, but they was walking around wearing basketball equipment. I mean, full shooting sleeves. Niggas had headbands. Bro, it was a nasty era. These niggas grew up in it. You could see this nigga water Kai. It was a nasty time to be alive, right? Motherfuckers was wrapping their heads with paper towels. It was crazy, right? But it was a common thing for people to wear basketball clothing because rappers were making it popular. The reason we call it the shiesty is because there's a rapper named Pooh Shiesty who made it famous. It's a fashion statement. That's literally why niggas started wearing. No one gave a fuck about them goddamn ski masks before that moment. But when he started wearing it, he was cool and people wanted to match it. This nigga.
Okay,
Alright,
the reason that doesn't make sense is
Nigga,
like I could pull up
Keep
any.
Well, I wasn't done. It's just
Oh.
this fucking Assassin's Negro Creed looking ass
Well,
motherfucker.
You can see by the eagle in the sky.
This Armenian drug dealer looking
Let's.
Okay,
so
it's the same. I'm sorry, it's the same thing. It's a fashion statement that
Moment
became
11.
very popular off of a rapper. That was my point.
I don't think so because if I pulled up like a drill video right now, they're probably wearing a shiesty. It's being used to perpetuate a
A what?
certain lifestyle, and a lot of
what?
these people are
Did you
using.
put up a what?
maybe because you're in
I
a
said like
full
a drill music video.
No,
A
say what you
drill
said. Say
music
what you
video,
said.
right?
Yeah.
So
And you said that they're wearing a shiesty,
okay.
right?
Hey, dream
Or
So-
whatever
So-
that's what it's called.
What about areas where even
Sorry,
during
hold on,
summertime
hold on,
it's still
hold on,
cold
hold
as
on.
fucking balls?
Hold on.
Oh my
Hold on. Let's try to stick with this because there's a lot of people here. So
Yeah.
Mooncake, you were responding, so let's finish that up. Then we're gonna go to Dream.
Yeah, I was just saying like they're using it as a way to perpetuate a certain lifestyle, and we all know what I'm talking about. And we're seeing it.
no, we don't.
We're seeing
we
it in
don't.
real
No, we don't.
life. Yeah, we do.
What is that lifestyle?
Hold on, let's see what she
We're
cooks
seeing
up.
it with a lot of the the gang videos. I mean, I think
Say
we're seeing it on the internet.
The hand size killed me.
I put you
We're seeing it on
to
the internet.
I
So
put you to say.
what
That's
I'm
all.
saying is, if Philadelphia feels like this is a way to make things safer, if someone commits a crime, I want a CCTV video to be able to see their face. But if their face is covered in a shiesty, we're not going to be able to figure out who that is. So let's just ban it. I'm okay.
Ban
Keep up your
hoodies too,
face.
right?
Okay.
Ban hoodies and
Yeah.
sunglasses and hats, right? You can't wear those in combination together, right?
No,
you would agree
no,
with
because you
that
can
too,
still
right?
see like facial features.
No,
Hold
no,
on,
it's
so
not,
you
bro.
can-
If he wore
Actually-
sunglasses,
We just saying
Hold on,
shit. We just saying
hold
shit.
on.
We're not-
Real
we're not-
fast, real fast.
no,
Mooncake.
there is no real fast, brother. It's my turn next.
Hold on, hold
I
on.
don't
If you right now,
You shouldn't be
Mooncake,
I'm glad you
right
did this,
now.
I'm sorry.
Hold on, Mooncake.
Then Dream, go.
You know what I look like. You can identify this.
Hey, Prime, where'd that
Yeah.
bass in your voice go?
If I take off the mask and stuff, you could be like, "That's him in a lineup." After I pull
So
that
much
off.
dope.
Depending on like
So
the way
much
your
dope.
face is shaped, your forehead, your eyebrows, yeah, you probably could actually still.
They do
This
have
nigga
facial
sending
recognition.
innocent
Hold on,
men
hold
to
on.
Find
jail.
with or
That's
without it.
crazy.
Okay.
Let me
All right.
talk.
So let's get back to it. So let's go to
You-
G10 Dream.
You can
It's
achieve
Dream and then man.
you can achieve the literal same facial anonymity through other ways other than a ski mask. For example, I've had hoodies that had the strings. I've already explained this before you were here, I believe. You can pull the string all the way, and all you see is like this, a little small thing right here, a little small opening in my face. That's one way. And if I wore sunglasses with a hoodie on top of this hat and mask, you're not going to be able to see my face. So there's already ways that if you're a reasonable person and they banned the mask, I want to commit a crime, I can't show my face, I'm just gonna wear a hat, sunglasses, mask, and a hoodie. That's gonna achieve the same result that of anonymity, facial anonymity that you would see with ski mask.
Potentially.
They're
But-
not potentially,
Potentially?
literal.
If somebody's walking around with their sweater pulled up so you can see a little hole, yeah, they're probably committing crimes too. Like, I'm not saying not anyone else is
We-
committing
but
crimes.
we
Nigga,
wouldn't.
have you ever lived in
I-
somewhere cold? What the fuck is
Mooncake
you
is-
talking about?
She's
These
arguing
people
for
are
probable
using it to
cause.
commit
Let's
crime.
go.
My-
So let
my-
Philadelphia handle it.
but you don't.
I'll be
You don't.
honest, it's scary. It's scary. Nobody wants
It
to say it.
doesn't-
It's
Oh my
scary.
god.
It doesn't
no,
matter.
I'm
Hey,
not
hey,
scared.
Hold on,
Hey,
hold on,
so-
hold on.
Let Dream.
So
Dream.
she got a point. I feel like I want to slide on my little brother.
I gotta raise.
I feel like I want to slide on
I
Malik.
gotta raise my volume because Dream is talking. All right, please.
I love that, Frank. Good job, bro.
All right.
So, like, what I'm hearing from you is, if I look at somebody and look scary, it's justification enough for me to ban the article of clothing that they have. Like, so, like during right after 9/11, for example, you would say Muslims can't ride the plane with a turban, with a hijab, with a burqa, because I'm scared of Muslims after 9/11. Because right after 9/11, a bunch of Muslims drove the plane down to a building. So now I'm scared of Muslims. So we should ban.
After 9/11, that was 9/11.
Can I help you a little bit,
Are
Dream?
you okay?
Is
Are
that
you
you
okay?
can-
I'm sorry, bro. It's like Pace has this
I
consistent
was just
problem of
making a correction. You said after 9/11 they drove the plane into a building.
that's not what I said.
It was
Oh my
9/11.
God, this is what I'm saying, bro.
No,
Like
Dream,
whatever
don't
you're
worry
hearing
about
is
that. Can
actually
I
not
help
true.
out a little bit?
I'm not done.
Can I help
Please
out just
allow
a
me
little
to
bit?
speak for myself
I
right now.
wanted to help, but okay, do your thing.
The
You can
hell are
help.
you wearing, Razor?
Just allow me to speak for myself.
I'm just changing shit.
Oh
to-
God, please,
to make a
please,
point.
let's move forward. Dream.
Thank you. So what I'm saying is, let me ask Mooncake a question. If a bunch of people that look like Queen committed crimes in Philly, would you be saying let's ban burqas and cobs and all that?
If like they were committing crimes like over a extended period of time and terrorizing the city,
You'd say let's ban religious freedom of expression. That's what you would say?
I'm not a big fan of banning anything religious, but if they were,
Oh.
Why
well,
not?
it's protected under like at least here under the Charter of Rights. But like a ski mask isn't religious, so you can't compare it to like a burqa or something.
Hold on,
Hang
I'm
on,
sorry. I'm sorry.
so then let
That
me.
doesn't make
Oh,
any sense
okay.
because we
I'll wait.
understand that the First Amendment, freedom of expression, is a protected right. Correct? We
First
understand
Amendment
that.
doesn't say freedom of
But-
expression though.
What'd you say? What'd you
Yeah,
just say?
Do I have to be a Muslim to wear a burqa? Wait, what the fuck? Do I have to be a
First Amendment
Muslim to wear a
does say that,
burqa?
yeah.
What?
I mean,
Hold on,
I
hold on.
watched a
Pace,
lot of
Pace.
videos that say
Is it
that.
supposed to be like religious?
So sorry. What he's saying? Okay. So what's he saying is that people can, like, whether they are of the Muslim faith or not, they can put on a burqa. And then they can commit a crime. So he's saying that in a scenario where there was a whole a crime spree where people were wearing burqas, would you take the action of banning the burqa?
If it were to the point of like crime, like in America, then potentially that would be something we could look into. Yeah.
How do
So you would limit religious
does that-
freedom.
And
Wow.
I-
It's not my
hold
goal
on,
to
I
limit
think-
religious freedom.
No, I don't.
Wow.
I
Burqa
don't.
bandits.
And
I think
To
this is. I
answer-
think this question is just a
Joe,
little bit
Joe,
disingenuous.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Oh, wait.
Joe, you're on the
Oh,
list, right? We got to go to our friend Razor here, and then we'll go to. I guess you're right. We'll go to Joe. I'm sure Bam has something to say afterwards. All right, great.
Nigga, can you talk? Team Jacob looking ass motherfucker. Can you even talk with that shit on?
You couldn't hear. He wasn't
Damn, you
ready.
said
was a
Team
Halloween
Jacob like
mask,
it's
by the way.
2008.
Nigga got that dog in him for real.
Ain't no way.
No,
Ain't no
I
way.
was obviously I was by doing that side of shit. I was making a point. Anyone can wear whatever they want if they want to just bust in somewhere, cut with their face covered, everything like that. Depending on areas that you live in, even if it is summertime, it can still be cold as fuck in the mornings. You get like maybe an hour or two of heat in the afternoon, and then cold as fuck in the evening. So ski masks year round can end up being a thing for some people because they might have super sensitive faces and they can't stand the fucking cold. So they need the ski mask to cover everything. That's just a average thing normally. Or just the type of mask that you saw us wearing. What Bam's currently wearing, fucking what Dream's currently wearing, stuff like that. They can easily so banning ski masks is just is definitely a violation, definitely a violation of constitutional right to of freedom of expression, obviously, because it can also be a fashion statement, as Solus said. But and I want to like go all the way back to something that Bam said earlier about it being a generational thing. It definitely with how they end up having this mindset, because it's like I said, in our media, we've kind of been taught that when you see ski masks, they're dangerous. Like cartoons, sitcoms, all this rom-com
They
stuff like
are.
that. It'll always be this weird thing. There's always this one gag when it comes to ski masks where the friend will show up in a ski mask, everyone will freak out, and they'll take it off and go, "Oh shit!" It's like, "Oh shit!"
Come out and
"Oh
play.
shit!" It's just you, kind of stuff. So, but ski masks are not dangerous. They're not something like it doesn't matter
if you ban them, people who were going to commit crimes are going to commit crimes. They'll just cover up with something that's not a ski mask. It's
okay.
it's dumb to try and ban them.
So
Boom.
I'll let Joe Lewis go. You can respond after Joe Lewis, Mooncake, and then we'll go straight to our friend Bam.
I was gonna ask Pace's question, but I'm not really sure what your position actually is, Mooncake, because I'm not exactly sure if you read the legislation. But we can figure this out very simply. If you're a police officer and you come up to me with this law currently in place and tell me to take off my ski mask, and I say I'm wearing it for religious purposes, what would your response be as a police officer?
Religious purposes, but ski mask is not known as a religious like headwear.
Doesn't
it?
have to be.
You
Doesn't
don't
have to
know
be.
that.
I can literally make up the religion of ski right now.
Again, like I'm
the
saying,
religion of
you're
shiesty.
right. I'm saying you're a police officer, and you're telling me take off your ski mask.
I
And
mean,
I'm
if it's
saying
for
I'm
religious
wearing my
purposes,
ski.
it depends on the Constitution. If it's protected, if that's allowed, then fine, let it be.
Let me
Okay,
clarify.
so to be clear, in the legislation, that's one of the exemptions. Are you
Okay.
okay with that exemption?
Yeah, sure. If
So
you are really religious and you have to have it on, then yeah, do your thing under your religion.
but what's really religious?
How would you know if someone's actually religious?
I
can
don't know.
literally say I'm a
That's up
Muslim.
to the officer. I wouldn't be able to tell. That'd be up to
Well,
the
you're
officer.
in this
How would
case,
the
you're the
officer
police
know?
officer.
Yeah, you're the officer. You're the officer.
I'm the
in this
officer.
situation.
You're the officer.
Depends on what their if you can prove they have a history. Maybe you ask them certain questions about their religion.
No,
So
that's not how the Fourth Amendment works. Like you're
let Joe
stopping a
Lewis
search and
handle it.
searching them.
You're
Yeah.
asking me how I would try to figure this out, and I'm telling
Yeah,
you.
but-
Joe Cook. I saw Joe Cook. I saw Joe Lewis. Let that nigga cook.
Joe
You're doing it
Lewis
against the
handle
Constitution, though.
Joe
So that's the-
Lewis. Thanks.
Okay, but
That's the-
here, from what I see, it says the law includes exceptions for religious expression, First
Yes.
Amendment activities, such as protesting, winter sports, and safety purposes.
Mm-hmm.
First Amendment activities such as protesting.
Such as, but not only.
Safety purposes. Cold.
Yeah,
So-
But earlier
guess
you said you would ban burqas, even
the-
though it's a religiously protected activity.
Okay,
thing
okay.
that I'm-
Please.
So you're
the
like
thing that I'm
contradicting yourself
You
right
see
now.
why he has to yell at you?
Lewis.
Shut up.
So the reason why I asked this, Mooncake, is because the exemptions explicitly, and I'll just read them off to you, are wearing a traditional holiday costume, worn for a religious purpose, engaged in a trade or employment where they are worn for the purpose of ensuring physical safety of the wearer, in a theatrical production, protecting the wearer from the elements while participating in a winter sport, or lawful engaged in First Amendment activities. So my question to you, if those are the parameters, how in your eyes can a police officer prove that somebody is participating in one of those things that I described? How does an officer go about that?
Like I said, I don't know. You can ask them based on their history, what religion they follow. Is this something you wear consistently? I don't know. Maybe they can ask certain questions.
Do you think it would be fair if a woman came to me and expressed that they were sexually assaulted, I should ask what they're wearing?
That's not even comparable. During the pandemic, for a fact, what I know is that some people said for religious reasons they couldn't wear masks. And I know that was protected as well, but people would ask certain questions like, okay, what religion do you practice? That was the thing, at least here in Canada. I don't know how it was in the States.
I don't think you don't see a problem with a police officer trying to prove or investigate someone's
Inquiring
reason for
about
something?
why you are wearing said mask? No, because they're potentially trying to see if they have to fine you or not for wearing that ski mask in a public place.
But again, I'm saying like
Cops can ask
reason why I did
questions.
officers are allowed to interrogate my religion.
It's not interrogating. Officers are allowed to ask questions.
If I say
Interrogating would be if you got arrested
if
and
I'm
they took you
saying
somewhere.
to go back to the original premise, because you're drowning, I said I'm
know, I
wearing this
think
for
you might-
religious purposes, and I said that I'm wearing this for religious purposes. And I ask you how an officer determines that. An officer should determine that. You're saying yes. Is that your position?
I just said inquire. Yeah, they can inquire
But
about.
you don't have
But
to
Branson,
answer.
how many masks you got?
So
Wait,
if I don't
Mooncake,
answer,
you don't have to answer.
so again, because I don't need help here. If I choose not to answer and I say the same thing again, it's for religious purposes. What should an officer do? What do you believe someone should do in a situation like
I think the officer should write the fine and then they can go fight it in court.
Good answer.
It's that easy.
Good.
No, it's not.
How many lawsuits do you think they would need to lose before they realize it's
Why
a
would you
moot
get
point?
sued? It's a ticket. You can fight it in court. There's the judge will look at it and say, okay, maybe this was warranted, maybe it wasn't. If it's not warranted, they throw it away and you leave. It's literally that easy.
Because you're
It
wasting
seems
people's
really
the
So
judge can
wait,
just
so hang
the
on.
judge can
Would you
simply
Let
extend
say
Joe
this-
cook. Let Joe cook. Let Joe
Would you
cook.
extend
Okay,
this
sorry.
to the same example of somebody wearing niqab?
What do you mean?
If an officer said, "Take off that ski mask," and the person respond, "I'm in niqab," do you think they should also investigate?
I'm in a niqab, or is that what you said?
In a
Sorry.
niqab.
I'm in a niqab, and you say, "Take off that ski mask," and I say, "That's not a ski mask, it's a niqab." Should the officer
If-
still
This
engage
is
in the
the
same limits
niqab
you
what I'm
described?
wearing.
if you can prove like, hey, this is a niqab, then I don't think you should have to take it off. But if you can't prove it, write the ticket. Go fight it in court.
Do you believe this what you're describing is religious freedom?
Yeah, because they're not taking it off of you. They're not saying you cannot wear it. But if they're unsure of what's happening here, they can write the ticket and you can go fight it in court in front of a judge and prove your case. Prove it there.
Drop your dollars so you can be free. Let's go.
But don't
Can you word that in a different way? Because
What-
right now you
what do
sound
you
like a
mean?
fascist, and I don't think you're a fascist. But I'm trying to
Because
understand
I said, like,
exactly
write them a
what you
ticket.
believe. What do you believe
not sure
religious
what's
freedom to
fascist
You know
be?
what the definition of a
Hold on,
fascist
Pace.
is?
Hold on, Pace. I'll deal with you
You
in
know
a
what the
second.
definition of a fascist is? Could you give us the definition, please?
What do you believe religious
Could I
freedom
get a
to be?
definition of the word fascist?
What do you believe religious freedom
Could
to
I get a
be? Let's
definition?
start there. You.
Can we please
What do
have
you
a
believe
definition,
religion
please?
to be?
Or do you
What do
need
you
to
believe
Google it
religion
first?
to be?
Do you
What
need
do
to
you
Google it
believe?
first? Can I
What
get
do
a
you
definition?
believe?
Totalitarian.
What do you
Okay, guys.
believe
All right,
religious
come on.
freedom to
Hold on.
be? I
Can
just
I
said
can I
I
get a
don't
definition?
believe you're a fascist. So I don't know why you're
Could you please
interrogating me
define
on
the
that.
word fascist?
Why do you
Totalitarian.
want me
Move
to
on.
define the word fascist for you?
Okay, he doesn't know the word fascist, which is
I
why
did
you
not
used
say
it.
that. I'm
So go
asking you
ahead,
why
we'll
you
go
want
on
me
to
to
your next
define the word
point.
fascist.
Let's go to your next point.
What do you believe religious freedom to be? Maybe that's the part I'm not quite connecting here.
Freedom to express your views that like you see fit. If you follow a religion, you should be able to practice said religion in your home, in like your church, whatever it may be, mosque, whatever it may be, without someone intruding on your religion.
Do you think it's
So there's freedom
intrusive for
from
someone to
religion, too.
interrogate your faith?
Once again, that's not interrogating. Simply asking questions is
I'm
not the same as
asking
an interrogation.
I'm asking divorced from
Yes,
everything we
I
said
think it's
before.
okay to ask someone questions about their faith.
Can you give me some examples of that interrogation of what that would look like for you?
What do you mean? Why do we need examples? I've like been answering. I've already given examples from the beginning. I feel like we're going over the same stuff.
We're not though, but sure.
Okay,
Can you give me some examples of this religious freedom that you're describing?
what do you mean?
Pressing people on their face a bit fascistic. Just
Nigga
being
Joe
real.
started cooking everybody else on their phones. This shit crazy.
No, I'm just waiting for the turn. I try not to interrupt.
Because here's the thing I'm not quite
I was all-
understanding.
Yeah.
We in America, we have a practice. It's basically a social practice baked within our social institutions that we ought not to question people's faith when they're expressing it publicly. And if somebody says they're expressing something as a religious expression, in most practices in America, that's usually where it stops. You're saying in this context,
So long
it
as
should
they're
go
not hurting
one
anyone
level.
else. probably.
You're saying in this context, it should go one level further. I'm not quite understanding that.
Okay, this will be my last comment on this because I feel like we're going around and around. Per the Philadelphia, the legislation $250 in parks, schools, daycare centers, and city-owned buildings and on public transit. The law includes exceptions for religious expression. How can an officer, as you said, figure out if they are doing it to, I don't know, commit a crime or whatever, or if they're doing it for religious reasons, right? If it's banned in these places, wouldn't we prefer that the officer just ask? Just ask. Just simply have that communication with said person. It is okay to ask about faith. You're not intruding on somebody's religious right by simply asking about their religion. That is not the same as you trying to attempt them from practicing said religion. It just
Mooncake, you're right in one sense. She's right in the sense that officers are allowed to engage in consensual conversations to whatever degree that is. So officers may ask about religion. but I think Joe is asking the question of how would they know if I simply say, how would an officer continue the conversation if the person just decides not to engage in the conversation?
I already said that. I
Hold on,
already said.
Okay.
no,
Mooncake, you
Mooncake,
mentioned
you
answered
literally,
that.
you mentioned
Mooncake, no, Mooncake literally
when I-
just didn't hear what I said
Dream.
because
You
I
me-
said the citizen can choose not to engage with the conversation. Like literally, because there's no citizen that is
Yeah, she
required by.
answered that. She said, "Give him a ticket, let the judge."
Thank
figure it
you.
out."
But
Thank
that's
you.
not
Thank you.
that's not
Thank
how the
you.
law works.
Thank you, Jason.
You're
Wait, so
literally
if an
violating.
officer
You're literally
asks-
violating the
you're
Fourth
not.
Amendment.
You can
So if
give
an
someone a
officer
ticket
asks
for
me a question and
non-compliance
then
with an
can I
officer.
be an example for this?
You're
If an officer
violating the
asks-
Fourth
if an
Amendment.
officer asks me a question and then I
stop.
say I don't want to engage in this consensual conversation, I can get ticketed for that?
Yeah, that's literally a violation of the Fourth Amendment.
That's
Mooncake.
not.
I don't
That's
think
not
not a
true.
violation.
True.
I think you
That's
have.
not
I think you
true.
have
It
right
is,
to.
though.
I think
That's
you
not
have to
true.
identify
Because
yourself.
That's
you can get
actually
a
not a
ticket for
violation.
non-compliance with an
Not a-
officer.
The-
So that's not
no,
completely true.
But I have to comply with a consensual conversation. Like a officer comes up to me, they see me, and I'm wearing my religious garb, whatever that may be. They say, "Hey, are you a part of said religion?" I say, "Is this a consensual conversation?" They say, "Yes." I say, "I don't want to engage in this." They give me
None
a
of your
ticket.
damn
You think?
I don't know if that's legal. I think you do have to legally you have to properly identify yourself in the.
No, you
But in a
don't.
consensual,
You don't
no,
have
no,
to.
no.
If
Well,
an
that's state by
officer
state.
can-
But that's ancillary. That doesn't matter. That's state by state.
It
What
does
Bam
matter.
just said. My point being this: in a consensual conversation amongst a police officer and a citizen, if it's a consensual conversation, that means you not only have the right to leave, but you also have the right to not engage with it. You're saying if I express my
Yeah.
right to not engage in this consensual conversation, I can be ticketed?
Yeah,
If
Article
the
5.
officer
of
believes
Fifth
Literally not
Amendment.
true.
could be a potential threat and you are not cooperating with his questions, then yeah, you could be ticketed. Sorry,
It's not
but
that
it
he's
is.
detained. You're
No,
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 you don't have to be
Okay,
detained to get a ticket.
I do.
Dream, you do not have to be
But
detained to
I
get a
think
ticket.
Solis
Yes, you
tried
do.
very.
No, you
No, you
don't.
don't.
No, you
Hold
don't.
on. You don't have to get.
Mooncake,
You don't have to be
Mooncake.
detained to get a ticket.
Mooncake.
That's obviously not the
Mooncake.
case.
Respectfully, I understand you're Canadian. What Solis laid out to you
Okay.
is very simple premise, which is in America, you do not have to engage in law enforcement. So if they ask you a question, you can say, I choose not to participate in this conversation. There's a bunch of ways state by state that you can go around that and
Yeah,
say
but
that.
Joe, you can still be ticketed for that.
Yeah.
You exercising
I do
your
wanna
right to
get
the
to-
Fifth Amendment doesn't mean
I
that
do
they
want to
can't
get to
ticket you.
Bam.
You guys can
because
keep
Bam has
saying
been
it, but it's
waiting.
still wrong.
Yeah,
That's what's
Bam.
like driving
I
me
do.
crazy.
I do need to.
So
I gotta.
they're so far, Ben.
I
Prime.
gotta
It's Prime
let
go for it.
Bam.
I'm done.
I'm sorry. I gotta let Bam.
Too
He's been
stupid to
waiting.
engage.
It's literally.
Oh my God.
against.
This is
Bam.
I
this is
just wanna
how
say
you
one-
know. Wait, can I
Bam.
tell you? This is how you know. This is how you know
Let
men are so
Prime
soft.
please.
This is how you know men are
Bam.
so soft because
How?
he's gonna call
How did
me
men get
stupid,
in?
too stupid to
He
engage.
wasn't
Like,
talking
seriously?
about you. I don't think. I think he was
I
talking
know.
to the
I
other
think he
guy.
was,
I
and that's just
was
like weird.
not.
It's
I
just
was
He
weird.
not.
wasn't. He wasn't
You
I
talking
was
to you.
not.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
He's been
yeah.
agreeing with you the whole
And
time.
he's gonna make a statement about all men based off of what Joe Lewis, one person, said.
But Bam, though. But Bam. That's great, though. But Bam. What was you saying, Bam?
Yeah. No, I think that like as far as legally, like I don't think just clearing it up. I think that there's some. Okay,
Mooncake, we got echo coming from you.
Oh,
You can just
sorry.
mute or something. Like I do think you have some basic responsibility to to identify yourself if a police officer approaches you. I don't think you can just walk off like, hey, excuse me.
You
That's
literally
not-
can, bro. You literally
Depends on
can.
the state.
Pretty
Depends on the
sure.
state.
Like,
Depends on the state.
I'm saying pretty sure, but I'm like 99% positive.
You literally
Depends
can,
on-
bro.
Some states are stopping ID
Whatever.
sticks.
Whatever. We can prove
Bam
this.
has
Sure.
been
Ask
waiting.
if you were
We can move
detained.
past.
Hold on.
We
I
can
know
move
the law.
past.
There needs to be a reasonable, articulable suspicion. If the
No.
police officer cannot
Bam.
cite a
Okay.
reasonable, articulable
Okay.
suspicion,
I'm gonna.
why they're
I'm gonna
stopping you,
Bam.
detaining
I
you?
disagree with you. That I don't think that's. The
What do
case.
you mean? That's
It doesn't
literally.
matter.
That's
It's not
literally
your time.
what
It's
you
not your
said.
time.
Hey,
It's not your
everyone!
time.
Oh, everyone, shut up! Bam's been waiting for like ever. We're gonna give him the time. Bam, please.
Please, Bam.
Yeah.
Save us.
Like I said,
You
I
shouldn't
don't think
allow
that.
people to lie.
Yeah, okay. Let's go again. That like I said, I don't think that's legally the case. Based on civil rights. But regardless, like also as far as religion's concerned, I don't like you can there's religious exemptions, but there is some you can't just make up a religion. Like if you say that like, oh like my religion is like wearing the shiesty, like I think there's like steps to having your religion recognized and protected. As far as
Yeah.
like
It has to be
there-
officially recognized religion. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right.
yeah, you can't just make it up on the spot. But
Jedi
Not a
works.
sovereign citizen.
But I
trying to
would
do that.
but I would
right
say
there
this.
at the end. I'm right there. I'm
Sorry.
just I'm right there at the end because I'm not even trying to talk long because I feel like we're going over the same points. Although, like I said, although I do believe that there's, like I said, there's an argument that there could be some constitutional exemptions for this. Like there's other state by state cases that make me think that's potentially not the case. Like the state of New York allows anyone to walk around topless regardless of age and gender. Like the city just made that mandate versus there's other states that do require you to wear clothing. So it does seem that a city or state does have some rights in defining clothing in public. Like we can't make decisions on these types of things. So there's precedent that makes me believe it. Like even though it seems unconstitutional, there's probably some legal argument where they can do this. And although we can make whatever arguments we make around the summer or like the public, like I think that's a little. It's not bad faith, but it's just like where the band isn't focused around the summer. The band is focused around like the generality. So I think it's important to speak to that. A similar situation actually happened back in 2005 with the rapper Young Jeezy. If you're from the state of Georgia,
The Snowman.
Yeah, the Snowman was
Ew.
they ended up not being able to pass the ordinance throughout the entire city, but so they ended up implementing on the school level. Basically, Young Jeezy is a rapper who like had it was like a partially a gang thing, but mostly just like his nickname was the Snowman, and everyone in his crew wore like snowmen on their t-shirts, on black t-shirts. And it was causing like a lot of disturbances and violence in school, and like so the schools ended up banning him, and they tried to make a citywide ordinance. Like I said, the city of Atlanta didn't end up being able to get it passed, but like it just sort of speaks to the idea that there can be a precedent made for if you can justify the public good. And while I don't know if we can justify the public good in this situation, it's probably not fair to pretend that like everyone going around in ski mask is just like a cold little child like off doing good. Like there's got to be a happy medium here somewhere. Thanks.
I
Well,
don't
my
think it's
issue-
fair though to assume that somebody wearing a ski mask is committing crime, especially even keep it real with you, especially the shiesty. Because again, that was we was there. Y'all was alive when the shiesty became popular. Like y'all remember, it was a fashion statement. Motherfuckers put their shiesty on with that shit on. With like
it was Schoolboy Q. That's it.
I want to make it clear for the audience, right? If you're getting pulled over for a speeding ticket for any traffic violation, you are getting detained. If you are getting pulled over, if you are being stopped and seizured, which is what a pullover is a stop, you are being detained.
No, that's not true.
No, you're
Okay,
not.
bro.
You can get pulled over, and they can say, "Are you being detained?" And they can. You absolutely aren't being detained just because you're pulled over.
Just tell and remember
you're
if
just
anybody
lying.
asks to
You're
search
just
your
lying.
car, say tell them no.
Can I
You're
wait?
just
Can I ask a
lying.
question?
Okay,
I
so
don't
I
understand.
don't
These niggas shoot at
guys,
each other.
They're
So I asked
literally
a
lying,
question.
bro.
I-
Like,
y'all
I'm not
shoot
gonna
each
allow
Every
lying.
pullover is a
you're just
detainment.
wrong.
Okay,
Yes.
so I don't know. Guys, we're not lawyers. I don't know. Maybe,
I know.
Hold on, calm down, because I'm only about to go to your point. Hold on, knock it off. Thank you. Right? I'm saying that like I am unfamiliar with this portion of law. I can't make that determination. I think a lot of us actually can't make that determination. I think what Dream is trying to say is that like when an officer stops you, and for official purposes that like counts as detainment. I don't know. Right? Maybe he's right. Maybe he's wrong. I don't know.
The word is, to be clear, the word is detention. So in a lot of
Yes.
states, the discretion, the way that works is if you get pulled over by a police officer, you're not necessarily allowed to leave, but you're not being in a
Detained.
broader sense detained. But it's considered a detention.
So during a
Definitionally, those are
traffic
two different
stop,
things.
both the driver and the passenger may be detained, forced to remain at the scene until the officer has determined that a moving violation or other infraction has occurred. Which is
The
why
way
you
that-
ask, "Am I being detained before you leave?"
Yeah, the way that I interpret it, and again, I have law enforcement in my family. I have multiple people who are cops, multiple people who have been police chiefs. The way that they describe it is when you get pulled over and this is what I was directly taught. If you get pulled over by an officer, you may not get arrested, but that doesn't mean you can't leave. That's it.
All right. So Solis, if you want to say something,
I just want to ask a
One's
question
lying,
because I was going to ask a question to Mooncake and anybody on Mooncake's side. How would you say that somebody has religious freedom and the right to express their religion while also saying that it's okay for them to accosted or like stopped and wherever they're out in public and they are in contact with a police officer due to that same religious expression. Like if you say you can express your religion, if your religion says you must cover up, you're a fucking nun, you're a Muslim, whatever it may be, you can do that freely. But also a cop can stop you at any given moment to question you about your religious garb because you may or may not be committing a crime in it. I don't see how you can have both of those things existing in the same world. I can express my religion, but also, I mean, if I want to express,
because fascism.
Well, we can let her answer.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. I still think you can have both. Like, here's the thing: freedom of religion doesn't limit you from certain expectations, right? Like under the law, you can still ask questions. I'm not saying you just interrogate someone based on their entire religion, unless it's like a cult or something like Scientology. But like in general, well, actually, no, that would fall under religious freedom.
It's recognized.
Sorry, I got distracted. But no, I feel like if someone's wearing said ski mask in Philadelphia, how does this officer determine that this person is expressing their religion without inquiring about it? Like, are those people now supposed to like wear something on themselves that says I have a religion? That's why I think the
Probable
best thing is
cause.
for the officer to
Mooncake's
ask.
probable cause.
Yeah, but
So-
it's already
pretty much it.
banned. So like, or sorry, what were you saying? What if I
I'm
let you
saying
go?
banning it should not be probable cause. You should be
Ski
committing a
mask,
crime,
and
and the
to be
officer should
clear,
have
the
some
ski mask is
reason.
not. Sorry,
No, go ahead, Joe. You
the
were
misinformation
gonna
here is that the
elaborate.
ski mask is not explicitly banned in the legislation. You're just subject to a fine
Oh,
if you're
sorry,
shown
fine,
wearing
not
those
banned.
in public places. With the explicit one, which again, the only explicit part of the legislation is, and I'll read it. Y'all niggas don't read. No person shall, with the specific intent to intimidate or threaten another person, or with the specific intent to hide one's identity during the commission of unlawful activity, wear a mask, hood, ski mask, balaclava, or other devices or means of hiding, concealing, or covering any portion of the face for the purposes of concealing their identity on public property or private property in the city without the express written permission of the owner or occupier of the property. That is
And
the
so,
only case where it's
and this
explicitly disallowed.
before Mooncakes goes off, this is why I was getting at this, because probable cause needs to be a reason for people being stopped. Just wearing a ski mask out in public should not constitute probable cause, and that's going to create issues. So, like if you're in a public place, whatever the case may be, or a private business, that shouldn't be a reason enough for you to get accosted. Just because people have feels about you walking around outside wearing a ski mask, you should not be able to be accosted by the police.
Okay, so
I disagree with you about the private business. Private businesses can set rules and terms for their own business.
If
No
it's on the
shirts,
door,
no-
no shirt, no shoes, no service, I get you.
Yeah, exactly.
I
So-
guess what my question would be is like, how do cops give tickets in general? Like at the end of the day, this cop would have
Probable cause.
They need no. That's RAS, a reasonable articulable suspicion.
What I'm trying to say is that either way, this cop would have to interact with said individual. No, not every person is using it for a religious reason. I know we're kind of using that to backtrack on, and I know it is a question that would come up. But like I said, if they don't answer, I think just go back to the ticket thing. That's where I just think.
So if a cop stops me, he's like, "Yo, man, why you got the shiesty on?" I say, "I am a method actor, and I happen to be a very prominent." What the fuck is the word I'm thinking of? Thespian? I wanted to say that word. So
Thespian.
Thespian. And I need to get in character. So I am walking all day in the hot summer heat, even if you want to make it more extreme, and I'm putting on this shiesty, right? And an officer says, "All right, prove to me that you're in this film." Do I
to be or not to be? That is the question.
What evidence would I have to provide? Like how the
What was the name of that? What was the name of that one character from Fat Albert that had the basically
Mushmouth?
the entire
Mushmouth.
Guys, can we focus on? We don't need it. We don't need it. We don't need this. Go ahead. Go ahead. Okay.
I'll just ask.
Oh, no, I was gonna say, what was I saying? Shit.
What do you want to reminder? What
I'm
exactly
the most
you want her to
gangster
respond
thespian.
to?
No, so I'm the most gangster
Um,
thespian in the history of thespians, right? Cop walks up to me, sees me in the shicey. What are you doing, kid? I'm a method actor. I'm actually,
Oh,
I'm like, this is what I do. I'm actually gonna be in a one man show, and this is my thing. Like, I want to be in my character. The character wears this mask. How is the cop gonna prove to anybody? What
maybe
evidence must I provide that like this is not what's exactly happening?
I don't know, show him a video of your method acting. Show him an email. I don't know. Like maybe you have proof in your phone or something, or show
A
him if
lot
you
of a lot
That
of
was
like.
movies are under
That's a-
NDAs.
I think that's
Okay,
a little
even
bad
if I
faith.
agree with y'all are being a little unreasonable. Like,
Yeah, it
there's
is
some degree of
unreasonable.
proving things. Like, for example, someone could get locked out of their car, but that doesn't mean that like if you see somebody like trying to break into a car and they say to like, prove this your car. How am I supposed to prove it? Like,
Bam,
it doesn't mean that you
Well,
just let niggas steal a car because like,
bam,
you got me.
well, firstly, in
bam, bam.
addition
The
to that,
problem
Bam,
here, at the core of it, it's an unreasonable standard of proof that we would never apply anywhere else. But we're applying
yes,
this
you
to
would apply it other
shiesties.
places. If
Help
this
me then.
if this place, Philadelphia, has now barred it, made it illegal,
It's not illegal.
you would have to provide proof for that. Now, here's the
It's
here's
not
the thing
illegal.
that you guys are making
Did you hear what I said? It's
that
not
you're making
illegal.
it up.
It's
Or if they
not
banned
illegal.
it, if they
He
barred
didn't.
it, but
It's not barred. It's not
if
banned. It's not
they
barred.
are making this case,
Findable.
you are not proving to the police officer anything. The police officer's job is to give you the citation. Your
They
proof is
have.
provided in court. You don't have to, when a police
No,
officer
it's
pulls you
not.
over and gives you a citation, you don't have to prove anything to them because
Pace,
Joe's about
they
to have
aren't
an
the
aneurysm.
pace.
they aren't
Just
the one that's going to convict you.
pace. Help me. Did you read the legislation
I've read the
before you
legislation.
answered? What does Article 6 say?
I've seen what Article 6 says, but what I'm saying
What does Article
is
6 say?
does it
What does
say?
Article 6 say?
you just read it.
I did not.
And what I'm saying is,
I did not. Hold on.
oh,
It's a very
I thought you
important
just
thing.
read
It's a
that
very
one. Well, let me
important
go pull
thing
it up then.
because Article 6 is part of the contradiction, which is why y'all niggas got to read these things before you have arguments. So Article 6 says any person who wears a ski mask or balaclava in violation of paragraph 4 of this section, where such violation is not otherwise covered in paragraph 5 of this section, shall be fined $250. My question to you is what are some examples where the violation would not otherwise be covered in paragraph 1, which I described earlier?
The same things that we talked about before, where obviously they're going to go and commit a crime with the intention to do
That's
things
covered
like
in
that,
section 1.
or
Covered in section 1.
or they're just out and about
covered.
wearing it for any and no reason. They're not participating in part of
So just being out
public
and
petition.
about, just being
That
out and
arouses
about for
suspicious
you
activity.
is enough. Just
How?
being out and about is enough.
If they're not being part of what is already considered to be a publicly recognized protest or whatever it is, they're just sitting around, walking around from place to place, wearing their ski mask, and nobody else is doing it because everybody else is following this new law that they made. You're arousing suspicion.
How?
Because you're wearing a ski mask where nobody else is.
Do you
against
understand?
the ordinance of the law?
You're a libertarian. You gotta know how
I'm not a
retarded that sounds.
libertarian.
You
I'm not
gotta
a
know how retarded
libertarian.
that
I'm a
sounds.
constitutionalist.
Okay, you
And
as a constitutionalist, then you should especially know how retarded
as
that
a
sounds.
constitutionalist, you need to understand that nowhere in the
I'm more
Constitution
libertarian than him
does
on
it
that
say anything about being able to address clothing.
So just so I'm
even
understanding
in
this
the
space,
and even in the Constitution, where we have freedom of speech, we do have limitations on our speech in the Constitution.
Yep.
You're bringing out the gamer in me because I said the R word like 4 times. Listen, you're saying to me in Article 6, which says, and I'll say it again for you, and please listen, because I know niggas don't know how their ears work either. We learned that a little bit late in life. Any person who wears a ski mask or a balaclava in violation of paragraph 4 of this section, where such violation is not otherwise covered in paragraph 1 of this section, shall be fined. You are saying just merely wearing the ski mask is enough to violate the statute. Is that your position?
Yes, if you're not participating in any of the things that are considered to be amicable, then yes.
So in the case of Majin,
cold
right
outside.
now,
Can I wear
in the
it?
case of Majin right now,
If the
he can
law
just be
says
fined.
that it's cold outside and you're wearing it to protect you from the elements of the cold, that's already
this is
covered in
good.
the ordinance.
This is good right here. I'm good.
if you're protecting yourself from the elements according to what the law says. But if you're just out there
So
walking
then
around in a ski mask
Hey,
and it's
what
not
about this?
cold outside,
So
But
and
what
they,
this
and
is
should
it's enough,
COVID. I'm not doing anything besides got my hood up and following COVID ordinance.
What about this? I
COVID
got
ordinance
sick
ended
and I
3
wanted to
years
be
ago.
funny.
You still can wear
I got
face
I
masks,
got
and most
sick.
places do
Yeah.
ask you to wear a face mask.
Yeah,
Even
like
if
I
it's
got
cold
let's
outside,
say I
what is
got
So,
it?
sick.
Mooncake, I see your hand.
And, like let's say I got sick and I wanted to be funny and I started wearing this around, just walking around with this.
Oh, you can wear that mask around if you want to say that's your right to do that. But if the police ask you why are you
Why is it not
wearing
my right
that,
to wear the ski mask then?
because
just
the
don't
ski mask is
understand.
just it's because they voted on it. The
It's
ski mask
scary.
has become an
scary, bro.
issue. It's become a problem where they have seen a
How
spike
about
in
now? I
uptake
walk to the store like this.
of
Okay, all right,
This
let's
nigga's
not come.
this nigga's
This is
joking.
But
this is not helping.
Pace. The reason why I ask this is because it's kind of ridiculous to me how you think that just merely wearing the mask is enough burden for this fine. As a constitutionalist, you sound like you're okay with that, despite the fact
it
you seemed
doesn't
like you had disagreement with the
I
judge
have
before.
disagreements. I have disagreements with it because it is hard to stand up. But there's nothing in the Constitution that says that a state or city or even the country itself can't create some form of dress code within the country. There's nothing in the Constitution that says that they can't. It was and in these cases where you're getting a fine or like a citation, if you parked your vehicle in the wrong spot, a police officer can just leave a citation on your car, and you're not found guilty of it until you go to court and you
Right,
present your case there to the court, and you have the exact same thing with this fine.
but
That
Pace,
issue is easily amendable in court. If you say that you're wearing your stuff for religious purposes and you don't want to express that to the police officer, which is your right under the
Okay.
Fifth Amendment, you do, however, because he has served you with a citation, have to provide some evidence of that to the court when you go there to prove your case.
Okay, real fast,
I
just
do-
because of
That's-
minor thing here.
again, like,
About the going to
again,
court.
that's not.
About the going to court thing.
Oh, man.
About the going to court thing. Do you really think that majority of people have the time and money to be dealing with that shit?
That's not my problem.
It is like because this,
Yeah.
but again, like Pace. At
Choices.
the core of it, what is this trying to solve? This is trying to help.
It's trying to stop these smash and grabs. It's trying to stop this uptick in crime
That's
that
not going to
Philadelphia
be
has
stopped.
done.
That's been around for a
that's-
long
We
time.
have
Again, I
not
asked
seen
you-
mobs
Wait,
of
it's not-
people
wait,
breaking
it's
the
not-
buildings
hold
like
on.
this. We have not seen
We're
that.
still not. We're seeing like maybe
So,
one
hey,
or two
come on.
every
Don't fight
1,000.
pace.
Oh my God!
No,
Don't
like,
fight
I'm just-
pace.
Joe,
I'm
so
just
Joe,
trying
I'll
to-
let you go. I do need to get Mooncake in because Mooncake has been waiting. But go ahead, Joe.
Oh.
Again, I'm just trying to understand what you actually believe because I'm not quite convinced that you read this because the justification is why the legislation exists is its very first half of that article. And when I asked you, why do you think this was made? You're saying something that's in contradiction to the legislation itself. So I don't know, like, you can have a feeling of what it's trying to solve. Sure, you can have that opinion, but we don't have to guess about what the justification was. It says it in point 3. The use of ski masks by criminals to conceal their identities is both a public safety issue and a quality of life issue. Do you think giving Debate Queen a citation for wearing a niqab, because based on your argument, she could get fined for that, is that a good path to go? Is that worth it? Is it worth it giving people false citations and having to go fight that in court? Is that, in your eyes, solving the problem?
If the people of that state and that city believe that that's what they need to do, then absolutely, that's what they voted for.
Okay.
I, as a constitutionalist, cannot go against what they decided to vote for.
Yes, you
And
can.
it does not expressly
can.
say
So
any
let's
constitution.
let
It does-
Mooncake.
It does not expressly in the
I-
Constitution say that is unconstitutional.
Sure.
Nothing in the Constitution
I
says
wanna
that you
let
can't put a dress
Mooncake
code.
get in here.
Let Mooncake cook.
Yes,
Uh,
it does.
I kind of also want to just point to the why of all this, right? I just quickly looked it up. They voted on this 13-2, so that tells me most people wanted it. And I
That's
think
not true.
earlier when I joined, 13-2, that's, or at least what the council wanted it.
There you
I
go.
think when I joined, you said that the older generation was in favor of this. I just want to double check. Was that like?
Yeah.
That was Bam that said that.
It
Yeah.
was a stipulation that
Okay.
probably based on like anecdotal evidence. Yes.
Okay, so it sounds like it wasn't just like they came up with it. There were people that were backing this in the community. In 2020, there was an uptick of crimes being perpetrated by people wearing ski masks. I can see here in 2022, a 15-year-old was killed on a bus by someone wearing a ski mask. Another person wearing a ski mask killed 5 people in a neighborhood close to there. So I think the city of Philadelphia is probably nervous about what's going on, and it's obviously affecting the youth as well. So they're trying to mitigate this issue that they're having. And if you have these people who are using ski masks to commit all these crimes, to ban it, you want to see their faces. If they're going to commit crimes,
what would stop the, hold on real quick, can I ask?
If we're going into this, right, to the point on to what you're reading, the main point, instead of focusing on the killing, is the main point we need to be focusing on are shooters. This is a gun issue.
Yeah,
this
but the
is
shooters
What-
are
hold on,
wearing
hold
the
on. What
mask.
stops
This
it?
isn't
What
a
stops
mass
Stopping these
issue.
crimes.
This is a
One at a
shooter.
time.
This is a
One at
gun
a time.
issue.
Let me get it. Let me quick sec. What stops the problem moving from the ski mask to this? What stops the problem from moving from that to whatever it is? Ski mask aren't the ultimate problem, right? The same crime could be committed by anything. And like I said, what I'm doing right here, I'm under ordinance, right? I'm under COVID ordinance. I live in the Pacific Northwest. We still follow a lot of that stuff. And I just got my hood up.
Yeah, but there's not
What's
an uptick in
stopping
them
those
wearing that.
crimes from happening?
There's nothing.
Because
They
you're
can still do
banning
that.
the ski mask.
But ski
But
masks
no, but
also are
but engage
covering
the
up
hypothetical.
your face
But you're
quite
not
a bit.
engaging that hypothetical. Like, okay, so let's say we get rid of ski masks and then they start wearing what Majin's wearing, right? Do you think that we should do the same thing but what Majin's wearing?
I mean, you could still like see his face if they have to
No,
ban
no,
it.
no,
then sure.
no, 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 no,
If it's
yeah,
necessary.
Yes,
Cool,
yes,
cool, great.
Identify this man.
Wait. So great. In this world, we've just created ski masks are gone, what Majin wears, what criminals wear, we get rid of that too. Cool. Then they switch to whatever the fuck Team Jacob that fucking Ray was just wearing. Do we ban that too?
Team Jacob.
Well,
if
if is that?
Wearing the werewolf mask.
Twilight
Literally
joke.
wearing
It's
the
a
werewolf
Twilight
mask.
joke.
If 90% of crimes were committed, like putting this
Twilight
on,
Oh, it's
made like,
Ma'am,
like if there was some
ma'am,
correlation, you would have
Ma'am,
been.
illegal to
I
wear
don't
a
think you
mask
want to
out
get in front of that
for a
ISO real
Halloween
quick.
But I'm
Anyway,
saying that
can
you
y'all
would.
answer that?
Like,
But can you let the young lady answer, please?
Halloween.
Anyway, though, but can you let the young lady answer? I get the man in 1 second. But anyway, we're in a world, right? Ski mask, shiesty, gone. Majin shit, gone. Now, what criminals are wearing is that like the fucking the furry shit that Razor was just wearing. Do we ban that too?
Wolf head.
Your
You're
mic
muted.
is.
You're muted. Can't hear you, dog.
But it
Wait a second.
not going
okay,
into
we
fences
can't
as
hear
well.
Can't
you.
hear you.
We're trying to engage with the principle, right? So the principle of
Yeah.
ban things
Everything-
if X thing
There you
is
go.
There you go. You're
being
back.
used
Yeah,
in
you're good now.
crime.
We can hear you now.
Sorry, everything froze for like 20 seconds there.
I said that in this world we've created, right? The ski masks, the shiesties, gone. The shit that Majin is wearing, criminals started wearing that. We banned that. And I'm saying, so if they start wearing what Razor is holding up right now, like furry shit, do we ban that as well?
Yeah, if they're choosing all these things, if a lot of violence,
Is
Oh,
that
so
like,
I
yeah,
can't do this for like.
Our hoodies gone too. Our
You know,
hoodies
this
banned?
is- but none
No,
of y'all said this-
no, I do. I know, Bam, please get in front of this ISO. If you want this bucket, take it. So in this world, right, crime has not stopped. We've done nothing to, literally, like, you would be okay with a world where crime is still happening. It's prevalent. Criminals are just like, okay, different game plan. And you're going to keep doing the same dumb shit over and over again, even though it's literally proven to not be effective by the fact you keep having to ban shit. That's what you're telling me right now? That's what you would do? That's what you believe in? You think that would be effective? Good idea.
okay, I'm not saying ban everything, but I think in general it's hard for me to engage with this hypothetical. I just think it's a little outlandish.
It's not outlandish.
Yeah, no,
It
it's
is
because
a-
you're
it's
dramatically
It's
changing
literally
the
what
rules of the
criminals
world.
do. It's
It
literally
is a
what
bit
criminals
outlandish.
do. No, it's not. It's literally what criminals do. They adapt to the situation. And
Sure.
if I'm a career criminal, if I'm a criminal that's serious enough to commit robberies, if I'm a criminal that's serious enough to wear a ski mask in public, I'm gonna. It doesn't cost me an extra dollar to
Sure.
Hold on. It doesn't cost me an extra dollar to grab my mask, a hat, and fucking sunglasses and wear a hoodie and zip that shit all the way up. It's not an extra step that I have to take. If it's
Let
easily
them-
accessible,
But
for me
you're
to come in-
forcing her to deal with
So-
this hypothetical.
So
I'm saying that,
hold
like,
on.
if we,
Hold on,
I'm
Bam.
just
I'm gonna go
unfortunate
straight
because
to you.
it's about
I'm
a
gonna,
principle.
Okay.
1 second. I'm going to go straight to Bam. But thank you, Chess Piece Face, for the 5 subs. Really kind of you. And to the people who came in for Nina's crew, thank you for being here. We're talking about our black men really intimidating ski mask and should that be banned? So join us, hit the follow button if you haven't done so yet. We'd love to have you here. Thank you, Nina, for the raid. Apologize, Bam, for interrupting you.
Real
you're
quick,
fine.
5
No,
seconds.
Oh,
No, Bam, let Bam cook. Let
nigga,
Bam cook. No, let Bam cook.
like,
Let Bam cook.
I'm saying that,
30
like,
words in.
All right.
Let Bam
because
cook.
I'll go quick. To some degree, like, into if you ask her to deal with the hypothetical you create, the hypothetical world you create, like, it's going to lead to similar answers. Like, could you say that, like, can you justify gun control if it kills 10, 15 million people a year? You could say, yeah. And then you say, okay, what if you ban the guns and then the 10 million people
We
a
already
year
had this
die from back
conversation.
scratchers? No, I'm saying,
We
like,
already
and you
had this
say that, like,
conversation.
would you ban
Yeah.
back scratchers then?
Is a
Well,
gun
if
and
the
a back scratcher the
I'm just
same as
saying.
a mask and a mask?
no,
No, because you're doing
I'm
this false
saying that-
equivalence shit
No,
you just
I'm
did 10
saying,
seconds ago.
I'm
No,
literally
no.
saying if you're saying that they're leading to the same consequence, if you're saying that the thing you're asking for is creating the same damage to society,
Calm down, Solus.
then you're like by definition asking her to hold it to the same standard.
No.
Exactly,
I
Bam.
agree
That's
with
exactly
no.
right.
Bam. I'll engage with that very hypothetical that you're using. You're actually not solving the problem if you're just banning the guns. The problem isn't the gun itself, so it
I
doesn't
didn't say
actually.
banning guns. I'm saying can you justify doing gun control if
No,
there's 15
no,
million people dying? Can you
no.
justify doing something towards gun control?
No.
Yeah.
You can't justify. Okay, you're. Well,
what?
for most people, would say yes. You can justify doing something for gun control.
I mean,
if enough people are
justify is such
dying.
a loose term. You can justify anything.
No.
Justify is too loose for you to.
Prophet Dave Chappelle,
But
bro. I'm
that's what
telling
we're
you.
that's
Prophet
what we're
Dave
that's what
Chappelle.
we're talking about.
We're not talking about what can be justified.
When you're asking
I can
when you're
justify,
asking
you can
Mooncake this
justify
question, you're
Hitler.
asking.
Anybody can justify anything, bro.
Sure, but that's the question you're asking
No.
Mooncake. You're asking her, okay, if we change the thing, but the exact same thing is happening, and it's because of the thing that we're
Right.
controlling
So
for.
so
If that's the
obviously-
problem, then that's the problem. It doesn't
so
matter what it is.
So if you try to change something in hopes to solve a problem and the problem isn't solved, not even decreased, then you would say that it makes no sense for you to ban that thing.
Sure, but you're assuming the entire, like, you're baking into your assumption that this isn't going to have any decrease, and that's
No,
something
what
that
I was
doesn't seem
hold on.
fair.
wait. As a person that
you
posts
have
hypothetical,
no
can I say
idea,
something real
but
quick?
you
Y'all
have
niggas can shoot at each other in 3 seconds. As a person that posts hypothetical, I just want to expose something real quick. What I was doing there was trying to point out the logic tree here. That's why I went to a hypothetical. So this isn't a world we live in, so I have to live in a hypothetical. The point of the logic tree that you don't actually give a fuck if it changes anything. You can literally have the same problem transfer from different face covering to different face covering. You're just gonna keep doing the same shit, even if the problem doesn't change. I was just pointing out the logic there. They're like, oh, you don't actually care if
no,
crime
here-
stops.
But I don't think. But I don't think. I don't think y'all care. I don't think
the only thing that
I'm saying that if it dropped down the violence to like 5%. I think it was my turn. I'm not going to
I was literally in the middle of talking before Solus interrupted me.
I was doing this talking.
I was talking. Hold on.
How do you jump in and then you decide that this is your
Let me
point?
make an exact analogous replicated analogy that actually is involving guns.
This
So,
replicated analogy, very redundant.
brother, I don't know why you had to talk about nothing. Go ahead. All right. So as I was saying, bro. So as I was saying, bro, like the analogy with like banning ski masks is like banning a specific brand of a handgun, whereas equally accessible brand of handguns exist. So you banning that specific brand of handgun doesn't actually solve the problem.
Yes, you're assuming that. Why are you assuming that?
I'm assuming
that I'm saying you're baking into the assumption that it's not going to help at all.
Okay. So here's what I'm going to say. There is no evidence to suggest that it will try.
Because we haven't done it yet. There can't be evidence for something.
They try to make gun control because of the Black Panthers, and it did nothing.
Everyone, shut up. Whoop. Bam.
You don't make.
This is the last thing.
I wasn't even done talking.
Oh my
God.
I wasn't even talking.
It wasn't your turn.
I wasn't even done talking. I was literally.
It wasn't your turn to talk at all.
I wasn't even talking. I wasn't even done talking.
But it wasn't your turn to.
I wasn't even done.
You didn't get to start. You weren't allowed to start talking.
Yes, I was.
It wasn't your turn.
Hey, shut up. Hold on.
Yes,
I'll decide. And I said Bam. So we're gonna go to Bam. Go.
The arbiter of truth. Thank you, Prime.
Thank you. Like the like we are to some degree we can be allowed to gather some data regardless of how you feel on it. Like everyone's gave their opinion. If this decreases the amount of robberies or violence in the city, if it drops it by 75%, are we now okay with it, or are we bought into something else, or is the people's rights more important than actually saving?
Like,
I'm just curious what people believe.
I care more about people's rights than I care about
Okay, then just say that. Don't make the argument
I,
tonight.
I,
It's more
but I
than you don't
said,
care
I
whether
said
it
that
does
in the
anything.
beginning. That was literally my
Bam, just to be
first
clear,
argument.
Bam, just to be
I
clear,
literally my first argument, Bam.
violent crime in Philadelphia has been going down since it peaked in 2020.
Sure, but I'm saying if we see
So
a dramatic drop due to this,
a dramatic
if
drop. What's a
enough that
dramatic
we
drop? It dropped 25%
enough that we
from
see
last year to this year.
enough that we assume enough that we can believe it's correlative. Like
If
There's
there
no way
was-
of proving that.
experts.
How do you
Because
like-
I didn't say causative, I said correlative.
Sure, but that to me is the problem. Like there's
Then we can
already
never
been
do
a
anything about
continuing-
anything.
Yeah, the crime during the pandemic peaked in 2020 and it's been dropping down significantly ever since. So what they're going to do is that they're going to do that liberal fucking handholding of like, we did it, guys, good job, when the thing was already trending down in the first place. So they have no, and they're going to hide behind that. They're going to hide behind the idea that the ski mask man and create that correlation anyway, when we know that, hey, violent crimes are going around all over the country. And then they're going to use the sentiment, well, the people, based on the polling, are saying this and that their fear is crime. But then all the criminologists and people who do data go, well, actually, crime's going down.
But we can't. But we can do that. We can't do anything. We can't prove that like sex ed or access to birth control decreases like unwanted pregnancies or like STDs by that argument. Like there's some degree where it's just going to be correlative, and we have to believe that there's probably some relationship here. Like the argument that we can't prove without a shadow of doubt that something is causal doesn't like justify that we can never do anything in society.
To me, schema. I think you agree with this. Ski mask is not identifying what the problem actually is. To me, ski mask is a way of looking like you're doing something when all you're doing is just, generally speaking, bothering citizens from the day to day. It's not actually engaging with why the crime is happening in the first place. There was a reason why those liquor stores were vulnerable in the first place. And I think to whatever cop position you have, depending on how extreme you is, that needs to be engaged with. How is it possible where 18 liquor stores on a single day can be ransacked at the exact same time all over the city of Philadelphia? That's a problem. But
sure, I'm saying that we're allowed to try things to like we're allowed to try different methods, even ones we don't disagree with throughout the day.
Right. But again, like to the thing that bothers me as somebody who lives in proximity to the area, I'm a half hour from Philadelphia. It's in what the council determined is a disconnect from what the people were actually saying, because we have the committee hearings. You can watch them if you want to, but it's the same thing over and over. And this is not engaging with the issue, because the issue is crime, and engaging with the conditions of crime is a lot harder than dealing with the conditions of aesthetic, of like visual aesthetic of what they're wearing and that kind of stuff.
Well, I agree with you at the very beginning of that, but that's why I called it the double entendre for the state of for Philadelphia. The answer is very simple. Send the police out there in droves.
There's
and take
already
care,
cops
and take care
everywhere in Philadelphia.
But the
it's
cops may be
already
everywhere in
overpoliced.
Philadelphia, but the DAs aren't prosecuting people. They're letting people out. And then
That's not true, but
the issue
yeah.
with these ski masks that they banned is, again, Mooncake's point is, if you can't see the face of the accused, you can't try to reproach them for potential crime that they committed.
Then hold on. Let's actually like
You're
generally
just gonna
walk
keep
through this.
dancing
Then.
past that. That
Like,
doesn't change.
Do you think it's probably
don't know if
better to give police better tools to identify individuals? Such as, I don't agree with this at all, but I have that dog in me. I have that Republican dog in me. So, and that Republican dog in me says, just enhance the surveillance state. If you have a trouble identifying people,
don't
put better surveillance mechanisms. Put better surveillance mechanisms in the choke points that exist in areas. There is a website right now I can go to that shows exactly where there are dead spots and cameras in Philly. It's on Reddit.
I don't agree with doing things like
that. You think that would prove you think that would prove causally that it would improve things? Like I said, at the end of the day, it's just trying.
If we increase the visual tools that law enforcement have to find individuals, do you think that could be able to catch those criminals?
Like I said,
yes
maybe.
or no?
The numbers it would.
Yes.
It's just another.
No, it's absolutely. If you can catch somebody going from from
If the
the
DA is not
if there's cameras everywhere, and I don't want to live in a world like this, but if you commit crime at point A, right, they could literally there's no point at a time where you pull that mask off or get
Let
into
me
a
tell
car
you.
or go to a house
Oh.
that isn't going to
Let me
identify
tell
you.
you
Okay,
some
hold on, hold on,
crazy
hold on.
ass shit that my state did. Let me tell you some crazy shit my state did. I ran through one of those easy pass things in Philadelphia,
Yeah.
right? My license plate was completely obstructed. They found me through my arm. That's how I got that letter
You
when
got
they
Stop being a
identified me.
dick.
They showed a picture of a grainy ass photo and my arm and were able to deduce that that was my vehicle. My
Damn.
license plate was completely obstructed. When I went to the defense to fight it, they said my plate was obstructed. The only reason why I got off of that was because my plate was obstructed and they couldn't reasonably assume that it was me. That's the only way I got off. I knew it was me.
So-
I knew I was that nigga.
Joe,
I'm
I
not
just
going to
came
the
back
defense
from
of that.
Florida with those easy passes.
They
and
found me on an
those-
arm. Like,
So all those easy passes and the
What I'm
cameras that
saying.
go through there. When I went to Florida, I felt like I was in more of a police state than I'm in California. It felt real fucking bad. And the fact that you just said that is just a reality of it.
Like, I want to see. Listen, as somebody who wants to drag Jonathan Majors across coals, I want to see that nigga running from a white woman in the middle of New York City. I'm sure that video is hilarious, but we can't
It is.
see that because we don't get to see that road that he ran off to with his white girlfriend. Wait, please, baby. But like, I don't agree with that. But I got
You
that
think it'd be
dog
more
in me.
effective?
It could
You think it'd be-
possibly be more effective than banning ski masks.
No, because
Because
there'd
the
be
issue to
fucked up-
me
Murder.
seems like they can't properly identify and find these individuals. Like, again, J6 happened. We found niggas on grainy cell phone footage. Like,
bro,
Yep.
they're going to, because if they do it, if they start monitoring, this is why I don't want to live in a world like that.
yeah.
Because you're gonna be like 2 a.m. There ain't nothing open. You've been drinking all night. You go find a bush to piss in, and then that's your ass. They'll pack you up right like nah.
FBI,
So
boom. Yeah. Again, I don't
Like,
I don't
isn't-
agree with that. But again, like I would imagine that people are more aggressive to these positions would be things that they would believe instead of sort of dying on them and thinking like, yeah, ski mask are the way that we can stop this thing. If the thing is crime, then why don't we stop trying to stop the crime and find the criminals? And the problem is these areas aren't safe because of the criminals.
The people in Philadelphia need to get a new DA.
DA, they need like
need to get new police chiefs.
I
They need
agree.
to get those new people.
Fire all
but-
these niggas. I
Finally,
agree with you.
Pace.
Finally.
I've been
But-
saying that since the beginning, but since they will not
see
because
what?
they defunded them, then this is the option that they're doing because they don't want to be seen as the people that are going to refund police. So they're using this as a scapegoat.
They don't care about that. They got a senator that wore Israeli flag. You think they're going to be soft on law enforcement now? These niggas are pro cop.
They've been
So much
soft
so
on
that
law
will put Israeli
last
flags
5 years.
in their fucking caucuses. Like, come on now, fam. I don't know what Philadelphia you think exists, but that lib as fuck pro police state can
Philadelphia,
suck my
which has
dick. Like,
and even if whatever your
my
metric
state
is,
is
you
more
keep
aggressive.
Pace,
My state is
you
more
keep
aggressive
using
than
this-
Philadelphia, but it's no
Okay,
better.
so I
Pace,
feel
you
like
keep using. Hold on, real quick. Pace, you keep using this metric. What 51% of the voting population is black
40%.
compared to 40%, right? All right. So
Okay, bye-
even if like
bye,
let's just say
Bam.
50% white people
All
voted
right.
for it and 10% black people,
not
Go
it's
Eagles.
still a winning vote, dog. It doesn't mean the majority of black people. That is not the definition that majority of black people agree with this.
All I'm saying is that when you have the people in that particular state, in that particular city, they have decided that they are against the idea of funding police, which all of us agree is the solution. So what are they? What other option have they given themselves if they don't want to fund
Who
policing in this
agrees
area?
with the option defunding the police is the thing to do?
Funding the police is what he said. But I get your
Oh,
point.
funding.
Nobody in the
I
council
said
in Philadelphia.
that
supports
Philadelphia.
Okay, I feel like
defunded the police.
okay.
We
okay.
agree that
didn't.
funding it is the solution.
Okay. All right. So I kind
Prime,
of feel
yeah,
like
please.
We beat
have
this into the ground.
sorry.
We beat this into the ground.
Yeah.
Oh.
I was trying to say that previously, but yeah, I think we've gotten this and that we're just kind of going around in circles now. So you guys can continue on this conversation, of course. But to everyone watching, thanks for being here.
Sorry.
If you've really liked this conversation, We can we do these things all the time. So be so kind. They couldn't hear me through the ski mask. It's funny. Uh,
Miss your face, by the way.
be so kind. Hit the follow button. You haven't done so yet. We'd love for you to hit the follow button. And so you can be a part of this in the future. We have these great conversations. We got a bunch of great guests here. But yeah. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Hold on a second. One second. Christina.
Just let her.
Does she wants to come in?
Christina, or I hope she can hear me, please.
Christina, do you
Because
want?
if you guys think I'm rough, you guys are.
I would.
We don't. Rough is not the
We
word.
can marry Sherry
Rough,
for 4
Yeah, I
years.
don't
We'll be
think
all right.
rough
What's that?
is-
Bring 'em in.
rough is not the
Yeah,
word.
yeah. Christina,
I wouldn't
do you
use a
wanna-
word at all. Like I think
Do you
want to
come in?
I don't know what Solis is talking about.
Yeah, like if Christina wants to come in, then I've been trying to get this lady on, so we're waiting for you in chat. We're waiting for a response. There's gonna be a bit of a delay. So we'll find out, but hopefully. I guess not. She doesn't want to come on. All right. She doesn't want to come on.
My
so,
issue is
well,
Mooncakes comes off a little authoritarian.
Yay. I want you to understand. I just if motherfuckers said motherfuckers with glasses is scary, right? Tomorrow, if there was enough people that thought that, Mooncakes would feel like it's alright if we just start stopping motherfuckers. Hey man, what are you doing with them big ass bifocals on, bro? You out here robbing people, and that's just crazy. Like that's wild. That's insane.
Those are not big bifocals, so let's stop
Glasses
it. All right.
aren't really used to cover like your features. Like you can see in your eyes.
Razor, do it again.
Wait,
I don't know.
hold on.
Clark
Is
Kent got away with it.
That's okay. I don't know.
what again?
I don't know.
Clark Kent got away with
better
it.
not be able to drive because one of the reasons why I can't wear my glasses in my driver's license is because it obstructs my identity, and that's what they tell you with the DMV. So I don't know what say Joe
It's so weird because I want to pull the criminal card, but like check this out. So all this like usually the combo a lot of people like to use is sunglasses or some form of glasses, a hat, and some kind of face covering if you really want to like double it down. But you don't even need a ski mask to do it. Point being though is like if they said tomorrow, hey, mad people are committing crimes in sunglasses, you would be like, all right, get rid of the fucking sunglasses.
Yeah, but in most government funded places, you can't wear any of that stuff anyway. Like you go to a courthouse.
You do a government building. I don't think you could wear like.
But what about walking around?
What does that have to do with the price of tea in China? Like, yeah, I didn't say anything about a government building.
Like walking around.
That's where their potential ban is going to be targeted.
Yeah, it's on a government property as well.
Not ban fines, but
fine. Sorry, on government property as well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a fine, but it is essentially a ban because they're telling you if you wear it, I'm going to find you.
Okay. Anyway, so I'm heading
Listen,
out.
I just said they should just ban niggas. All right, just ban niggas. You know.
No, just ban. Lock up the people who are committing the crime and ban the stuff you need to ban. It's that easy.
Make crime illegal.
I'll say here. If
this
black
law
people are
only allows black people to
disproportionately
get
committing
I'm sorry,
crime, then yes, they will get arrested more.
But Mooncakes, you have to